The Committee on Homeland Security Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security will come to order. Without objection, the chair may declare the subcommittee in recess at any point. Today's hearing continues the important oversight work we began in February by taking a closer look at the Chinese Communist Party's growing footprint in Cuba and the implications for U.S. Homeland Security. With Beijing ramping up its economic, military, and intelligence operations just 90 miles from our coastline, this is no longer a distant challenge. It's an immediate concern for the security of the American people. The United States must urgently understand the full extent of this threat, ensure that the Department of Homeland Security and its interagency partners are equipped to address it, and take a hard look at our broader strategic partner throughout the Caribbean and the Western Hemisphere. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Good morning. Today, the subcommittee convenes to examine an alarming threat developing just 90 miles off our coast. Mounting evidence suggests that the Chinese Communist Party is expanding its strategic partnership with the totalitarian communist regime in Cuba to build advanced surveillance infrastructure capable of targeting the United States. This collaboration represents one of the most brazen intelligence operations ever attempted near the American mainland and places our military operations, commercial activity, and communication squarely in the crosshairs of a hostile foreign power. Recent satellite imagery and open source analysis suggest the presence of several Chinese-funded signals and intelligence facilities across Cuba. The possibility that these sites are capable of monitoring U.S. military operations, commercial shipping, space launches, and sensitive communications is deeply troubling. Southeastern United States is home to some of the most critical assets in our nation's security infrastructure. From the Space Launch Center at Cape Canaveral to the headquarters of U.S. Southern Command in Miami, this region plays a critical role in our defense posture. This region includes my own district, which has long been on the front lines of threats emerging from the Cuban regime. If the Chinese government is in fact leveraging a growing partnership with Cuba to collect intelligence on our activities, that is a threat that we can no longer ignore. Cuba's government has a long history of working with foreign adversaries to undermine the United States. What we are potentially witnessing today is a new and dangerous phase of that cooperation that is fueled by Havana's economic desperation and Beijing's strategic ambition. The Cuban regime remains a state sponsor of terrorism, harbors fugitives from the U.S. justice system, and relentlessly suppresses the rights of its own people. Its growing reliance on foreign authoritarian powers like China only adds to the danger. Over the past several months, I've taken steps to raise alarms about the malign activities of the Communist government of Cuba. In March, I sent a letter to the Department of Homeland Security requesting an investigation into individuals in the United States suspected of links to Cuban intelligence and the Communist Party. These networks have long operated on U.S. soil and may now be intersecting with China's activities in the region. Shortly after, in April, I sent a letter to the Department of Treasury calling for a full suspension of U.S.-Cuba travel and remittances with appropriate humanitarian exceptions. We should not be funding a regime that turns around and opens its doors to our greatest adversaries. If reports of rising Chinese activity in Cuba are accurate, then it is no longer just a diplomatic issue. It is a direct security risk to the American people. This hearing is the first step in understanding the scope of this threat. Today, our witnesses will help us assess the potential scale of the threat and what measures the federal government should take to stay ahead of it. We need to be clear-eyed about the risks and both swift and unified in our response. The United States cannot afford to overlook the possibility that a hostile foreign power is working hand-in-hand with a communist dictatorship in Cuba to employ advanced surveillance capabilities on our doorstep. It is our responsibility to ensure that the homeland remains secure, and not just from what we can see, but from what may be gathering just out of sight. I want to thank our witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee. I look forward to a productive discussion on how the United States can counter the Chinese Communist Party and their suspected surveillance efforts in Cuba and prevent our adversaries from gaining a strategic foothold so close to our homeland. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, for her opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to our witnesses for joining us today. The threats posed by the People's Republic of China towards the United States require serious attention as China works aggressively to gain a foothold within the Caribbean. In Cuba, China has provided almost $8 billion in monetary incentives over the past 20 years, seeking to strengthen ties with the country just 90 miles from U.S. shores. China has invested heavily in Cuba's infrastructure, technology, communications, and biotechnology. Within the transportation and maritime sectors, Cuba has benefited from China's partnership by gaining security equipment for airports, seaports, and customs facilities. NewTek, a Chinese state-owned company, has provided inspection technology to be installed throughout much of Cuba's transportation networks. The Department of Homeland Security has assessed that NewTek screening systems likely have deficiencies in detection capabilities, and the Department of Homeland Security has assessed that NewTek screening systems likely have deficiencies in detection capabilities, and that China could potentially access the systems remotely to gather intelligence on shipping, manifests, and passenger information. In 2021, Cuba signed onto China's Belt and Road Initiative, and now China is further developing sites in Cuba to collect intelligence on the United States through monitoring of ship movements, emails, phone calls, and radio and satellite transmissions. The knowledge of these sites is not new, as U.S. security officials have confirmed awareness of their existence since at least the first Trump administration. The United States and our partners face tremendous challenges in responding to China's aggression. A solid partnership among the United States and Latin America allies aids in advancing U.S. interests in the region and strengthening our national security. Unfortunately, the Trump administration is actively undermining those efforts. By suspending foreign aid and dismantling USAID, the Trump administration has weakened our national security, allowing China to apply influence within Latin America without competition. In year 2023, USAID dedicated $1.8 billion in funding to the Western Hemisphere, including funding to support independent Cuban media organizations providing objective, uncensored journalism. The dismantling of foreign aid programs benefits authoritarian governments like the Cuban regime by undermining groups working to advance human rights and democratic ideals. To make matters worse, President Trump has ceded significant power to an unelected billionaire in Elon Musk, whose deep ties with the PRC are cause for great concern. I am glad there is bipartisan agreement on the need to counter China's aggressive activities in Cuba and Latin America. That said, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in speaking out about how the Trump administration is actively undermining efforts to counter the PRC and advance U.S. interests around the globe. Thank you again for our witnesses joining us today. With that, I yield back.
Thank you to the ranking member. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to hold a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this critical topic. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Dr. Ryan Berg is the Director of the Americas Program and the head of the Future of Venezuela Initiative at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Dr. Berg specializes in U.S. Latin America relations, strategic competition, defense policy, and transnational organized crime. Previously, he was a research fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and a visiting fellow at Oxford's Changing Character of War program. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy and a Master of Philosophy in Political Science, a Master of Science in Global Governance from Oxford, as well as a Bachelor of Arts in Government and Theology from Georgetown. Andres Martinez Fernandez is the Senior Policy Analyst for Latin America with the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for the National Security. In this role, he leads the Heritage Foundation's work on U.S. policy towards Latin America, conducting research and engaging audiences on topics such as economic development, foreign aid, transnational organized crime, and the malign activities of the Communist China and other extra-regional actors. Before joining Heritage, Andres was a leading analyst at a leading global market intelligence firm where he advised top executives from multinational companies on political and macroeconomic risks in Latin America. He received his master's degree in Latin American Studies and International Economics from Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, and his bachelor's degree is in history from Florida International University, a university which I represent. Leland Lazarus serves as Associate Director of National Security at Florida International University's Jack D. Gordon Institute of Public Policy. He's an expert on China, Latin American relations, and manages a team of researchers and interns that collect data and analysis on U.S. national security and governance in Latin America and the Caribbean. From 2021 to 2022, Leland served as a special assistant and speechwriter to the commander of U.S. Southern Command. Before that, Leland was a State Department Foreign Service officer, serving as Deputy Public Affairs Officer at the U.S. Embassy Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, Consular Officer at the U.S. Consulate General in Shenyang, China, and Pickering Fellow at U.S. Embassy Beijing and at the China Desk in D.C. Fluent in both Mandarin and Spanish, he holds a Master of Arts in U.S.-China Foreign Policy from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, and a Bachelor of Arts in International Relations from Brown University. I want to thank each of our distinguished witnesses for being here today, and I recognize Dr. Berg for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member McIver, distinguished members of the subcommittee. I'm honored to share my views with you on this important topic this morning. A mere 90 miles off our shores, the United States' most formidable 21st century competitor, the People's Republic of China, has found fertile soil to deploy its arsenal of espionage, digital surveillance, and maritime competition. In many ways, a moribund socialist system in Havana is Beijing's perfect partner for threatening the U.S. homeland, especially as a response to U.S. posture in the Indo-Pacific. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to focus my oral testimony on China's signals intelligence capabilities, while recognizing that the relationship between Beijing and Havana runs much deeper. I know my colleagues on this panel will cover other aspects of the relationship, maritime, telecommunications, and so on, which I'm happy, of course, to discuss in our question period. When Soviet influence diminished on the island following the end of the Cold War, eyes, ears, and antennas stayed. In many ways, China filled the void. On June 8, 2023, the Wall Street Journal first reported that Cuba hosted secret Chinese spy bases in return for billions of dollars for the Cuban regime. That same day, the Biden administration's Defense Department denied the Wall Street Journal's reporting, characterizing the report as, quote, inaccurate. 3 days later, however, the NSC spokesperson, John Kirby, reversed course and admitted to China's spy bases in Cuba, but said that its presence had existed since 2019 under the first Trump administration, implying that the Biden admin had inherited this challenge. Around the same time, reports surfaced that China was pursuing the construction of a military training base in Cuba. CSIS then published a groundbreaking report called Secret Signals, Decoding China's Intelligence Activities in Cuba. The CSIS team scoured the island using commercially available satellite imagery, identifying 4 likely sites for signals intelligence collection in that process. This was followed by a Wall Street Journal exclusive, confirming its earlier reporting on the spy stations. CSIS published another updated set of images in December 2024 and has tracked China's progress at these 4 sites. As part of this hearing, Mr. Chairman, we're pleased to release some updated imagery, and I think we have a slideshow here for you to see. As you can see on this first slide, Mr. Chairman, CSIS positively identified about 4 specific facilities as highly likely sites supporting Chinese intelligence operations targeting the U.S. 3 of these sites, Bejucal, Wahai, and Calabasar, are located around Havana. A 4th site, El Salao, is a previously unreported facility located on the opposite side of the island, just east of Santiago de Cuba. In response to reporting on the Cuba-China SIGINT nexus, high-level Cuban Communist Party officials either outright denied any relationship or attempted to disarm our criticism with humor. To coincide with this hearing, Mr. Chairman, we have some updated imagery that we can show you. Next slide, please. After the publication of our initial reports, construction progress at El Salao, the site by Santiago de Cuba, seems to have ceased according to the image captures dated April 18th, 2025. If you can go to the next slide, please. The CDAA site appears to have been abandoned for the moment, as evidenced by hitherto well-trimmed and graded areas being taken over by grass. On the next slide, the PRC appears to be enhancing its SIGINT at a previously identified facility at Beijing. And on the next slide, you can see an antenna field from the original CSIS image captures. And on our last slide, Mr. Chairman, you can see the latest CSIS image captures shows those antennas have been removed to make way for a large CDAA site, very similar to the one that was originally visible at El Salao. The Beijing facility is very, very active, as evidenced by multiple image captures in this process. So as you can see, Mr. Chairman, our adversaries are at our doorstep. I want to use the rest of the time remaining to mention some brief recommendations for the committee to consider. First, I think classified briefing to every member of Congress should be given, given the significance of these developments to U.S. national security. Second, the U.S. should consider strategic declassification of images in its possession, given that El Salao appears to have been abandoned after the CSIS publication of its report. We may reasonably believe that transparency efforts and public criticism do have the potential to derail some of the PRC's ambitions. Third, develop and articulate red lines. It may be difficult to displace some of these existing facilities from the island, but the United States should be crystal clear that the permanent installation of offensive military capabilities in Cuba or the basing of PLA combat assets would be seen as a significant escalation and a red line for the United States. An inability to deter SIGINT facilities should not be interpreted by Havana as a green light for China. Fourth, I think we need to harden sensitive infrastructure against SIGINT collection by China. The CISA should spearhead an effort to review which companies and facilities in the area are most vulnerable to intelligence gathering operations. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to enlist neighbors and allies. These facilities do not just snoop on the United States. CDAAs collect information omnidirectionally, meaning that other countries in the Caribbean, including those that Secretary of State Marco Rubio met on his recent successful trip to the Caribbean, are also implicated. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield, and I look forward to the committee's questions.
Thank you, Dr. Berg, and I recognize Mr. Martinez-Fernandez for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statements.
Thank you, Chairman Jimenez and Ranking Member McIver. I appreciate the invitation and apologize for my tardiness. My name is Andres Martinez. I run the Latin America portfolio at the Heritage Foundation. Since its inception, the Cuban dictatorship has repeatedly proven itself to be a willing partner and staging ground for anti-American extra-hemispheric powers. Today, Havana offers itself as a partner for a new patron, the Chinese Communist Party. Reporting by CSIS and other organizations have once again unmasked the malign nature of the Beijing-Havana nexus, particularly the growing footprint of Chinese intelligence gathering facilities in Cuba. China's accelerating espionage partnership with Cuba poses a major threat for U.S. and hemispheric security, bringing together Beijing's resources and technology with Havana's troubling capacity to penetrate U.S. agencies and security institutions. The growth of China's spying footprint in Cuba is also indicative of Beijing's broader malign presence in the Americas. While economic engagement has led the way for China's advance in much of Latin America and the Caribbean, Beijing's influence has spread quickly into the political, clandestine, and military spheres. China's broader influence has also allowed it to expand its regional intelligence gathering capacities beyond Cuba, including in democratic nations. Indeed, Beijing has even secured unusually sprawling embassies in the Caribbean, such as in Antigua and Bahamas and beyond, with sites that are widely considered to be active intelligence centers for China. In Argentina and elsewhere in South America, Beijing has also established deep space monitoring facilities with worrying military implications. China's strategic focus around dual use and critical infrastructure in the Americas highlights the intrinsic military and security nature of China's hemispheric encroachment. Chinese infrastructure projects across Latin America and the Caribbean offer Beijing crucial vectors for espionage and disruptive operations in and around the US. Control over ports and other infrastructure can even be leveraged to impede the movement of US warships, military resources, or directly target US assets and supply chains. Beijing's inroads in the Caribbean may be the most concerning aspect of its hemispheric encroachment. Geographic proximity to the United States and around crucial U.S. maritime routes make the Caribbean of outsized strategic importance for the United States. China appears to recognize this strategic importance given the relative attention and engagement Beijing has given to the region, both economically and politically. As with Pacific Island nations, Beijing seeks to consolidate its influence over strategically important island chains in the Caribbean. The end goal of this effort is apparently counterbalancing the U.S. presence in Asia and empowering China to destabilize the U.S. through asymmetric means. As Beijing grows increasingly belligerent against Taiwan and U.S. forces in the Indo-Pacific, the U.S. must assume that China will operationalize its presence and influence in Latin America and the Caribbean against the United States. China's gains in the Caribbean and beyond pose an urgent challenge for U.S. national security. The Trump administration has clearly moved to confront the hemispheric vulnerability posed by China and its partnership with the communist dictatorship in Cuba, among other actors. Confronting these threats requires rallying pressure against Beijing and Havana while bolstering partnerships with regional democracies across economic, political, and security spheres. The United States should bolster its security cooperation and capacities, in particular within Latin America and the Caribbean, prioritizing initiatives that mitigate risks posed to vital infrastructure and other vulnerabilities. At the same time, the U.S. should leverage its underappreciated territorial presence in the Caribbean. U.S. territories, particularly including Puerto Rico, can be better used to counterbalance Chinese and Cuban malign activities in the Caribbean and across Latin America. Bolstering the U.S. Coast Guard presence capacities in Puerto Rico, for example, will support U.S. security in the broader Caribbean region amid these growing threats. U.S. territories can also be used as force multipliers in bolstering broader U.S. economic engagement in Latin America and the Caribbean through targeted measures that offset regional dependence on China. Thank you very much for the time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez-Fernandez. Now I recognize Mr. Lazarus for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statements.
Chairman Jimenez, Ranking Member McIver, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the privilege to speak today. My name is Leland Lazarus. I'm the Associate Director of Florida International University's Gordon Institute for Public Policy and non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council's Global China Hub. I come to you today not just as a researcher, but as someone who has observed this threat evolve firsthand. First, from my time as a Fulbright scholar, studying the Chinese diaspora in Panama, to serving as a State Department Foreign Service officer in China and the Caribbean, to serving as a special assistant and speechwriter to 2 combatant commanders at U.S. Southern Command. So let me be clear, Cuba is not just an outpost of Chinese influence. It's a strategic beachhead. As my colleagues have said time and time again, just 90 miles off Florida, where I live, where I reside, the Chinese Communist Party is executing a 21st century playbook of espionage, port infrastructure, space surveillance, and digital authoritarianism. And Havana is the perfect laboratory for China. China has built signals intelligence outposts aimed at Florida, as the CSIS report has shown, but it has also installed airport scanners and surveillance equipment using Chinese firms like NewTek, as Ranking Member McIver had mentioned. It's a state-owned company sanctioned by the US for ties to the Chinese military. NewTek systems are deployed across Cuban airports, seaports, and customs facilities, giving Beijing privileged access to sensitive data flows right on our doorstep. But what's happening in Cuba is just one chapter in a much larger story. Next week, on May 13th, Beijing will host the China-CELAC Summit with nearly every country in Latin America and the Caribbean represented in Beijing. It's a reminder that China has a long-term strategy for this hemisphere, built on patient investment, diplomatic cultivation, and evolving security ties. The US, unfortunately, by contrast, still too often operates from a crisis-to-crisis mindset in this region and has yet to provide an affirmative, long-term agenda for the region at large. The Chinese military and military scholars call countries like Cuba strategic support points, or 战略支点 in Mandarin, to sustain their far seas naval posture. They don't need permanent bases, they need leverage. And Cuba gives them exactly that. It's close, politically reliable, and already outfitted with Chinese tech. When the US sends warships through the Taiwan Straits, Chinese academics now reply with references to their own right to operate near Florida. That's strategic reciprocity, Beijing style. You touch our waters, we have the right to touch yours. China also aspires to build its 四天 space program to expand its global space domain awareness. But space is also crucial for signals intelligence, and Cuba is a prime location for China to target the US. That's why we at Florida International University has created the Chinese Activities in Latin America dashboard in order to track and expose China's moves in almost real time. It maps everything, and I mean everything, from dual-use ports and signals intelligence listening stations to companies like NukeTech that quietly expand China's operational footprint across the region. Our dashboard that we built is really built for you all, US policymakers, to make the best decisions about our greatest strategic competitor. But it's also a warning. China's not just coming to Latin America and the Caribbean. It's already here, and it's here to stay. Members of the subcommittee, we cannot win a global competition with China if we lose sight of our own hemisphere. Strategic neglect is not just dangerous, it is a gift we give to Beijing. We must meet this challenge together with our allies and partners to make America and the Americas safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lazarus. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning, and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I'll start out with a comment in that the United States, for far too long, both Republican and Democrat administrations have not paid close enough attention to what's happening in our own hemisphere. And it's allowed China to make the inroads that it has. And now we're just waking up to the fact. And so this hearing is part of that, to try to awaken the American people and the administration to the fact that we need to pay close attention to what's happening in our own neighborhood. And so with that, this is an open question. It's my estimation that the Cuban regime itself is actually in one of the most weakest positions that it has been in the past 60 years. Do any of you share that opinion, or do you disagree with that opinion? I'll start with you, Dr. Berg.
Thanks for the question, Chairman. I do share that opinion. I think the Cuban regime is incredibly weak at this point in time, and we've seen that not just in protests from the island, but in rolling blackouts that occur seemingly on a monthly basis, sometimes weekly basis, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Fernandez.
Yes, I agree. I think economically, politically as well, the Cuban regime is in a period of vulnerability. I think also increasingly hemispheric as well as U.S. Political consensus is moving towards a recognition of the malign nature of the Cuban dictatorship, as past attempts, however, poorly conceived at engagement, as we have seen from the U.S., have fallen flatly and been rebuffed, and the Cuban dictatorship has at the same time again, as we have discussed, acted as an active partner for enemies of the United States within our hemisphere.
Mr. Lazarus, do you share that opinion that the Cuban regime is at one of the weakest points in the last 60 years?
Sir, I'd absolutely agree. Inflation is almost 30% for the Cuban regime. There's been an increased outflow of refugees coming out of Cuba. And there's been an increase in Cuban officials traveling to Beijing, trying to get more investment. I understand that now China is Cuba's either largest or second largest trading partner, accounting for roughly 30% of Cuba's imports and exports. So I think that Cuba's decreasing economic situation is allowing it to become even more and more dependent economically and increasingly security and political standpoint on China.
I'd like to discuss you off with the three of you offline and how we can accelerate Cuba dictatorship, their demise, so we can turn Cuba from a platform and a base for China and make it actually a friend of the United States. And I think we're close to that. I also think that Cuba is the head of the snake. When we talk about all the unrest that's happening in our hemisphere in Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba's the head of the snake. And we need to do everything in our power to set the Cuban people free, but also turn Cuba from an enemy into a friend. Now, let's talk about Cuba and the threat and the Chinese threat in Cuba. The Russians have been operating there for years, decades. Are the Chinese supplanting the Russians, or are they adding to the Russian threat?
I'm happy to take that, Mr. Chairman. I think that they're both supplanting but also adding to. There's still a residual Russian presence, of course, in Cuba. We saw last year at the tail end of the Biden administration how the Russians sailed a vessel through the Florida Strait, ported both in Cuba and in Havana. Importantly, before porting in Cuba, displayed one of its Zircon hypersonic missiles in the Atlantic. But I would say in terms of the presence, Mr. Chairman, the Chinese have supplanted them in terms of the more important partner. And quite literally, some of these sites that we've showed were former Russian sites that are now occupied, we believe, by the Chinese.
And they've added to the capabilities, more modern infrastructure, et cetera.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, maybe some of my colleagues would be, surprised to know that not only is it Russia and China, but also Iran is here, and North Korea is also here. And so we need to also stand up to those threats. The training range that's just outside of Florida, it's the largest training range that we have. It's the only training range that actually can simulate battle in the Taiwan Straits. What kind of a threat do these facilities pose to those ranges, and what kind of intelligence could the Chinese get from surveying those ranges in relation to our tactics, et cetera, of how we may operate in the Taiwan Straits?
Mr. Chairman, the first slide that I showed in my presentation showed just the number of facilities in your home state that are easily within range of these facilities. It's my understanding that military communications is, of course, encrypted and protected in certain ways. But if it's scooped up by some of this equipment, then it is available for the Chinese to try to crack that communication. And so that's why one of my recommendations is doing an exercise to harden facilities and figure out what our vulnerabilities are, so that we can make sure that we protect those very vulnerable secrets, both on the commercial side and on the military side, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. My 5 minutes are up, and I recognize the ranking member, the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Mrs. McIver, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lazarus, thank you once again for joining us today. In your testimony, you discussed how China will be hosting a summit with Latin America and Caribbean states next week. China and Cuba also both belong to the BRICS group, along with Brazil, Russia, India, and a total of 23 countries. BRICS has become a serious political force as the nations belonging to BRICS now account for almost 30% of the world's GDP, 40% of the oil production, and almost half the world's population. We have seen what Trump's repeated tariff threats are doing to the economy, both at home and globally, while eroding trust in the U.S. dollar. Trump's foreign policies are only making groups like the BRICS more powerful as our geopolitical rivals work to fill the void that President Trump has created with this America Last policies. Mr. Lazarus, as America recedes from the world stage, how are BRICS and other multinational groups exerting power and influence?
Well, Ranking Member, thank you so much for the question. You're absolutely right. I mean, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, when taken together, they represent more than 30% of global GDP. And they've really been using this multilateral institution in order to create alternative financial institutions to the Western-built ones built right after World War II. So you think the New Development Bank or the BRICS Bank that could fund various projects in the developing world. There's talk about them creating a BRICS currency that could mean that they can settle trade accounts not using the US dollar, which could potentially weaken the US dollar's dominance in the globe. But it goes to a larger narrative that the Chinese and our other adversaries try to use in the Global South, which is that the United States doesn't necessarily care about the Global South. All they care about is realist ideology, especially in this region in Latin America and the Caribbean. There is this narrative that the Chinese try to say, which is that the United States only wants to impose the Monroe Doctrine 2.0. And I am concerned that certain things, certain policies could really allow the Chinese to continue to spread that narrative in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Thank you for that. Just to follow up, in your opinion, do you think China ultimately stands to benefit from the pause in foreign aid underneath the Trump administration?
Well, we're seeing already on a global scale that China has already stepped up its foreign aid in countries like Cambodia, Nepal. As I mentioned, next week they're going to be hosting the fourth ministerial of the China CELAC summit. And I expect that after that summit, there's going to be a joint action plan between China and CELAC on China increasing exports of renewable energy and electric vehicles and solar panels. And again, it's another way for China to project itself as a reliable partner at a time where other countries are perceiving potentially the U.S. as tariffing other countries. And it's also a way for China to project itself as the defender of globalization and free trade going forward. That is a concern.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lazarus. With that, I yield back, Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you guys for coming today to talk about this very, very important topic. So just to get this straight, we have the Chinese partnering with Cuba, both communist countries, and Cuba's not, but roughly 90 miles from the United States. Are we able to discern through the satellite imagery, human intel, and signal intel what the capabilities of this technology located on Cuba, the island of Cuba? Dr. Berg?
Chairman, we're able to speculate about it, but again, this was discovered using commercially available satellite technology that we have the capability of using. I'm sure, and this is why I recommended a classified briefing for you all. On the high side, my guess is that there's a lot more analysis available on capabilities and vulnerabilities.
Do we have the ability to jam and block the surveillance technologies located on the island of Cuba? Dr. Berg?
Congressman, it's my understanding that we do have some of that capability. I'm not sure if it is being deployed. And also, as I mentioned, some of the communications that are sensitive in nature are also encrypted, but I'm happy to talk to you sort of offline or answer questions further after this hearing about those types of capabilities.
Thank you. Mr. Lazarus, you mentioned that the Chinese could use these bases to project digital authoritarianism. I believe that was the word you used. Can you expand on that?
Absolutely, Congressman. Well, first and foremost, Huawei and ZTE provide the digital backbone for ETEXA, the Cuban telecommunications company. We saw in July of 2021, when there was the large, massive protests in Cuba against the regime, that the regime was able to really shut down the protesters' communications, so that they couldn't necessarily collaborate with each other as easily as they otherwise would. And our assessment was that they were able to rely on the technology of Huawei and ZTE in order to shut that down. There's also, again, the idea of nuke tech being in various seaports, airports in Cuba. And nuke tech is a state-owned enterprise. It is a subsidiary of Tsinghua University's Tongfang, which China's National Nuclear Corporation has a 21% stake in nuke tech. And it provides all kinds of port scanning equipment And the concern is that all the kind of information, whether it be biometric, whether it be commercial, whether it be sensitive data about supply chain routes and cargo flows, all that information can go back to Beijing, and that would constitute a national security threat for the United States.
Thank you. Dr. Berg, is it true that a Chinese national was arrested in January of this year in Miami's airport for conducting espionage activities?
Congressman, I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not aware of that particular event.
Yeah, I'd like to enter this into the record, Mr. Chairman. This is an article, Chinese national targeted in federal spy investigation arrested at Miami International Airport. According to the article, he had transmitted 47 pages. There were schematics, graphs, diagrams related to nuclear weapons. Mr. Lazarus, I want to come back.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lazarus, I want to come back to you. Do you believe that the Chinese are engaged in unrestricted warfare with the United States, i.e. economic warfare, attacks on critical infrastructure, espionage, IP theft, et cetera?
Congressman, we've seen evidence time and time again, whether it be the FBI under former Director Christopher Wray, talking about how China-based hackers, whether it be Salt Typhoon, Volt Typhoon, have infiltrated critical infrastructure throughout the United States. And that would, of course, be a national security concern, and that they are potentially pre-positioning if there is ever a conflict with the United States, say over the Straits of Taiwan or the South China Sea, that the Chinese could retaliate by shutting down some of that critical infrastructure. The concern is that many of the same tactics, some of the same companies that are concerned here in the United States are also operating in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy. Sorry, he left. Okay, and I recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank our witnesses for being here today. I'm deeply concerned about the long-term consequences of the Trump-Musk administration's systemic dismantling of USAID, foreign aid, and other international development programs, actions that have significantly weakened America's global influence, especially on our own hemisphere. In the past several months, critical U.S. investments in diplomacy and development have been slashed, frozen, or redirected to serve narrow political goals. This isn't just bad policy. It was a strategic mistake that has had real consequences on our national security and regional stability. In Latin America, these decisions have been nothing short of a gift to authoritarian regimes in Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. By retreating from our role as a champion of democracy and development, we left a vacuum that autocrats have rushed to fill. With China taking the lead, instead of supporting reformers and pro-democratic movements, we left them under-resourced and isolated. While despots like Nicolas Maduro tightened their grip, foreign aid is not a charity. It's a wise investment in stability, security, and American values. When we help communities thrive and support democratic institutions, we make it harder for authoritarianism, corruption, and extremism to take root. Cutting these programs undermines regional security and contributes to the very conditions, violence, poverty, and political repression that drive migration to our southern border. Rebuilding USAID and reaffirming our commitment to global development is not just morally right, it's strategically necessary. America must lead again, not just with the might of our military, but with the strength of our values and the reach of our engagement. Dr. Berg, given the maritime shipping is heavily dominated by Chinese vessels, including those coming in and out of U.S. ports, what kind of insight does that give the Chinese into maritime traffic in the U.S., and how could China use this information to our detriment?
Thanks for the question, Congressman. I think we've seen multiple instances in which the Chinese have used ports as dual-use infrastructure, not just to have the PLA Navy make port calls in some of the deep water ports, but all of that data, that information that is contained in a port is important for the Chinese. The comings and goings of ships, cargo manifests, with what frequency. This is all very important if we're talking about building safe and secure supply chains as well. I had the privilege of being before this committee in February when we were talking about the very issue of ports, and this issue also came up then, specifically with reference to the Panama Canal, the two Hong Kong-based ports that are at the strategic approaches to the canal, also a critical issue, Congressman.
In your testimony, you recommended enlisting neighbors like Bahamas, Dominican Republic, and Jamaica to combat intelligence gathering from China and Cuba. How can federal international development system programs help achieve this goal?
Congressman, I would advocate that we build on Secretary of State Rubio's very successful visit to the Caribbean in recent weeks. I think it's important that the Secretary of State has already taken 2 trips to the region in just over 2.5 months of his time in office. And I think those countries, once made aware of the extent of Cuba's espionage activities and therefore their vulnerabilities, will be quite willing to partner with us. It's in their interest, just as it's in ours, not to have Cuba snooping on their signals intelligence.
Thank you. Mr. Lazarus, how can China use its investments in Cuba to disrupt shipping routes that lead to major U.S. ports, like the Port of New Orleans or the Port of Southeast Louisiana in my home state?
Well, I understand that those 2 ports in the United States represent about 20%, a little more than 20% of cargo entering to the U.S. And the concern is that whether it be a nuke tech, whether it be a China Harbor engineering company, because China Harbor and China Communication Construction Corporation also have key projects in Cuba. Those companies that have direct ties to the People's Liberation Army can gather information about U.S. port operations, cargo flows, potentially see our supply chain vulnerabilities. They can also use those areas as a way to issue cyber attacks or cyber disruptions in and around the port operations. And they could, of course, create plausible deniability, which is, of course, an MO that they've been doing for quite some time as well.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields, and I recognize the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our guests today for highlighting these important aspects of our topic today. So I have personally been to Key West and involved in military training there, so this topic really does catch my attention. Also, I would like to say that I'm excited about our current administration, the ideas of increasing our innovation and rebuilding our military and strengthening our defense for the very purpose of this. U.S. intelligence officials, military strategists, and regional experts have drawn parallels between China's current activity and the Cold War era use of Cuba by the Soviet Union as a forward surveillance outpost. Yet the tools of today, especially in digital surveillance, constitute a sophisticated threat of a different order. So my first question is for Mr. Martinez Fernandez. Are China's activities in Cuba more reminiscent of Cold War-style strategic encirclement, or are they more aligned with a new model of digital influence and persistent surveillance?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. I think that there are many aspects of China's engagement in Cuba that are reminiscent of the Cold War era engagement by the Soviet Union. And they align primarily with, or often with military and geostrategic aims for those reasons. I think, certainly we're seeing an increased leveraging of modern technologies as well as the more deep economic ties that China has globally as compared to maybe the Soviet Union as part of what's being leveraged in Latin America and the Caribbean and with Cuba to create this kind of broader surveillance and operational infrastructure for China. And that raises many concerns because we obviously we saw the consequences and the risks during the Cold War of this presence from hostile extrahemispheric actors just 90 miles off of our shores, and we're seeing that I think at a new level, as I said, because of these new and in some ways expanded capacities that the Chinese government can employ because of its resources, because of its capacities.
Thank you. So my next question is for Dr. Berg. Could China's posture in Cuba serve as a springboard for influencing or disrupting U.S. diplomatic or military efforts outside the region, such as in the Indo-Pacific?
Congresswoman, thank you for the question. I think it's critical. We hope this never happens, but if there is a conflict in a different theater of the world, let's say there's a conflict in the Indo-Pacific, the United States, if it is to come, for example, to Taiwan's aid, will need to shift forces from the Atlantic to the Pacific. China's ability to disrupt that process could be done through its activities in Cuba, or as we heard at the February hearing of this very committee, through some of those controls of the ports at the strategic approaches to the Panama Canal. There are multiple important critical kind of choke points in this hemisphere that would be a part of that surge, that transition of forces from the Atlantic to the Pacific theaters, where China's presence in the Caribbean, as my colleagues have pointed out, would be incredibly important. So they would have the ability, in my opinion, to attempt at least to block some of that shifting of force from Atlantic to Pacific, Congresswoman.
Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Berg, China's state-owned tech companies like Huawei and ZTE have played a key role in building Cuba's digital infrastructure. These companies are known to have deep ties to China's military and intelligence services, and their equipment has been flagged globally for creating backdoors enabling surveillance. How likely is it that these Chinese-built networks are enabling Beijing to conduct sustained cyber operations or espionage targeting U.S. government or commercial entities, either directly or by proxy through Cuban servers?
Congressman, I think it's very likely that that's what they're attempting. Excuse me.
That's okay. I've been called worse.
Excuse me again. Congressman, I think it's very likely that is what's happening. Cuba is offering China some of the best real estate that it can possibly have, 90 miles off U.S. shores. And we've seen in multiple other instances how Chinese state-owned enterprises like Huawei and ZTE have provided a backdoor in other contexts, such as spying on the African Union and other organizations. So I see no reason to believe why we shouldn't believe that they're trying to do the same against the United States, their principal competitor in the 21st century.
Has there been credible analysis or confirmation that Chinese intelligence has used Huawei or ZTE connected infrastructure in Cuba to intercept sensitive U.S. communications or conduct cyber? I mean, we believe they are, but has there been any analysis or confirmation?
Congressman, not on the open source side. What we've collected here is the facilities that we think are likely the Chinese are using, and we've done this in conjunction with some of the public reporting that's been done. In fact, drawing back to your previous question on Huawei and ZTE, Politico and Wall Street Journal, the two who were first to report on this, felt that there was a high degree of confidence that some of these facilities were in fact being used by the PRC because our intelligence agencies, again, this is reported in the open source, were tracking individuals from Huawei and ZTE coming and going at some of these facilities. But I think the answer to your question is more likely to be found on the high side, which is again why I've recommended in my testimony that all members of Congress should be able to get access to a classified briefing on this topic.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martinez-Fernandez, the deeper China's tech infrastructure is embedded in Cuban society, the harder it becomes to unwind. I mean, that's true for anywhere. I mean, just look at London.
I think it's crucial. It's a central part of China's strategy. In Cuba, there's I think a more willing partner that doesn't necessarily require this the same level of active pressuring or malign influence, but certainly building up capacities over critical infrastructure such as telecommunications for China puts countries like Cuba and democratic nations across the Americas at a significant dependence on the Chinese Communist Party. And that's the kind of thing that I think is a significant vulnerability, particularly in the case of conflict. But as we move, we've seen elsewhere the realm of economic and infrastructure capacities and influence being leveraged beyond that sphere into going into the political, into the even the military, where this capacity is then used to push governments to make decisions that are more favorable to the Chinese Communist Party. So it does create significant questions, particularly for the longer term. If we are blessed with seeing a shift in Cuba as far as a return to democracy, these will be challenges that a future Cuban government will have to confront.
You mentioned, actually in your answer, about how this could be in conflict. How could they leverage these vulnerabilities in a regional conflict or confrontation involving the U.S.?
Well, I think as far as telecommunications, this feeds into the presence in telecommunication infrastructure, and this feeds into a broader intelligence capacity for China, which is substantial, as we've discussed, going into signals intelligence, even into deep space monitoring. We also see a worrying buildup around critical infrastructure, maritime routes, where the capacity for disruptive action and subversion is substantial and could, frankly, cripple the U.S. economy and aspects of U.S. military planning, even limiting the capacity, for example, of transit for U.S. military resources and warships across, for example, the Panama Canal or other key points. So it's substantial.
I ran out of time, so I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. This hearing, that's kind of what's our appetite, and I think we're going to take Dr. Berg's your advice, and we need to go into a classified setting to look at the depth of this issue and how serious it is to American security, and get us some folks that can give it to us in a classified setting. And so I want to thank the witnesses for their time and their testimony. Members of the subcommittee may have additional questions for the witnesses, and we would ask the witnesses to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7E, the hearing report will be open for 10 days, and without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
You had one job.
Oh my golly. Can I lower this just a bit? Look at this. Not too much. You can raise it. This is just fun. Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. Question for you. What is anti-Semitism? I bet any American can answer that question, and they can tell you when they see it. But I'm curious about a college administrator. Does anti-Semitism belong on college campuses? Of course not. Do college administrators agree? Well, we'll find out tomorrow when 3 university presidents appear before the House Committee on Education and Workforce to answer just those questions. And I will cut right to the chase. If any of them can't denounce anti-Semitism, or more importantly, take action to protect their students, then they should be fired immediately. Remember, actions speak louder than words. The American people are watching, the students are watching, and the president is watching. As a member of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, my colleagues and I will ensure that these colleges are being held accountable for their actions or lack thereof. Anti-Semitism in any form will just not be tolerated. And I thank President Trump and his work on this very crucial issue. Now, switching gears for our work this week, House Republicans continue to work to codify President Trump and the American people's agenda. We will codify President Trump's executive order renaming the Gulf of America. The American people are footing the bill to protect and secure the Gulf of America. It's only right that it's named appropriately. On Friday, we received the president's budget. It aims to root out wasteful spending, deliver historic saving, and protect essential programs, just like we'll be doing in our One Big Beautiful Bill. And lastly, but certainly not least, House Republicans celebrate National Small Business Week. It's fitting we celebrate Small Business Week amidst our work to prevent the largest tax hike in American history. Unfortunately, not a single Democrat has joined us in our efforts on this. They've already turned their backs on millions of workers and support shuttering thousands of small businesses that employ nearly half of the workforce. And here to speak on this is Chairman of the Small Business Committee, our coach, Mr. Roger Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is going to be a great week for America. It's going to be a great week for small business. You know, small business represents 99% of our businesses in America are small businesses. 50% of the payroll, 50% of the workforce is generated by Main Street America. And the American dream is living large right now. I will tell you what's ahead for us. We got a great partnership between Senator Ernst and I and Administrator Loeffler. We're very closely together with the SBA, which is over purview of the Small Business Committee. But when you look at the opportunities that are out there for small business is ready for the Trump tax cuts. When you talk about Trump tax cuts, you talk about less regulations, you talk about 100% expensing, unbelievable opportunities ahead for Main Street America. So we will celebrate that this week. One of the things we've already done with Administrator Loeffler and Senator Ernst and myself is we've already raised we've filed to raise the $5 million loan max on manufacturing to $10 million. This is big. This is a big thing because now people can expand their business, they can get started in business, they can stay in business. So we've got a lot of great things happening. We should all be proud to live in this country, but also we got the greatest economy in the world. It's going to get nothing but better, and the American dream is living and breathing as we speak right now. It's an honor to be the chair of the Small Business Committee and work with these people behind me. God bless.
Crypto's footing slips on the hill. Some reports read this morning. As a member of the most pro-crypto Congress ever, I wholeheartedly reject that premise. I want to remind everyone listening that crypto is not right or left. It's not Republican or Democrat. It's the future, and it's for everyone. In an increasingly digital world, America must step up as the leader in digital asset innovation and investment. President Trump vowed to make America the crypto capital of the world. And since day one, he's delivered by reversing Joe Biden and Gary Gensler's anti-crypto crusade. From signing a bill into law that repeals the Biden-era IRS rule that chilled DeFi innovation, to signing executive orders that create a strategic reserve of crypto and prohibit the establishment of a central bank digital currency. President Trump is positioning the United States as the world leader in digital assets. These are moves that can and should be celebrated by all of us. As the most pro-crypto, pro-innovation Congress ever elected, we are already taking bipartisan steps, I would argue nonpartisan steps, to ensure digital asset policy champions decentralization and open, permissionless, and private innovation. This is the only viable path forward. By originating the regulatory framework for crypto here in Congress, the future of digital assets will be determined by the American people and their representatives, as it should be. The moment to get this done is now, and we need to get it done together. If we fail to provide clarity that protects innovators and consumers alike, the future of crypto and the opportunities it brings will belong to another nation. To deliver on President Trump's crypto promises that individuals in both parties can get behind, Congress must keep taking steps closer to getting a nonpartisan, or you guys like to report bipartisan, regulatory framework across the finish line, and quickly. With that, I turn it over to our leader Scalise.
Thank you, Whip. It was great to hear from our chairman of the Small Business Committee, Roger Williams. Nobody understands the value of small businesses, the importance of promoting small businesses in America better than Roger and his chairman. He has ushered in policies and bills through that committee to allow small businesses to thrive. And if you look at the work we're doing with the One Big Beautiful Bill, the reconciliation package, this is a bill that will grow more small businesses across America. It'll create more jobs across America. It'll create stability. If you think about the idea that if Congress were to take no action this year, there would be a $4.5 trillion tax increase on American families. Over 95% of Americans would see a tax increase. And yet every Democrat in Washington will be voting no on that package and would like to see every family pay more in taxes. There are so many other provisions that are so critical to getting our economy back on track, to lowering inflation, to lowering the cost of things at the grocery store, at the gas pump, that are in this bill, and we are still moving through. Last week, I applaud 7 committees in Congress did their work, completely finished their work in reconciliation here in the House. Today, the Natural Resources Committee will take up their portion of the bill. That'll be 8 committees out of 11 that will already be done with all of their work this week. And then next week, the final 3 committees, Agriculture, Energy and Commerce, and Ways and Means, will take up and finish their work to get this big, beautiful bill not only through the House process, but over to the Senate. The Speaker and I met with Jason Smith and Brett Guthrie last week in the White House with President Trump to go through some of the final details that we are getting agreement on. And we've been working incredibly closely with the White House and with the Senate every step of the way, because this bill is critically important to American families. This bill is a big piece of carrying through that Trump agenda, the mandate that the American people gave us when they elected not just Donald Trump in the White House, but a Republican House and a Republican Senate to go deliver for the families who have been struggling for way too long. We do that with this One Big Beautiful Bill. Everything from tax stability in the tax code so that nobody sees a tax increase, bringing trillions of dollars of private investment back into the economy, opening up more energy production in America to reverse some of the damage Joe Biden did, everywhere from Anwar in Alaska some of the great work that Congressman Begich just came into Congress, vowing to fight for the citizens of Alaska and open up more areas for production there. That's going to be in this bill, all the way down to the Gulf of America, opening up more areas for lease sales and production in the Gulf as well. All of those things are going to be in the bill. More defense funding, more border security, giving protection and technology to our Border Patrol agents. All of that is in the bill too, confronting the debt ceiling, dealing with rules and regulatory reform, all in this powerful bill. What the Education and Workforce Committee did to protect students from higher student debt. We actually protect students so that they're not saddled with high student loans when they graduate from college. That's in this bill as well, standing up and holding accountable the universities that were failing kids for so many years, saddling them with $200,000, $300,000 in debt without the ability to pay it back. So many good provisions. We're going to be bringing that bill to the floor once it's all finished next week, and then we compile it in Budget Committee and bring it as one big beautiful bill to the House floor and then pass it on to the Senate so that they can continue this work. And the man leading that charge in the House is our Speaker, Mike Johnson.
Good morning, everybody. Great to see you all. It's a great day on the Hill. We're very encouraged and even excited this morning about where we are and everything. President Trump, after the inauguration, and Republicans have taken our job very seriously. We haven't wasted a moment. We all celebrated the first 100 days of the Trump administration and all the extraordinary things that have been accomplished in such a short period of time. And we've been working around the clock to codify so much of what President Trump has been doing. I think there's 143 executive orders that have been issued thus far, and we're working around the clock to make sure that we put these into statutory law so that it can't be reversed and erased by an upcoming administration. For some reason, the media acts like that this effort is somehow a negative thing. It's not at all. Anybody who says that, they just fundamentally misunderstand the relationship between congressional Republicans and President Trump and his administration. We all ran on the same America First agenda: secure the border, cut taxes for working families, revive American energy production, strengthen our standing on the world stage, and bring back common sense. Those are the sort of the common themes of all these executive orders and the action the administration has taken. And this agenda, remember, was resoundingly endorsed by 77 million Americans who voted in the popular vote for the president, and almost as many for House Republicans. We set a record for that. It's the most diverse and expansive coalition we've seen in modern history, a real and true demographic shift. And the reason people voted that way is that they had this sort of hopeful anticipation that the president and Republicans in Congress would do exactly what we are doing right now. And we are fulfilling that promise. We already have the formula for prosperity and security, and that's the thing about President Trump. It's not an unknown entity. As we've all recounted many times, he's done it once, he'll do it again. We plan to work together to enshrine the agenda into law and make sure we have a roaring American economy and stability and security and prosperity and strength again. From day one, President Trump has used his executive authority to reverse also the devastating policies of the last administration. There was a lot of that to be done. But as the previous administration made it painfully clear, executive orders can be undone and overwritten, and that's why we have to move it through the legislative process. And we are. Here's a few key examples, okay, of what we've already voted to codify in terms of the executive orders. The President's Election Security Executive Order through the SAVE Act. That's what we voted on and got that done in the House. His executive order banning men from women's sports. We did that through the Women and Girls in Sports Act. His sanctions on the ICC. We did that through our Illegitimate Court Counteraction Act to support our ally Israel. And his Forest Management Executive Order through Fix Our Forests Act. Some of the things we've done so far. Now, this week, we'll add another one to the list. We're going to pass Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill to permanently rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And then we're going to codify dozens more of President Trump's budget-related executive orders, spending-related executive orders through the budget reconciliation process. Let me give you just a quick word on that, and then we'll take some questions. As Leader Scalise just recounted, we're really excited. We're very encouraged this morning. I mean, I'm so thankful to have such a team that's worked so hard. I began the House Republican Conference meeting this morning with all the House Republicans by congratulating and thanking all of our committee chairs. I mean, they worked so hard around the clock. And we've been doing this for almost a year, as we've said many times in here. And all the committee members who were so disciplined in getting the work done. I mean, they had 10, 12-hour hearings in some of these committees, some even longer. And they got the product done and through the process. So by the end of this week, we'll have 8 of the 11 committees of jurisdiction will have done their work. And then next week, we will have Ways and Means, Energy and Commerce, and Ag. And some of you reported, or some of your outlets reported anyway, over the weekend that this was somehow a snag in the process, that those 3 committees were going next week instead of this week. But as I've explained to a few of you individually, I'll just say here together in the room, we went last Thursday to the White House, as the leader mentioned. Steve Scalise and I and Chairman Guthrie and Chairman Smith met in the White House with the president and his whole team on point. We had Secretary Bessent there from Treasury. We had Russ Vogt from Office of Management and Budget. We had his whole Leg Affairs team and Susie Wiles, the Chief of Staff, and Stephen Miller and the whole group. And the intention was to work through some of the final details, but we realized that we were still awaiting some key numbers on calculations on some of the provisions with tax and some of the other details. And it just made sense for us to push pause for a week to make sure that we do this right. We didn't want to move this quickly, speed for the sake of speed. We want to get it right. And so everybody in the room agreed that it made sense for us to do that. And so we pushed those 3 committees that are going next week just off another week, so we can make sure that we have the right equilibrium point on all the key issues. And I'm absolutely convinced we're going to do that, and I'm excited about it. So we'll stay on track. They'll do that next week, and by the end of the week, as Steve said, Leader Scalise said, we'll have our 11 committees. We'll send them to by the end of next week to the Budget Committee, and Chairman Arrington then and his team will take that and merge it all together, and we'll have the one big beautiful bill ready to go. We can pass that by Memorial Day. That was our original time frame, and some of the people in this room balked and thought that would be impossible, but stop doubting us. We're going to get this job done, okay? I'll just make this point. I made it on TV over the weekend, and I want to say it again. The House and Senate Republicans are utilizing the budget reconciliation process primarily because Leader Schumer in the Senate, Leader Jeffries in the House, and their Democrat colleagues refuse to engage in anything, no matter how meritorious, even to improve the lives of their constituents, if it means that President Trump will somehow be credited with a win. I mean, it's really sad, but that's the fact. They'd rather put on performative stunts and host these activist town halls and all this other nonsense than just work with us to bring costs down and make communities safer for their constituents. Now, just think about how the American people feel about these issues. Consider this: secure the border, right? Securing the border is an 80-20 issue in America. Deporting illegal aliens, more than 50% of American people believe that every single illegal alien should be deported, okay? And yet Democrats, much less the violent criminals, which the administration has taken on in earnest. But in spite of those numbers, okay, the Democrats are taking trips to Central America to bring back violent illegal aliens back to the country. It's madness. Strengthening Medicaid for Americans who need it, by eliminating things like fraud, waste, and abuse, which is a huge problem in the program, including removing illegal aliens. If you add all that together, 66% of the American people think that that's a very important idea. We need to improve and shore up and strengthen the program so that it can be there for the people who desperately need and deserve it. And Democrats, what are they doing? They're lying about what we're doing with Medicaid. So much so that we've gotten them to pull down their advertising because they were literally breaking the law. We sent cease and desist letters, and they had to take it down. Cutting taxes for working families and small businesses. What American doesn't want to pay fewer taxes to the government? There may be a few, but I haven't found them. Especially on matters like the overtime that they work, their tipped wages, and Social Security. Big promises for the president. We're going to deliver that. But it turns out congressional Democrats apparently want Americans to pay more. They're adamantly against all those things I just named. They're against keeping taxes low. And when they oppose the reconciliation bill, when they oppose the solution to this, to extending the tax cuts, they are actually advocating for the largest tax increase in U.S. history. End of sentence. Unleashing American energy, lowering input costs, creating new jobs. Democrats want a radical Green New Deal policy extension. They don't want these common sense solutions and all the above policies like we are bringing and that the American people demand and deserve. I could go on and on and on. You get the point. This is what we're endeavoring to do through our budget reconciliation process, and these are the policies we're fighting every day to deliver because these are the ones the American people support, and they need, and they deserve. When Democrats had a trifecta in 2021, they used the budget reconciliation process, but you know what they did? They used it to stimulate the economy. What did that mean? Well, trillions in new spending and tax hikes and the Green New Deal giveaways. We can't do that. It's not sustainable. So we're going to reverse it. And guess what happened when they did that? We had runaway inflation, making the cost of living for everyday Americans unbearable. Contrast that with what we're doing. What Republicans are working on right now, what we are delivering through the committees and soon through the whole House, lower taxes, decreased regulation, safer streets, keeping money, more of your money that you earn in your own pocket. We'll take that to the people every single day, and they'll be for us. And as the House works to finish budget reconciliation over the next few weeks, we'll continue to shine a light on the do-nothing Democrats who would rather oppose President Trump's popular agenda than work for the needs of their own constituents, and I just think it's shameful. With that, I'll take a few questions. Olivia, yeah.
As you head into the final sort of stretch for reconciliation, members, centrists, conservatives seem to have a very different expectation of what the final product is going to look like. Have you made assurances, have you made promises that you can't keep to different members as this process begins to wrap?
No, I don't make promises I can't keep. This is a consensus building operation, as you know, and it's member driven, bottom up, and every single member of the conference has had many opportunities and has more this week to weigh in and let their preferences be known. This is about balancing preferences. I mean, no one's going to be surprised. Everybody knows where the touch points are on the final details of the final analysis, and we've been working really hard to take all the input and find that kind of equilibrium point where everybody is at least satisfied. Some people are not going to be elated by every provision of the bill. It's impossible. The bill's one big, beautiful bill. It's a big piece of legislation. There's a lot in it. So there's always going to be things, page by page, somebody can go through a large bill and find things that they're not, that they would have preferred to be handled another way. But in its totality, this is going to be the most important, most consequential legislation that we'll ever be involved in our lifetimes, and arguably one of the biggest in the history of Congress. And so I think at the end of the day, we'll get that consensus. And you know, there may be some grumbling about certain provisions, but as the whip said so aptly this morning in the conference meeting, he said, you gotta focus on the totality of the bill and not just individual details. But my job is to work out those details, and I'm very confident that we're going to get to that point by the end of this week, and we'll move this thing forward. So, yeah. Second row.
Thank you. Last week, the House passed 3 CRA resolutions terminating California vehicle emissions rules, but Senate Majority Leader John Thune is yet to make a decision to take up those resolutions or not. How confident are you that congressional Republicans can get these resolutions to the president's desk?
I've got a lot of confidence in Leader Thune. We work together very closely, almost daily, and he's managing a small margin as I am. Both of us now have 3 votes to spare. It's an embarrassment of riches, so he's got to do consensus building on it as well. I suspect every Republican's for that, but of course he's got to get about 7 Democrats to come along on everything, and that's the tough part. And Leader Schumer over there and the Democrats have made very clear they don't have much intention of getting anything done at all. They just want to stop all the progress. And I know a lot of Californians that are very, very excited, very happy that we took that big step, and I hope the Senate can get it done. But I don't know what their time frame is. Front row.
Speaker Johnson, how do you use reconciliation to remove illegal immigrants from Medicaid? And how do you confidently estimate the savings?
Well, it's not my estimation. I mean, these numbers come from the CBO and very credible sources. We have a pretty accurate count, we think, of how many are on the rolls in some of these states, and now we have a tabulation of what it will save the taxpayers to kick them off. And as I mentioned, I mean, public polling is squarely on our side on this. I mean, you cannot have an open doormat. You can't have an open border. Thankfully, President Trump has closed it now. But for 4 years, it was wide open, and we sent the message to everybody around the world, come here and you can get on the taxpayers' wagon, and that's just not, it's not right, it's not lawful, it's not morally correct. And we're gonna fix it in reconciliation. So stay tuned. There'll be a lot of savings for the American people, and I think it'll be wildly popular when we get it done. Yeah, back third row. Yeah.
So some of your colleagues have suggested this week that D.C. District Judge James Boasberg is being assigned a disproportionate number of, quote, high-profile cases related to the Trump administration. What is your take on that? Is it the view of House Republicans that the D.C. federal court isn't following judicial conference policy for random assignment on cases?
That's the first I've heard of the allegation, to be honest. I mean, I was a federal court litigator, and I don't have any evidence that they're, It's supposed to be a random drawing, and so far as I know, that's what's happening. I mean, we do have real concern about that individual judge and some of the decisions he's made. But look, I mentioned this to some colleagues this morning. When I used to litigate cases, I would run into activist judges on occasion, but I never walked out of the courthouse thinking that I would have the ability to impeach them. I just thought I need to get this to the appellate court as soon as possible to get them overturned, and we had a great success rate in that. Activist judges need to be addressed, and we passed the No Rogue Rulings Act a few weeks ago, Darrell Iss's bill, that would really solve that problem in a silver bullet. That's another thing we really hope the Senate can move. It shouldn't be a partisan issue. I mean, everybody, Republicans and Democrats, should want fair judges. I mean, that's our system of equal justice depends upon that, and it's gotten out of control. So I don't know. There are lots of allegations and concerns about it, but I haven't seen any proof of that. So yeah, go ahead, Jake.
You were asked about the Senate, what you expect the Senate to do with your reconciliation bill in the conference today. Will they just change a bunch of the stuff? And I think there's a concern about that from a lot of your members. I mean, give me your sense. I mean, how much we talk about your coordination with whom. How much do you think, or how much do you expect the Senate will want to put its own imprint on this?
Well, look, we got some strong leaders in the Senate. They're all friends and colleagues of ours. We truly regard this as one team. I know that's an innovation in Washington. I know the House and Senate are supposed to be fighting each other all the time, but that's not the game we're playing. And I've been very deliberate, and Leader Thune has as well, to have no daylight between the two chambers. So there shouldn't be any big surprises. I mean, they're following very closely what we're doing and vice versa. But the lion's share of the work has been done in the House, not by virtue of pride of authorship or because there's a competition between the two chambers, but just because that's the way the calendar fell. Remember, we started working on this in March of last year, and the Senate was going through lots of other things during that time period. They had a change in their leadership because Leader McConnell stepped down. They had a lot of turnover there. And they had to do, at the beginning of the first 100 days, they had to, of course, do all the confirmations of the administration, and they did it in record time to their great credit. But by virtue of that calendar, it meant that the House did a ton of the work. I mean, we're probably 8 months ahead of the Senate by some measures in all the deliberations and the detail work. So that, by necessity, means that we'll drive the initial product and send it over, and that's really the way the system is supposed to work anyway on a budget reconciliation. So we're going to be very proud of the product we send over there. I don't expect that it will take much modification. I hope there's very little at all, and that we can have an agreement. But the difference now and in years past, perhaps, is that our colleagues over there know exactly what we're doing. We're in careful, close communication, and with the White House team as well. So we're not sending over some package, that they'll receive blindly and not know what's in it. Everybody knows what we're working on and why, and the discussions we're having, and we're keeping them abreast of all of it. And if there are individual senators who have a problem, I'm apt to reach out to them myself, and committee chairs are as well. There's been very close coordination between the committee chairs on the matching jurisdictions on each side. So, look, I think that's going to make the process work really well in the end. That's my expectation.
Last question.
Back row.
I wanted to follow up on your comments about Congressman Iss's bill on judges. So are judicial impeachments off the table for the rest of this Congress?
No, look, impeachments are never off the table if it's merited. But in our system, we've had 15 federal judges impeached in the entire history of the country. I mean, there may be some that I feel merit that, but you got to get the votes for it, right? And it's a very high burden, and frankly, the bar is high crimes and misdemeanors. I mean, the last federal judge that was impeached, I think, it was caught taking cash in an envelope. It's like it's got to be a pretty brazen offense, a real open crime that everybody could agree to. So short of that, if we don't have the votes, and by the way, even if we could get an impeachment article through the House on a federal judge, it's unlikely that they would be tried and convicted in the Senate on that with the divided number we have. So short of that, what can we do? I mean, we've done everything within our power to solve that problem. And remember the stats. I think it's 67% of all national injunctions issued against a president in the last 100 years were against one president, and his name's Donald J. Trump. 90% of those were from openly, Democrat-appointed judges that many would regard as this other judge as activists or people venue shop to get in their courts. So we all know it's a real problem. It's not what the Founding Fathers intended. So what can we do? Using our power in the House, Darrell Iss's bill is a great response. The No Rogue Rulings Act would prohibit a single individual judge from issuing a nationwide injunction like that to stop the entire policy of an administration. I think that is a very common sense standard, and one that would kind of get back to the original intent. and eliminate the ability of just one activist to just stop everything. And it's very reasonable legislation. We passed it through the House. We sent it to the Senate with every expectation that they should be able to take that up. And I certainly hope they can, because, again, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. It should be something that every American agrees with. We've got to restore faith in our system of justice. And it was eroded over the last 4 years under the Biden administration for all the reasons we know and have recounted here many times. And it falls to us to make sure that people can believe. Lady Justice has a blindfold for a reason, right? That the symbol is that it's equal justice under law, as it's chiseled into the marble above the Supreme Court's entrance when you walk in. We have to restore that. If you don't have the people's faith in a system of justice and fair judges, then you don't have anything in a republic. And that's why this is so important. We'll keep advancing it. Thanks so much for the time.
Scalise, can I ask about the FBI?
Both of those members, and of course, Vice Chair Ted Lieu, both of those members are on the Energy and Commerce Committee. And as we all know, House Republicans are running scared this week because they plan to take away health care for millions of Americans while rewarding billionaires with tax giveaways. And these members will speak specifically to that. Most endangered members on the other side of the aisle have already voted to cut Medicaid by $880 billion. And Speaker Johnson is scrambling now to give them cover. And his most extreme members, by the way, those are the ones that he owes having the gavel to, are going to revolt if Medicaid cuts aren't as harmful to working families as possible. All of this is taking place against the backdrop of an economy that is in a free fall. We're heading toward a recession, a supply chain crisis that will result in more price hikes. And all of this is because of Donald Trump's policies. He lied to the American people when he said he'd lower costs on day one, and he lied to them over the weekend when he said that he won't cut Medicaid. Trump's lies are going to cost people their jobs, their livelihoods, potentially their homes, and he could care less because his billionaire friends and use this time, this free week that they have, to vote on policy that matters for everyday Americans. But instead, they should be talking about turning off tariffs that are reckless and dangerous. But instead, we're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill to rename the Gulf of Mexico. A slap in the face to hardworking Americans who want their leaders to bring down the cost of living, the cost that they face each and every day in childcare, in healthcare, in gas, groceries, rent. Those are things that the American public cares about, and those are the things that House Republicans are ignoring each and every day. With that, turned over to Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. Honored to be here with DPCC Chair Dingell and Co-Chair Trahan. You may have seen recent reports showing that 19 billion passwords were hacked and put online. So my public service announcement for today is change your password. Unless you're Pete Hegseth, because you have no concept of operational security. Pete Hegseth texted advanced information on combat operations to random people more than once on a Signal application. And we know from recent reporting that the Signal app that the Trump administration was using was a modified version done by telemessage. We know at least Mike Waltz was using that. Maybe that's one reason he was fired by Donald Trump. I urge reporters to ask Pete Hegseth if he also was using the modified Signal application that was hacked. Now I'd like to talk about Medicaid. So we know that Republicans voted already through the budget resolution to cut $880 billion from Medicaid. Now they're talking about imposing red tape requirements. I want you to understand what that means. That means every Medicaid recipient would have to fill out immense amounts of paperwork. They try to do this in Alabama and Georgia and end up achieving no cost savings. And Medicaid is so important to America. 2/3 of patients in nursing homes are funded through Medicaid. In addition, people get life-saving healthcare through Medicaid. And what happens if people don't get healthcare through Medicaid? Well, guess what? They're still going to get healthcare by walking into the emergency room and getting treated that way, which is even more expensive. If you make cuts in Medicaid, it's going to close down hospitals, including rural hospitals. So we urge Republicans to vote no on the dramatic Medicaid cuts. And now it's my great honor to introduce DPCC Chair Debbie Dingell. We came in the freshman class together. She's done a fantastic job as chair of the DPCC, and look forward to her remarks.
Thank you, Ted. And Pete was in our class too. It was a great class. I want to thank Pete and Ted for bringing us together this morning. And as Pete said at the beginning, in addition to my role as DPCC chair, I'm also a member of the Energy Commerce Committee, which is ground zero for the Medicaid cuts that you were seeing the Republicans talk about. I want to be really clear with you. I've spent a lot of time at home and in a lot of town hall meetings, in a lot of rallies, and in grocery stores and in union halls. Donald Trump's economic policies are making life harder for everyday Americans. Costs are increasing and every family is feeling the squeeze. And House Republicans are making things worse. Their budget cuts for Medicaid by nearly $900 billion is the largest Medicaid cut in history. The impact would be devastating in every corner of this country. And I know, believe me, the Democrats and Republicans are hearing about these cuts from constituents who are terrified about what it means for them. People like Katie in my district, whose son Nathan is 6 years old. Nathan was born premature and has required more than 15 procedures on his airway to help him breathe. As she told me, some of those procedures have cost $20,000 or more. And without Medicaid, there's no way that Katie and her family would be able to meet Nathan's complex medical needs. When I was at Michigan, just on the way to visit a doctor, a woman started crying in the elevator with their child in a wheelchair and said, "What will I do if I can't bring my child here, if they cut me?" 75% of the children at Children's Hospital in Detroit are on Medicaid. And seniors said to me, "Are they going to kick my husband out on the street from a nursing home?" That's the stories that people are telling us. Medicaid's a lifeline. It keeps children healthy, it helps parents work, and it cares for seniors in nursing homes. The American people cannot afford Medicaid cuts, especially as the economy is being crashed around them by President Trump. House Democrats are fighting to stop this Republican budget and save Medicaid. We have been active across the country with hundreds of local events, raising the human stories, having people understand these aren't numbers. It's human lives. And more importantly, we're raising more stories in every community so people know who it's going to be impacting. And that's what we're going to continue to do until this Republican budget is defeated. So with that, let me yield to my DPCC Co-Chair and fellow Energy and Commerce Committee member, Lori Trahan.
Well, thank you, Chair Dingell, and thank you to Chair Aguilar and Vice Chair Lieu for hosting us this morning. Republicans in Congress are locked in a debate this week and about everything that you need to know of their priorities. They're trying to decide how to pay for massive tax breaks for their billionaire donors, and they've narrowed it down to two options: kick millions of Americans off of their health care by slashing Medicaid, or take food off the table for working families by cutting nutritional assistance. And let's be honest, Donald Trump doesn't care which one they choose, as long as they send what he calls a big, beautiful bill to the White House. But there's nothing beautiful about ripping health care away from millions of Americans. Medicaid is a lifeline. It's prenatal care for moms. It's nursing home care for seniors. It's the support for kids with disabilities that they need to thrive in school. Republicans aren't doing this to fix the economy or to reduce the deficit or to get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse. They're doing it so Elon Musk can buy another private jet. Meanwhile, families are already making impossible choices every day. Do I pay for medicine or do I buy groceries? Do I take my child to the doctor or do I pay my utility bills? And now Republicans want to make those choices even harder. Well, House Democrats have a message for our colleagues across the aisle. If you're going to gut Medicaid so your billionaire buddies can get a tax cut that's bigger than what most teachers make in their lifetimes, we're going to make it as painful as possible. We're going to fight back, and we're going to go to your districts and explain what you're doing. And we're going to help your constituents vote you out next November. That's our focus, that's our fight, and that's our promise. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Questions? No one wants to go first? Cassie?
Two quick questions for you as the Vice Chair, more California focused. I'm wondering first your reaction to the President's suggestion of this foreign film tariff and what that might look like, and also your reaction to these reports coming out of the Senate side that Republicans are considering going around the Senate parliamentarians holding a vote on this California vehicle initiative that came out of the House Republicans.
I'll take that piece first. It would be unprecedented for Senate Republicans to turn away the position of the parliamentarian. It's very clear, and the GAO report on that spells it out, that this is not subject, what waivers are not subject to CRAs. What in our world, these are lots of acronyms, here, but in our world, the Senate parliamentarian has ruled that it does not have privilege to come to the Senate. If Senate Republicans want to blow up that process, they will do so, but it will be at a cost. And so we would encourage our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to respect the bipartisan nature, the nonpartisan nature of the parliamentarians who help guide these operations here. With respect to foreign film piece, this is just another, I wasn't sure where you were going with this question, whether this is foreign films or whether this is Alcatraz, right? This is just nonsensical, like what he sends out, late night tweets as a matter of policy are just nonsensical. There are things that we can do to increase production for the film industry to film in the United States. We should be looking at those ideas and strategies, not reckless tariffs that will cost people jobs and raise costs for Americans. That's exactly that's consistent with what this president has been proposing time and time again is his public policy solutions.
Regarding Donald Trump's random tariff imposition now on movies, I just want to say in the California State Legislature, I was a co-author of their film and TV tax credit. I think that is the way to go because that doesn't actually increase costs on movies. A tariff on movies, foreign movies, would increase costs on movies, and no one in Hollywood was asking for a 100% tariff. Donald Trump didn't appear to have talked to anyone about the 100% tariff on foreign movies. It just seems like another random idea that he put out there with no thought about how it would actually be implemented, because if it was implemented, it would increase consumer costs on movies. Also, it would just make some movies really far less interesting, right? So if All Quiet on the Western Front had to be, renamed All Quiet on the U.S. side of the Canadian border, much less interesting movie. So there's just no thought behind what Donald Trump is doing with his indiscriminate tariffs.
It's pretty consistent through line. Nick?
I want to ask about ranking members. Do you have any sense of when you might call an election for the position that makes you indicated by Connolly or
There's currently no vacancies for any ranking member positions. If there's a vacancy, the vice chair and I will call an election in accordance with House Democratic Caucus rules. But there's no vacancy at this point. I said that last week, and that remains the case. Michael and Mika.
House Financial Services Democrats walked out of a crypto hearing, and they're holding their own shadow hearing to spotlight Trump's ties to the crypto industry. As you all continue to make your economic case for the American people, cryptocurrency continues to be an emerging issue that matters for a lot of Americans. Does bypassing bipartisan opportunities to debate the issue, does that risk undermining your message on, working with Republicans to find common ground on these issues that all Americans care about? Crypto really isn't a partisan issue, but it seems to be becoming that role with a lot of record that's happening on both sides.
We want bipartisan solutions, but we have also said, the focus should be on how we drive down costs that Americans face. That should be our focus, our goal, our North Star, and we should, if Speaker Johnson and Donald Trump were serious about lowering costs for folks, we wouldn't have the schedule that they have in front of us. That needs to be our focus, not in raising costs that for people who want to go to the movie theaters, not in kicking people off of healthcare coverage. That's not the appropriate place that we should be spending our time. There are bipartisan solutions, but what clouds the water oftentimes, especially on this case, is the president and his family seeking to enrich themselves through meme coins, stablecoin, the crypto world. There are bipartisan solutions that Democrats are willing to embrace with respect to regulating this industry in a fair way, but we don't want that to mean that the president now has a new line of business, a new book of business for him and his family to profit off of. So that's, I think, what the Agriculture Committee Democrats and the Financial Service Committee Democrats are looking at and weighing as they make these decisions. Mika?
Thank you. I saw that Luke Clark was in Indianapolis for an event with Congressman R-Mich last week. I know that he's facing one of the primary challengers. Do you expect leadership to step in and do more events with members facing your primary challenge?
If members want us to visit, we try to accommodate and visit. I appreciate Whip Clark making the time to go to Indianapolis. I know she and Lori also spent part of the weekend at Molly McGovern's funeral. Being there for one another as part of our Democratic family is so incredibly important in this time for the McGovern family. So in between all of that, the fact that Whip Clark made time for Andre Carson in Indianapolis is great, and we appreciate that. I'm not as popular. The vice chair and I aren't as popular as other members of the leadership team, but when they ask, we will try to make a trip and accommodate and be helpful. Look, we are a Democratic caucus family, and just as we have done in the past few years, if members want us to travel and to be seen and to help them, town halls, events, political matters, we want to ensure our members succeed. And we want to be there for one another. And so that continues to be kind of a guiding force of this leadership team.
Thank you. The Texas Democratic Party is considering a resolution to condemn Henry Cuellar for a number of votes where he was one or two of the Democrats for a Republican bill, saying he has disregard for the values of the Texas Democratic Party, speaking of member protection. One, do you oppose Texas Democrats condemning him for those reasons? Two,
Does Henry Cuellar have disregard for the values of the Democratic Party?
Henry Cuellar is a great member of the Democratic Caucus. I serve with him on the Appropriations Committee. He's a thoughtful public servant who always has the interests of South Texas and Laredo on his mind. He's always talking about international trade and the importance that brings to the U.S. and Texas economies. And so I'll let the Texas Democrats do what they need to do. I'm not a voter in that election, but Henry's contributions are vast and many within this caucus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tomorrow, the DOGE subcommittee is holding a hearing on men and women's sports. Your understanding, what does men and women's sports have to do with government efficiency? And then secondly, how should Democrats approach the issue of transgender participation in sports, given that it's not an issue that's necessarily split on party lines?
One, I have no idea what the DOGE committee has to do about this, but I assume, like many things that DOGE committee here in Congress does, it's part of some sort of handshake deal that Marjorie Taylor Greene extracted from Speaker Johnson. That's why she's leading the committee. And so they will get to talk about the issues that she wants to talk about. With respect to the issue, the president has put out an executive order. The NCAA has guidance. Each of our states have rules guiding sports in high school, athletics. In California, our law says that the student gets to decide where they participate. If Republicans want to add layers of government to that, they're free to engage in that debate. We feel that is a topic that is best left to our scholastic and sports authorities locally and parents in that case. And so I'd ask Lori to also come up because she's talked about this issue in the past as a Division I athlete. But House Democrats, there's no space in between House Democrats, on this issue. We oppose Marjorie Taylor Greene, adding this to a list of things that they want to affect. Again, this does nothing to address that their policies that they're advocating are to kick people off of healthcare coverage. Nothing talks about reducing costs or the burdens that Americans face. All of this is just for show.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really have anything to add. Chairman Aguilar covered it quite well. They look at this issue as something that they can just lodge a political win. Even though the president has signed an executive order, they should be moving on to the issues that actually matter and impact so many hardworking families in this country. But they won't because they keep coming back to this issue as though it's one that is relevant in people's lives. So look, I was a college athlete myself, and I've been pretty upfront about, where there's big differences between a transgender athlete playing at a collegiate level or high school level and not letting 6-year-olds play in their youth soccer sports. And that's who they're targeting with these cruel policies, is not letting kids participate in youth leagues. It's totally government overreach, and we've got the structures in place to make those rules, but they're bypassing it because they look at it as a political opportunity. Thank you.
Last question.
So I want to ask you about the legal or voting on the Act of HR 1516. What's your position? What are your thoughts more broadly on the DHS restrictions on communications execution?
This is an issue that's come up multiple times, in the last, Congress as well. Again, just an absolute, abject failure on behalf of the Republican majority to deal with issues that everyday Americans care about. They're not concerned about this. This bill would affect 5 college universities and campuses. Doesn't address driving down costs, doesn't address the healthcare crisis that they're starting, doesn't address driving up costs with tariffs. That's not what they choose to focus on. Instead, this is an attack on our higher education system. That said, the committee has marked this up. This has been a bipartisan bill in the past. We assume it's a bipartisan bill now. Members are going to vote their districts. There isn't, we are not whipping this bill. But again, it's just, it's a missed opportunity because they're devoting debate time and floor time to a topic that doesn't have anything to do with what people really care about. Thank you so much.
And thank you for attending today's press conference. Also, welcome to those of you who chose to use our live feed link. I'm Jennifer Oman, and on behalf of Informed Consent Action Network, welcome. Today we have Del Bigtree, founder of ICANN. We have Brianne Dresser, who was also the victim injured in the vaccine trial. We have Aaron Siri, the ICANN lead counsel. And today we will be talking about the suppression by former FDA official Dr. Peter Marks of the dangers of the vaccine rollout. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Del Bigtree.
I want to thank everyone from the press. I want to thank everyone watching across America. We think this is a very important issue. Informed Consent Action Network has been dedicated to transparency when it comes to science, especially around the issues of vaccines. Today, we are launching it's now up and live at therealpetermarks.com. It's a timeline over 25 pages, including multiple hours of secretly recorded videos, interactions between vaccine-injured people and Peter Marks, along with all sorts of things in the timeline, what was actually being said in the news, what we were being told in public versus what was known behind the scenes. This is a very, very thorough timeline. We spent a lot of time putting it together. That I think really gives us a perspective of the moment that we sit in right now. As we speak, I think over the last couple of days, Tulsi Gabbard has discussed that she wants to investigate gain of function and the work that Tony Fauci had and what he was involved with there. These vaccines look like, in many ways, they're being developed at the same time that we're developing diseases. It's a question I think we have to look at. And what was the motivation behind the rush of this vaccine? Remember, we had an emergency use authorization, which means we dropped out of the proper safety trials early and essentially turned everyone in America and around the world into a test group. So I think that's what makes these videos so important, is this isn't like some other vaccine where we had a lot of information. We were told that Peter Marks and everyone at the FDA would be very thorough in looking at the post-marketing surveillance that was taking place, since they knew we were taking a risk. When you watch these videos, it's incredible, the amount of gaslighting and really obfuscating answers in truth, and seems to be no concern over the injuries that are being reported. But let's get started. We're just going to put a couple of videos forward today to give you a sense of things you'll find on the timeline. And I'm going to take some of it out of sort of the actual timeline, just to try and show you how you can use this to put thoughts together, where you see in one thing a video that's being said, and then maybe a year later how we're still not getting to the answers. I think it's important to start out with this story, though. This is Maddie DeGarry. She was in the vaccine trials. She was essentially paralyzed in a wheelchair and has issues. This is her mother at the Senator Ron Johnson hearings speaking for her.
All three of our kids volunteered and were excited to participate in the trial as a way to help us all return to normal life. My husband works in the medical field, and I have a degree in electrical engineering. We are pro-vaccine and pro-science, which is why we agreed to let Maddie and her two older brothers volunteer for the trial. She developed severe abdominal and chest pain, and the way she described the chest pain, and I quote, "It feels like my heart is being ripped out through my neck." She had to have an NG tube put in to get nutrition. All of these symptoms are still here today. Some days are worse than others. Over the past 5 months, Maddie has been to the ER 9 times and has been hospitalized 3 times for a total of 2 months in the hospital. And Maddie volunteered for the Pfizer trial. Why? Why aren't they researching her to figure out why this happened? So other people don't have to go through this. Instead, they're just saying it's mental. All we want is for Maddie to be seen, heard, and believed, because she has not been. And we want her to get the care that she desperately needs so that she can go back to normal. Why is she not back to normal? She was totally fine before this. She did the right thing trying to help everybody else, and they're not helping her. Thanks.
I'm going to turn over to Aaron Siri, who's the attorney for ICANN, also has worked with the Daguerre family. I think it's important just to know what was the injury that took place, how did Pfizer report this inside of their own documents, and what did Peter Marks know about this case?
Sure. So yeah, we also represent the Daguerre family in addition to representing ICANN. The fact that a product, any medical product, injured somebody is, in and of itself is not a story, because medical products injure people. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to license it. It would just be over the counter, just be food. The reason it's licensed because it can injure some people, and that's why you conduct a clinical trial, to actually assess its safety by comparing a group that gets the product, an exposed group, to an unexposed group that doesn't get the product. Maddie was part of the 12 to 15-year-old clinical trial for Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine. She was one of only 1,000 participants that got the COVID-19 vaccine in that trial. Now, after she was injured, as you saw, she ended up in a wheelchair and had a feeding tube and a whole host of other serious injuries. Now, irrespective of whether or not Pfizer, which it conducts the clinical trial, believed that was causally related to their experimental product, which of course they want to get licensed and make billions of dollars from, they had an obligation, a duty to report it to the FDA as part of the clinical trial. You don't get to leave out injuries from the report you sent to the FDA, even if you don't think it's related. That's not the way a clinical trial works, right? But what happened in Maddie's situation is that when the clinical trial initial reports were published by the FDA and by Pfizer in a peer-reviewed journal, the only serious adverse event that they actually reported was functional abdominal pain. That's what they reported Maddie had. They did not report that Maddie was in a wheelchair. They did not report that Maddie had a feeding tube. So on behalf of the Daguerre family, with support of ICANN, we wrote a series of letters to Dr. Peter Marks, the FDA, and we said, hey, Pfizer is not, from what we can see, telling you all the injuries that were suffered by this one participant. Only one of 1,000 in the 12 to 15-year-old trial. We wrote letter after letter. The FDA eventually wrote back, and in an incredible letter said, hey, why don't you have Maddie file a VAERS report? Remember, she's a clinical trial participant. She had already actually submitted a VAERS report. We sued the FDA in the Southern District of Ohio to get all the internal emails within FDA with regards to what their communications vis-a-vis Maddie and our letters. What we found was that at some point, Janet Woodcock, who was the acting commissioner of the FDA, did get an email about Maddie Daguerre. She then emails Peter Marks and she says, Peter, what's going on with Maddie? And you could see this all in the emails. It's on the timeline, what I'm about to tell you. Everything I've told you, Bishop, is on the timeline. And Peter Marks then asks one of the people that work for him to ask Pfizer. Pfizer then sends back a report. And for the first time, well after they should have reported it, well after they've EUA'd the product, lays out the fact that she ended up in a wheelchair. Yes, she had a feeding tube. But the principal investigator paid by Pfizer says that he doesn't feel that the product was related to her injury. And with that, Peter Mark says, see, nothing to see here. But if you actually look at the underlying medical records, it's clear. I mean, our firm has over 40 folks that just do vaccine-related work. I think we have the largest vaccine practice in the world that I'm aware of that doesn't represent pharmaceutical companies. 15 folks who just do vaccine injury claims. We review those medical records. I don't think it could be any clearer in our perspective, in our legal expert legal opinion, and we have medical professionals in our firm too, that the only thing that could explain her injury and the thing that makes that caused her injury was the COVID-19 vaccine she received in the trial. So you would hope, you would expect that Peter Marks would then go back and say to Pfizer, look, you misrepresented to us what our injuries were, at the least. Even if Peter Marks accepted that the vaccine didn't cause those injuries, which requires, magical thinking, he should have said to Pfizer, you did not comply with your obligation to fully disclose all of the injuries suffered during that trial, and it should have been a commotion. They should have opened every file and see what else was not disclosed. That was only one of 1,000 participants. And so, you know, if you look at this timeline, you could see everything laid out that I just described. You know, the FDA did nothing, just brushed it under the rug at Peter Marks' direction.
I think it's important, too, because you'll see throughout these videos he'll reference many times, well, we don't see this in the data, or we're looking through the data, we're searching the data. The data should be in question the moment that you saw that Pfizer has lied about one of the injuries, one of the important ones. I think that brings into question the data and what you should expect to find there. But let's move on. There's several videos we're hoping to get through. This was in meeting with several luminaries from the NFL alumni, discussing just, you know, concerns for athletes and things like this. I think there's important things to see here.
Now, what parents really care about is what's the worst thing can happen. And we do know that for males under the age of about 30, there is an increased incidence, it appears, with the vaccines of a rare side effect of an inflammation, mild inflammation of the heart called myocarditis. That's happening in a small number of people, somewhere on the order of, in males, about 1 in 5,000, and it's very mild. Only about 2% have required of that number have actually required any significant medical intervention. Most are just they go to the hospital, they're looked at, observed, given a little bit of ibuprofen, a pain reliever, and they go home, and they seem to be doing just fine in follow-up, as in the studies that we've been looking at. So that's probably the worst I have to say about this. For these mRNA vaccines, there is incredible BS out there about like thousands of people dying, etc. That just ain't true. And in fact, from all of the COVID-19 vaccines, our folks really care about this, and it's very hard to find cases that of deaths that are directly related to these vaccines. There are perhaps a handful, but in general, the number of lives that are being saved is far, far, far greater.
Great. Thank you.
I think there's several things to point out there. The fact that he says there may be a handful of people that have died, that they're difficult to find. We're having difficulty finding the deaths, but there may be several, you know, or a handful. I think we pass this off far too lightly. If the United States government is making a product and ensuring that it's safe, and if they go as far as mandated upon the public, which is what President Biden did, that means this statement that a handful of people have died means a handful of people were murdered by the United States government. And at the moment you are making a decision, a greater good decision to say that we are happy murdering perfectly innocent people to achieve some outcome, this is why we need transparency in science. This is why we're demanding a petition be signed that all of the documents involved in vaccines, everything that comes through VAERS, that all of the information be presented to the public. If our government is going to make a decision to kill us, and I want to give this some perspective. We watch these cases of a death row inmate, how hard they fight. It's top news. Will they be killed? Will they not? Even after they murdered several people, whether it's just or not. What Peter Marks just said is it's okay to murder perhaps an innocent child, a mother of a family, a military person, because that's just the way, you know. And so when he says, you know, we don't know where to find them, I don't think it's very hard. The VAERS system, which is our major capture system, currently has 38,541 reported deaths from just the COVID vaccines. They're there. They're not hard to find. They're there. And so we as the public should demand, if you're going to write off all 38,541 reports, we need to know how you did that. How did you come about saying that none of these could possibly have been caused by the vaccine? And what number is too many? I mean, here's what we have. We need answers on if it's rare or death is okay. Is 38,541 reported deaths, is that okay? If that's how many did die. And I also want to point out that this system was started by Harvard Medical School years ago, and they found in looking at it, it's only capturing less than 1% of the total amount of injuries. I will say there's been multiple studies on VAERS. Not a single one has ever determined that it's over-reporting. It's always said that it's under-reporting. So there's a very good chance that this number is actually less than the total amounts. I want to point out, because the press has joked about this. They'll say, well, VAERS also lists, car accidents, as though, and I think they pointed out 2 or 3 car accidents they found in the VAERS system, which I guess makes it okay to write out of all the other 38,000 deaths that are in there that aren't car accidents. These are the types of things our regulatory agencies and people like Peter Marks allude to. You shouldn't take it seriously because of the car accidents. But I want to point something out. This was a giant publicity stunt. One of the first nurses, I believe it was, to receive the COVID vaccine. After receiving the vaccine on camera, she got up to talk about it. I think this is important.
My name is Tiffany Dover, and I am the manager in CCU. For my team, this has been it's been a hard time. We've persevered through it, but I think that this vaccination offers us hope. Excited to get the vaccine. We are in the COVID unit, so therefore, my team will be getting first chances to get the vaccine. And I know that it's really, I'm sorry, I'm feeling really dizzy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, you okay? Yeah.
Wait for me.
Okay, go.
The reason I point this out is because I've watched the press joke about the car accidents. Let's be honest, sometime after this took place, obviously this press conference didn't go the way they had expected, but they started delaying people leaving the office after a vaccination to 45 minutes. Why did they do that? Because syncope ended up being a problem, passing out after the vaccine. So I ask you this, if she'd been in a car driving back on a highway or careened right into oncoming traffic and had a car accident, just like she passed out right here, should we not be reporting car accidents directly after vaccination, since it's a known side effect in multiple vaccines, especially like the Gardasil vaccine, lots of girls passing out, car accidents, falling downstairs. So I just want to point out that the media likes to write these things off, but there's reasons why even a car accident should be in VAERS. I think I want to move on, but to point out that VAERS reports are usually, you were just saying to me, who reports to VAERS mostly when we're looking at these numbers?
Historically, most VAERS reports are submitted by medical professionals, pharmaceutical companies, or health-related organizations, including state public health agencies. And that's what the historical statistics show, something about 80-something% based on the CDC's own data. Also, submitting a VAERS report is very burdensome. It's not an easy process. They don't make it easy. And I see somebody shaking their head, but that is the case if you've ever tried to submit a VAERS report. And so, my experience has been in working with medical professionals around this issue. Oftentimes, they really only submit a VAERS report if they believe that the vaccine actually caused the injury at hand, based on their professional medical judgment.
I also want to just point out that at the point where Peter Marks stepped away from office, proud of the vaccine that he promoted, we now have 28,908 reported cases of myocarditis and pericarditis. How many kids have swollen hearts, don't even know it, could drop on a football field next year, we don't know. 38,541 deaths, 220,494 hospitalizations right after the vaccination, 156,520 urgent care visits, Bell's palsy in 17,913 people, anaphylaxis in 10,961. Doctor's office visits right around 250,000. If there was a crib, if there was a car seat or anything ever that went on the market that had these kind of numbers, they would be pulled immediately. It's shocking that we still have people celebrating this product. All right, let's move on.
My name is
to the, this is the first, I want to introduce Brianne Dressen, who's also one of the founders of React 19, that has been receiving tens of thousands of people that are also injured by vaccines. This is the first Zoom call she has with Dr. Peter Marks.
What's been going on and what you'd like to see from FDA?
Well, as you can tell, we've got thousands of people that are having issues with the neurological side effects to the COVID vaccines. We're currently involved with research at the NIH, but the research at the NIH has been kind of mired and slowed in the last couple of months. And that could be, because of the surge of the Delta variant, and everybody, across the country is spread thin. Unfortunately, because we are not able to get any kind of acknowledgement or communication to the medical community that this is happening. We've got a lot of people across the country that are sick and showing up in ERs and medical clinics without any kind of proper acknowledgement or provisions of any sort to help them. Unfortunately, now this is happening to teenagers, and so even just last week I was on a call in the middle of the night with a mom that was crying because she was in the ER with her daughter who couldn't lift her head up, and her throat muscles were paralyzed, and she was having all kinds of problems, and her physicians there were just refusing to look into it at all. Unfortunately, the NIH has told us, the very select few that have been there, that early intervention is something that definitely could help stop the neurological decline that happens after the vaccination reaction ensues. But because the medical community doesn't know that this exists, these people are not being afforded that essential medical care. So for me, it's very black and white that this is an issue.
Brianne, I just want to ask you, first of all, Maddie DeGarry had issues with digestion, stomach. You're talking about another mother who says her daughter's throat was paralyzed. How, the Pfizer obviously lied about Maddie DeGarry, then changed their tune, then said they didn't think it was related. But you've seen thousands and thousands of cases, and tell me a little bit about paresthesia and neuropathy and sort of what you've really been focused on or seeing from this vaccine.
Yeah, we identified in our group at react19.org. It's a registered nonprofit that advocates for people harmed by COVID vaccines. We've found over 36,000 people just in the U.S. that are dealing with these complications. Only 4% of them have reported myocarditis or pericarditis. The vast majority are reporting some type of neurological event. The majority of those are dealing with paresthesias, which is a pins and needles sensation, kind of like when your limb falls asleep and it's numb and it doesn't operate, mechanically correctly, and it's, prickling, burning, stinging. That's paresthesias. Paresthesias is the precursor for neuropathy. Neuropathy is essentially your nerves are dying.
There's several issues that come up through the videos, one being that when someone files a VAERS report of paresthesia, ultimately it's the precursor to a deeper neuropathy and issues that come, and it sort of goes that direction. But there's no system in which VAERS reaches out to see if it's gotten worse. People that have moved now into neuropathy don't know what to do. They already have a VAERS report. So just tell me a little bit about that, the confusion around that, and how VAERS may have paresthesia, but really those people are now suffering something much worse and it's not reported.
Yeah, and this is something else that we've looked at React 19 is we did an audit on the VAERS system with people that have filed VAERS reports, and we found that an incredibly small number of people actually would receive follow-up. The vast majority would not. Their follow-up reports, they would file their first report with paresthesia, syncope, digestion issues, and then they would end up with more issues later on that would need to be filed in subsequent reports. Those subsequent reports are not available for public view. And so the more severe conditions that people are suffering with, they're not available through the VAERS system for people to analyze.
And another issue that you were bringing throughout, like over a year of these calls that you were having with Peter Marks that are part of this timeline, which has just been made completely public. But you're trying to get paresthesia and neuropathy to be listed as an injury from the vaccine by Peter Marks so that the doctors will see that and start treating these people coming in the hospital. If the doctors are told they don't see that this is a possible side effect, they're not treating it as that, right? Isn't that the issue? So what was, and we're going to play a video right now to talk about it, but what was the common problem with people that are reaching out to you when they were going to the hospital with these issues? What were they being told?
It's anxiety, that your entire body is pins and pricks and burning and you can't walk right because of anxiety. But the real issue, and this is what we kept going back to Peter Marks with, was you can't find what you're not looking for. The doctors were not given permission at this point to look for these types of neurological adverse events that were happening in young, healthy people.
All right, so I think there's two videos in here you can show, but here again I'm jumping our timeline as you would find it, just because as reporters or anyone that wants to look at this, you can start seeing how over time there's things you can put together in this puzzle that is very disturbing. This is what the FDA should have been doing, but clearly ICANN and React 19 are the only ones that care enough.
We see the faces of these people that are being impacted and can't get medical care because there is a question mark on what the root cause of their neuropathy is. If MIS was at play initially in their disease. And so,
Can you do me a favor? Could you explain to me a little bit more why they can't get medical care? I'm really trying to understand that because as somebody who's practiced a lot, you always treat the patient in front of you. So I don't understand why they're not, I mean, people should be getting treated for whatever is in front of them, right? So what's happening there?
So to put this, very straightforward, a couple of classic cases, which this doesn't happen to just a few. This is very, very common. People are going into ERs and they are being told that they have anxiety. We had someone who very clearly had MIS, and they didn't even run the labs to see if there was MIS in her. And they told her it was anxiety. So her husband scooped her up and took her to another ER across town. And they ran the appropriate labs and they found out she had MIS post-vaccine. The other issue that we're having is this is where I really, really need to figure out who in an authoritative position can help us out with this, because this is literally putting people 6 feet under. Whatever the communication was from the medical boards that says, if you talk about misinformation, if you whatever with misinformation, then we're going to review your license. We cannot get medical care. We can't. So we have people that are like sneaking in to these clinics, like my own doctors, so my own doctors, after I've been to the NIH, after I was, diagnosed at the NIH, all of that, right? All of that workup was done. My own doctor's still at home. They're afraid to say COVID vaccine injury or COVID vaccine reaction. They say COVID-related illness until we can actually clear the air with these physicians that are on the front line and tell them it's okay to actually evaluate a patient if they suspect that they've had a vaccine reaction. We're not going to get care. It's almost like it's a dirty word. It's really weird.
I'm just surprised that the neurologists aren't treating what they're seeing in front of them, but it sounds like the problem is that they're not getting to the right diagnosis in the first place, and maybe that's what the problem is.
I can't tell you how many times I've been called misinformation in the doctor's office. So I wish there was a way that we could figure out how to equalize this before we lose more patients and just kind of set, some kind of precedent for the medical community that, hey, it's okay to talk to your patient if they've got neuropathy, right? Because at this point, we can't have people dying. We stepped up to do the right thing. We were on the right side of history. We did our part. And we also did our part with reporting to the government, reporting to the drug companies. We did all that. So
I guess the one piece I'm still not really confused about for these doctors is why aren't they treating what's in front of them, right? Because whether or not you would say that something is related to the vaccine or not, they should be treating what they're seeing in front of them, right? Yeah. So they're not doing that. They're just saying,
They're afraid.
It's not that they're necessarily not treating what's in front of them, like the myocarditis patients are being treated appropriately. For example, I've been doing a research protocol that I got through the IRB at my own shop, and I pulled a chart the other day. A patient presented 4 days after their second dose of Pfizer, and they're a young male. Got diagnosed with pericarditis, and nobody attributed to the vaccine. and it just wasn't even on their mind. So sometimes, if you don't attribute to the vaccine, it changes how you treat the patient. An example was us with neuropathy. Traditional small fiber neuropathy isn't treated by IVIG, but certain types of immune-mediated, like Sjogren's for example, responds well. Or other viruses are known to do it. Influenza has done it in the past. Those respond to IVIG. So if you don't attribute the right cause, you're not going to give the right treatment. And that's also if you don't know that it's linked, you're going to have a delay in diagnosis. And as I mentioned in the last meeting with shock, it is so rare to have a shock that your treatment is IVIG. And steroids. Steroids in the critical care setting is usually more for lung injury, but just shock chronic dysfunction. So if you don't think about the diagnosis, you don't treat it. And then the risk is that a child can die, which sounds like it might have happened, which is what we suspected in Utah.
We have continued to do our best here to try to understand things. We do continue to carefully monitor safety. And I will tell you that there is nothing that I care about more than making sure that we have safe vaccines. We will continue to do that, and we will continue to look very carefully at safety on these, and we'll continue to work with people to do that.
What I was going to say is that was an AI-generated voice for, was she an ER? What type of doctor was she?
She's a critical care physician, so she spent her time between the ER and the ICU.
Yeah, in the videos you'll see, if you go to the timeline that we've just put at therealpetermarks.com, she'll describe her career, how many injuries she was seeing in her own hospital, which made her start questioning this 1 in a million, or like the numbers that they were saying. I wouldn't be seeing this many right in my own care unit. And then she herself was finally injured and discusses what that's like. But what she's pointing out is critical. If Peter Marks refuses to list this neuropathy as a side effect, potential side effect for this vaccine, no doctor knows to treat it as such. And a neuropathy caused by a vaccine would be treated differently than, as he's saying, why aren't they just treating the neuropathy right in front of them? This is the danger and the recklessness with how this was dealt with. And I just want to ask you, I mean, it seems that we know we jumped out of the emergency use authorization with the EUA. We then vaccinated everyone in the control group, so we'll never have long-term data. They erased that long-term data, which should never have happened. But now you have thousands of people that you're representing. Peter Marks keeps saying, well, I need to go back and compare it to the data or something. But why did he ever just say, can you start bringing some of these people in the NIH so we can study them, look at their records, and see what happened here?
No, and we kept asking him, you know, we've got all these people. Any cases you want for any type of issue, we've got them. And they are eager to be researched. And still they never took us up on that offer.
I think that's a critical issue that you will see as you watch these videos. I mean, I want you to think about the fact that they told us they knew they were going to be very transparent with how they saw the VAERS system, that they were going to be using post-marketing data, they were going to be studying everything. And here you have an individual that's put together a nonprofit to start collecting thousands of people or contacting them with the same injuries. And not one of them was ever investigated by our FDA, CDC, NIH. Nobody cared. We're going to go, and he keeps saying throughout the videos, I'm going to skip a video because we're running out of time where he does this, but he keeps saying, well, now that you're reporting all these thousands, all we can do is go back and look at the data from the trials that Pfizer already showed that they'll manipulate. And so he's looking for search terms. What would the search term be if I was going to find this neuropathy? And asking Brianne, could you give me the search terms that I should be using in order to try and find this issue in the Pfizer data? I mean, it's insane that this is how this works. And we should be really alarmed as citizens that we're being told this was perfectly safe. And you'll see that in the timeline, how many PSAs he's putting out, talking about how safe this is, when behind the scenes he's avoiding meeting with a single injured person. If Maddie DeGarry was a one-off and the only one that had a paralyzed stomach and been put in a wheelchair or having neuropathy, okay. But there's thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of them, and that's what makes this so alarming. We don't have time, obviously, to go through the hours and hours of research. I'm going to skip. Aaron, go ahead and speak to this.
One quick comment on that is that just to point out, React 19 is one group, and it's got over 30,000 seriously injured people from COVID-19 vaccine in it. And when you look at the timeline, just about neurological issues, okay, and if you go and watch each of the videos in which people from React 19 met with Peter Marks, in each one of those, month after month over the course of over a year, They're saying, can you please look in your databases for neurological issues? We are telling you we're suffering from these conditions. There are calls in which there are multiple doctors who are saying, we suffer neurological issues, right? Trust the doctors. And everyone, Dr. Mark says, and we're looking at it, we're studying it, we're looking at it. And every time they get back in the call, did you look at it? You'll see they never do. He says, no, not yet. We're still looking at it. We're still going to study it. And in the very last call, Ms. Dressen says to him, so did you look at it? He goes, we think that, it doesn't show any harm. She goes, but did you do the study? He goes, I think we did the study. So he doesn't know if he did the study, but he knows the outcome. And you'll hear that in the call, in the last call in the timeline, please.
Here's another doctor that decides to report she is so alarmed that she's not getting any response, whatever. So tell me a little bit about her. She writes a letter, just set this up. This is Dr. Lee.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Patricia Lee. She's a critical ER physician once again. And Aaron Siri actually is the individual that helped coordinate the meeting with the FDA because the FDA wouldn't meet with her directly.
Dr. Lee, I mean, we had many, many doctors reach out to our firm about COVID-19 vaccine injuries because we handle vaccine injuries, and not a single one of them was willing to go public in any way until Dr. Patricia Lee, who was an ER doctor. And I'm not talking about doctors who are injured themselves, even doctors contacting us about their patients. She wasn't injured. Her patients were injured, and she was willing and brave enough to send a letter to the FDA. And when they ignored her letter detailing very serious injuries, she just cared about her patients. Then when we sent the legal letter, then they finally met her. Not because it was a patient issue, not because it was a safety issue, but because it was a PR issue.
All right, I'll let her speak for herself.
My name's Patricia Lee. Like I wrote in my letter, I graduated from USC and got my postdoc trainings at Georgetown and Harvard affiliated hospitals. I currently work in the Bay Area, in California, in San Francisco Bay Area. And I'm sure the panel is wondering why a relatively obscure Dr. Lee, who works in the ICU, would decide to write such a public letter. In April of this year, I took care of my first vaccine-injured patient. And then in May, my second. And I recognize them as vaccine-injured patients because they had a very distinct temporal relationship to the vaccine. They were previously healthy, they got vaccinated, and they became ill. Second, I just simply couldn't explain the illness any other way than the vaccine itself. In addition, many times the illness had a very atypical presentation and disease progression. I made sure VAERS reports were filed. In fact, I put my mailing address on the VAERS report, hoping to get a response. And I didn't get a response. I waited and waited and waited. So then, as time went on, my third, fourth, and fifth patients came in. And then in the meantime, one of the original two patients that I recognized as vaccine injured passed away. The patient is in fact a 36-year-old woman who was 22 weeks pregnant at the time of her COVID vaccine. Like I described in the letter, she developed transverse myelitis. She became quadriplegic, blind, and had a tracheostomy placed. And when she was conscious, she would interact with us. She would talk to us, and at times she would cry. The nurses, thinking that she was in pain, would try to reposition her so that she wouldn't be in pain. A lot of times she would say, "No, it's not my body. I have painful thoughts." When the baby was near term, she underwent a C-section. Postpartum, however, she developed hemorrhagic shock. She bled and bled and bled. I was actually on that night and I resuscitated her. I remember that night very, very well. Then, about a month later, when the baby was 1 month old, she, because of her disease activity, she became unconscious again. So the family at that point decided that she just wouldn't want to live like this anymore. That this was not how she would want to live. So they decided to withdraw care. We gave her lots and lots of morphine. We disconnected her from the vent. She died within minutes. The night that she passed away, 2 of my nurses went into nervous breakdown. We actually had to call a psychiatrist in the middle of the night to speak with the nurses so they could stop crying and finish their work. It was around this time that the California Department of Public Health issued a vaccine mandate for all healthcare workers in the state to get vaccinated. Like I said, the 3rd and 4th and 5th patients with vaccine injuries started pouring in during this time as well. I felt like I needed to catch your attention, and I knew filing various reports wasn't going to be helpful. So after weighing my options, I decided to write the letter. So now that you've had my letter for more than 3 weeks, I am here to answer any questions that anybody may have. Nobody has questions for me? All right. In that case,
no questions. She's describing multiple cases coming in. How many doctors like her, as Erin, you said, are speaking to you but don't want to speak? She boldly is speaking out. And not a single question about the story that she just told. A pregnant mother ends up getting transverse myelitis, is put on a ventilator to stay alive, and ultimately dies because of that. And why can't, so many questions should be, why did VAERS not respond? Why is no one responding to a letter? Why does no one seem to care? And right there you can tell they don't care enough to ask a single question. This does not sound like the person that should be analyzing the safety of this product for America and the world right now.
They did care when they got a legal letter because they realized it would be a PR issue, but they didn't care when the doctor was just trying to interact with them on the level of, hey, let's save patients.
I'm going to just jump ahead, and then we can probably get to some questions here in a minute. You can tell over the course of these calls, which is about 6 or 7 total calls that you had, Peter Marks is starting to get frustrated. I think he'd like this to go away.
This is what happened with the vaccine. This is what happened with the vaccine injured. We had a huge problem after the FOIA release, data release. So obviously you guys know that you have a huge stack of documents that have been mandated or required that you guys have to release them, and you guys are going through and you requested 50 years. So if you can imagine for the vaccine injured, that was like a big kick in the pants for them to hear that the FDA, who approved this vaccine after 5 months of review of the data, is now requesting 50 years to release the data that very well could hold some of the keys to getting them better. And then the other thing is...
I'm going to have to get off, but I will assure you something. I will assure you of, that the having the biologics license application for the Pfizer vaccine or the Moderna vaccine or any other vaccine, that's not going to help here. I can just say that with absolute certainty, because that's not what's that has manufacturing information. It has clinical trial information that will have to be redacted. What really is here is what we're seeing is, and it's what I believe is what we're seeing is what happens with vaccines in the real world. And so we have to look at the data that we have now in front of us, such as the case series that you'll hopefully connect us with, and make sense out of that. That's what we really need to do. We're not trying to stonewall. Believe me, if I could expedite that quickly, there's nothing to hide there. It's just that I'm just telling you that that's a rock that you're looking under, that I think that once, even if we could produce it, and I'd be happy if I could instantly, I don't think that you'd actually find the answer to the problems that are going on.
They kind of did, and that's kind of why I'm wondering if someone could dedicate some time to that one, because in the post-marketing report from Pfizer, it covered the first 2.5 months of real-world data. And so they don't understand it. So what they're seeing is everyone is they found their syndromes in there that they were told for months don't exist. And then they found it there in black and white. And for them, it's been devastating to see their syndromes there in black and white in the Pfizer reports. Every one of them are in there. It's very detailed. It's broken down. And the strange thing is the information that Pfizer published. It really mirrors the demographics and the syndroms that we sent to
I'm really
ourselves.
sorry, but I'm gonna have to. I think we have a path forward here. I'm sorry, I do have to go. But I'm not sure that I think we're pretty confident, and you know what, it'll come out in the wash, and you'll see. I don't think there's anything being hidden here in the clinical trials that explain what's going on here.
ICANN brought the lawsuit through Aaron Siri to have the Pfizer data made public, and the FDA fought through the Department of Justice that they needed ultimately 75 years. Go ahead and just very quickly tell me about that case, because he's saying apparently you're not going to find anything in that Pfizer data that matters. And if you watch all of these videos, you'll see how many times he references going back to this data as the place that's going to have all the information. When you finally ask, even in the data, our people are now, because we got it released, because we got the Pfizer data released, they're seeing their injuries listed in there. They're seeing that these things are in there. And the whole time he's like, we don't have any reference to this, right? We're not seeing in our data, but just a little bit about the lawsuits. And we got Moderna and the vSafe data. ICANN has sued and won all of that for the public to make it transparent.
Just generally, it's the typical retort that we encounter all the time, which is, well, post-licensure, the only thing you can do are retrospective epidemiological studies, and those can never prove causation. We have to look at the clinical trial. Okay, let's look at the clinical trial. Oh, no, the clinical trial can't answer the questions. You just heard Dr. Peter Marks say that. So the clinical trial is not good enough. The post-licensure can't prove causation. So how do you ever prove a vaccine causes an injury? This is kind of the shell game they play. But to put Dr. Marks' comments into perspective, the FDA reviewed that data in 108 days. And for better or worse, that is what they relied upon to say that the vaccine is safe and effective. But yet he seems to discount that right then and there. And despite the fact that they could review all that data in 108 days when it was brought in on a rolling basis to say it's safe, and it had to be submitted to the FDA in a de-identified manner, this whole idea that they have to seriously review personally identifiable information for 75 years, which is what they wanted to do, produce us 500 pages per month, is ridiculous. In the federal court, the judge agreed and ordered the FDA produce it at 55,000 pages per month, not 500 pages per month. Problem is that the FDA misrepresented the court the total volume of pages. It was they said it was about 450,000. Turns out it was over 1 million. It turns out there's another 1 million we just discovered. So we still actually don't have all the data, and they're still playing a shell game with the federal judge. And if you go and read the court decisions, you can see, I think that the judge is getting I don't want to speak for her, but I think getting a little tired of the game, and just ordered them to produce that last 1 million pages in a very, very short period of time. So,
Brianne, you said that once that data, was neuropathy, I think, these issues. I mean, by the way, did he ever end up making neuropathy an official side effect?
No, and we brought up the contrast between what's been identified in Europe versus here, and it's two totally different narratives going on.
So Europe is seeing,
We're seeing paresthesias, which, believe it or not, it's monumental for people to be able to identify paresthesias as a side effect.
Yeah. We'll take a few questions if anyone has any questions. We have a few minutes for that. Yes.
Lauren Weber of the Washington Post.
Hi, Lauren.
Did you show Secretary Kennedy any of this material before you published it?
I don't know. Has Secretary Kennedy seen this material? Not to my knowledge. I didn't personally go in and play that for him.
And then you all mentioned VAERS, which HHS recently said they hope to build new systems on. Have you talked to Secretary Kennedy about what those new systems are?
I have not. Anyone else? What?
So I can keep asking.
Sure, if you'd like, if anyone else wants to.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously there's, when somebody has one email with one stakeholder and then has a phone call with a different stakeholder and then another one, until you put them all together and you combine them, you don't get a fulsome picture. And, now that the time has passed and this is quite a large endeavor to gather all these things, React 19 had a whole host of these recordings and communications. Our firm received it from other places. ICANN received some, and so we just combined them all. And when you do that, I don't think Dr. Marks, and I don't think the FDA, I should even say, ever expected that anybody would take all of these disparate communications and put them all together. Because when you do, and you actually see what Dr. Marks was saying on the phone call with Mr. Dressen and all these doctors, and then what he's saying to the media, literally like that later that afternoon, that's all on the timeline, you can clearly see how discordant and often contradictory those are. But it takes a little bit of work, and unlike the federal government, these nonprofits don't have billions of dollars and limited resources, and they do what they can with the budgets that they have available to them.
Yeah, in the back.
David Hilsenrath with KFF Health News. What do you hope to accomplish with this presentation? What do you hope results?
Well, I think, first of all we've been fighting for with the Informed Consent Action Network is transparency from our regulatory agencies. It's why, as a part of this, we have a petition we're asking every citizen to sign that demands immediately that all VAERS reporting, that all the data be made public, that all the databases that are used to do studies, previously the Vaccine Safety Data Link, should have been made public for years and years. We've been asking for that. We believe every nation in the world should make their data public. You can take, you can make it anonymous, you can take the people's names off of it, but these are records that should be owned by the people. We're a nation of, for, and by the people. The HHS Secretary, HHS, CDC, FDA, they work for us. They're our employees. The fact that we get redacted documents when we ask for them, the fact that we can't check their work and look at the databases and have private scientists run the same data at a time where virtually every single peer-reviewed publication editors have come forward and saying we can't reproduce over 50% of the science being done in here. There's a serious question as to how science is being done, the bias by scientists, and I think what you see here is an FDA, one of the heads of FDA that's certainly in charge of this vaccine program was jumping up and down with pom-poms even in the phase 2 of this trial. He was the one that said Operation Warp Speed. I don't think we want the heads of our regulatory agencies jumping up and down and promising that a brand new technology will make it to the market. What they should be saying is we are going to be critical of it. We are going to use the scientific method. We're going to ask hard questions. We're not going to promise you anything. When you start having regulatory agencies promising a product that isn't even through its safety trials, that they're going to get it out as fast as possible, you now have a biased head of your regulatory agencies, and now America's in danger. And that's what we're showing here, that even after the trials were truncated and cut short, the transparency we're promised doesn't exist. When you have thousands of people lining up saying, hey, we're here, they're not even investigated. This is outrageous. And so I think that Dr. Marks should be brought in on hearings by our government now to get deeper into these issues and ask Secretary Kennedy what we're going to do to make sure that this never happens again, that there's more transparency in this process.
If I could just add to that, I think it's a critical point that our regulatory agencies need to act like regulators. Okay, if we're going to put the stamp of approval of our federal government on a product, because that's what happens, it's a FDA approved, the folks behind the scenes that we pay for as taxpayers should not be acting like industry insiders. They should be acting like actual regulators, and they should view themselves as such. Dr. Peter Marks, if you go on YouTube right now, you will find that after this product was emergency use authorized, but before it was licensed, was putting out videos, Dr. Marks himself, encouraging everybody in America to get this product. How is somebody who, before it was even licensed, telling everybody to get it, going to then not be biased and then say, oh, hey, that product I told you all to get, oops, made a mistake, it's actually not safe and effective. It reflects, the fact that he would even do that reflects that he really sees himself as a partner with industry. And if you read all the internal emails on this timeline, you'll see that. He sees himself as a partner in industry, and I think anybody that reads it all will conclude that, rather than as somebody who's standing between industry and the public to make sure this product's as safe as possible.
Question right over here.
Hi, Sarah Overmall from CNN. Sorry if this was already asked. I got here a little late, but what specifically do you want to see happen with COVID-19 vaccines in terms of recommendations and guidance? And what level of communication have you had with the administration about that? And what have you heard from them?
Yeah, Lauren was just asking about that a little bit earlier. Truthfully, we've just got this all together. It's really a Herculean task to put together all of the different timelines, these videos where they land, what was being said publicly, news reports that were coming out. So now that all of that's together, we will be, I'll send over the link to everyone that wants to see it, including Secretary Kennedy. Obviously, we're very happy with the work that Secretary Kennedy has been doing, looking for transparency. He's trying to put databases together. There's serious questions as to the VSD. Do you want to speak to that at all? I mean, do we know where we're at with that? The database that would have made a lot of this research easier, is it,
Yeah, it would be the Vaccine Safety Data Link, which the Institute of Medicine in 2013 published a report saying that that was looking at the safety of the schedule as a whole. When you read the Institute of Medicine's report, what you'll find is that it said it couldn't identify any study that compared exposed, meaning vaccinated, one or more vaccines, to unexposed, which is the most basic science you do to assess the safety of a product. They couldn't find any studies, and when they brought in their search, they still couldn't find actual underlying support. So the IOM's conclusion is that they couldn't find support that the vaccines are not safe, but obviously it also means they couldn't find support that it is safe. And one of the things the IOM said in 2013 is that kind of comparison can be done in the Vaccine Safety Data Link, which is a CDC paid, a federal government paid for collection of the ICD-910 codes from 11 different HMOs across the country, and where you can actually do vaccine safety studies. But despite the fact that the Institute of Medicine is saying you could do that in 2013, that database, because it's got thousands of completely unvaccinated kids, and the CDC publishing a white paper in 2015 paying $1 million to publish how to do it, it's still never been published. Has it been done? I don't know, but it's never been published. That Vaccine Safety Data Link, that data should be available to the public. We pay for it, and we should be able to do a study. But Sarah, to your question on COVID-19 vaccines, the first thing that should be done is that we've been told now for over 4 years this product is safe. So if it's safe, why do the manufacturer need immunity from liability? PrEP Act immunity should be lifted immediately. That's the first thing that should happen. And the market forces that assure the product of every other product out there, planes, cars, drugs, this computer, every product you see around you, this building, every material in this wall, every one of those products, every product in America, you can sue the manufacturer if it injures you. And because they can be held liable for injuries, that's why those companies conform their own conduct to make sure they don't end up with a loss. They make sure it's safe before they put it in the market and safe as it's in the market. The only consumer product, the only one where you cannot sue for design defect claims in America are vaccines. The product they tell you is safe. So it's time to lift that immunity. And COVID vaccines have double immunity because they've got the PrEP Act immunity, and they also have, as soon as Congress passes an excise tax, they would have immunity under the 1986 Act, the National Childhood Vaccine Interaction 1986. So that's the first thing we'd like to see. Let market forces actually drive safety as it does with every other product. After all, pharma has made billions of dollars on this product, and if that's not sufficient to pay for the injuries that they say don't happen, that's a problem.
Close to time. I could do another question or two.
Mr. Bigtree, you recently said, let's get these mRNA vaccines off the market, get them out of our kids. Would you elaborate?
Yeah, I think that when we look at the mRNA technology now, we see serious issues. I think that the entire structure of how they're made, I had a great interview with Brett Weinstein on this. If this is a delivery system, if we're encapsulating it in a fatty lipid, which was how we decided to make cancer drugs so that they could cross the blood-brain barrier. That's how this vaccine was designed to transport the mRNA technology. So the idea that it would stay located where the vaccine was delivered made no sense from the beginning. They were using a technology that was designed to cross the blood-brain barrier, meaning this is lodging itself. And now we find it's finding itself into heart muscle. It's finding itself into organs all over the body. So it doesn't really matter what it's delivering. A lot of people are pointed to the spike protein being dangerous. I think there's real concerns. We're seeing 700 days after the vaccination now in important studies that there's still spike protein floating around some people's bodies. Serious questions how that's happening. There is a concern that maybe this is inserting itself into the genome, which was one of the original serious concerns of an mRNA technology being used at all. We're seeing contamination of proteins that shouldn't be there being reported that can cause all sorts of issues. But more specifically, this technology itself is designed to deliver a foreign protein into the body. If it delivers that to the heart, it doesn't matter what that protein is. If it's foreign, the immune system is attacking it, and it starts attacking heart muscles, it starts attacking organs. But especially once you've hurt the heart, there's no mending that. That is a scar that is there forever. If you look at prior to all of the gaslighting around how this is a light heart condition, it's actually not. The death rates are very high within the next 10 years of anyone that suffers myocarditis, pericarditis. They're washing over that. But this technology appears to not work the way we want it to. They have no control over it. It's still producing spike protein 700 days later in some people. Has it inserted itself in the genome? It's inserting itself, certainly bringing foreign proteins into places they shouldn't be and causing our immune systems to attack our own bodies. This is a tragic disaster. I think we're seeing rises in cancer that we need to look into. I mean, there is so much. We've seen the death rate. The all-cause mortality didn't go down once we delivered the vaccine. It stayed constant. We're still trying to see, can we get back to the pre-COVID death rates in America and around the world? For all of these reasons, I recognize that Senator Kennedy has to do the science within the regulatory agencies to start showing the public what they've seen. But I think the red flags are there from, I think, thousands of studies now around the world from top universities showing so many different ways that this vaccine is injuring people. And for that reason, I can, and the work that we do, we are calling for this to pull the recommendation on children right away. We're calling for this mRNA technology to be reinvestigated. Right now, they're upset. They want to say it's safe. They want to start being able to produce more mRNA vaccines, current, new boosters, and run it on the same safety it was before. Dr. Marty Macri has come forward and saying he is going to ask for placebo studies, that we're going to actually study each mRNA as it's made right now. That's as it should be. There should be no more put on the market. They shouldn't be allowed to call this total debacle that has taken place and the cover-ups we now see through these videos and through this timeline that we've laid out. We should not be able to reference this horrific experience as a safety trial. It was improper. It is no safety trial there. So therefore, the mRNA is never proven to be safe. It is not safe.
Does Secretary Kennedy share your thinking on that? And does he also believe that the Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccines should be removed from the market?
I don't know. I can't speak for Secretary Kennedy. I do know what he has said publicly, which is he does believe that the science needs to be looked at very seriously. He says he's looking at it especially for children who have such a low rate of risk for death, 0.00027%, as related to all the world data. That's a zero. And so if you have a rise in myocarditis and pericarditis, which Peter Marks references to the NFL at the very beginning of in the first video, so you only have a risk. The vaccine is only a risk to children. There's no reason to take that risk. They have no risk from the disease. So I think right there it's very easy to make an assessment that this product is not safe enough for children, that it looks like the vaccine is more dangerous than the disease itself. I think we have to look at across the board, though. Pregnant women, where are the studies on pregnant women? Should they be getting it? You hear the horrific story by Dr. Lee. How many pregnant women? We're seeing rises in fertility issues. We're seeing, miscarriage issues. We are admitting now to the fact that there's all sorts of issues with disrupting menstruation in women. These are things that should not be brushed aside. These are things that need to be investigated right away. And we're very happy that Secretary Kennedy is now in position. He seems to be asking the right questions. There's a lot of work to do here. It needs to happen quickly. Every day people are being put at risk by these products.
You shared these views with Secretary Kennedy.
I shared these views with him for the entire 2.5 years that I was his director of communications while he was running for president. It's the reason I took all that time to help him on that mission. I am happy that he's landed as HHS secretary. There's no need for me to continue to communicate with him. Aaron Siri has worked with him. We've brought lawsuits with him on issues on the childhood vaccine program. We have all discussed what needs to happen in there, and we know that he's doing his best to get that done. But he also needs to, to have the people around him confirmed. He needs his deputy secretary. There's dragging of feet by, our government right now that is not getting him the team he needs to get this work done. America voted to have this work done. He should be supported right now.
And if you want to see what Dr. Peter Marks had to say regarding the safety and efficacy for licensing that COVID-19 vaccine for children, we actually formally petitioned the FDA with regards to whether or not the data that existed at the time we submitted a petition, whether or not the data supported that in fact the product was shown to cause more harm than good, or more good than harm, excuse me. And you can read for yourself the petition that was submitted with all the evidence, and then the FDA responded with a fulsome response. And anybody who wants to objectively pull all that and look at that, it's on the FDA docket, right? If you're Pfizer and you want to license a vaccine, how do you do it? You have to petition the FDA. There's a formal docket to do that. And we use that same docket to bring to the FDA's attention the state of the science at that time, and they gave a response. And you can look at both sides in that way. You don't have to take anybody's word for it, and you can make your own conclusion.
Just to follow up on the for the FDA specifically. So can you what is the specific ask of the FDA right now? And the second thing is, following up on that, related to licensure of the COVID-19 vaccines, are you suggesting that the FDA needs to reevaluate its licensure of those vaccines for teens, adults, and children?
Go ahead.
I think the FDA is under an obligation to evaluate the licensure of any and all of its products continuously. Right? I mean, the whole idea is that it is putting products out there with the government stamp approval, and it's saying that these are safe and effective to what the FDA standards are. And so if at any point the FDA reaches the conclusion that, in fact, they've made a wrong decision, then yes, they're supposed to reevaluate that. That's true of any product that it licenses.
I would also follow up to say that I would like to see the FDA actually remove this from recommendation. I think that there's enough science around the world, and say it's available to the public, doctors can give it, but the FDA is no longer standing behind the recommendation because there's just too much science around the world showing too many issues. We are going to go into review immediately. I think the FDA needs to do that science. We need to start, doing the studies and see if we can recreate the issues and the studies that are being done around the world. While we're doing that, people shouldn't be being put at risk. The FDA should not be recommending this product. I'd like to see that recommendation withdrawn and not take away from the people. I think that you leave it to the market forces to decide. Doctors should be able to decide whether they still think it's great or not. But immediately, if you're going to protect people, there's just far too many issues now being brought up. I would specifically like to look to the contamination of proteins that are in the product. I would like to see this technology, if it actually is delivering proteins, foreign proteins, to heart tissue and organs around the body. Can that lead to autoimmune attacks from the immune system? I think we have to look at that immediately. And then, is it possible that this has inserted itself in the genome in some people, which means they may be spike protein manufacturing plants the rest of their lives? And then even more alarming would be, if that's true, then what happens if they give birth? We also saw that they didn't want in the trials for anyone to be getting pregnant. They seem to be concerned about this. We've never seen a trial that said to people, please do not have intercourse. If you do, let us know, and we want to track that also. That is a very strange issue to have in a trial. We've never seen that before. Maybe this is what that's about. Maybe it's not. But there is a lot to look at right now. This is a product that is being recommended for the entire world. And all I can say is this. If we continue, whether or not COVID vaccine is as dangerous as I have an opinion on this, I'm still looking for science, and we've read a lot of science. We present it every week on the High Wire, which is our educational program. But if we continue as citizens in America to allow our regulatory agencies to rush products onto the market without long-term safety trials and then recommend those products for the entire world without those safety trials, we are not long for this planet. At any point, we could have a thalidomide situation. We've seen drugs that were believed to be safe that then ended up causing long-term issues down the road. What happens if a vaccine gets on the market that wipes out fertility as we know it? We've seen enough dystopian movies that we should be a little bit sensitive to this point. There's a reason you have safety trials. There's a reason we have randomized controlled trials with double-blind placebos. I will state here, not one of the childhood vaccines on the childhood schedule has ever been through that process. And now suddenly it's alarming that Dr. Marty McAfee is saying no future vaccine will be made without or will be licensed without a proper randomized controlled placebo trial. What's shocking is that is shocking at all, that we are in the position that we're in now. This has been an absolute a detestable showing by all of mainstream media that has called the things that I'm saying misinformation, said that we were spreading misinformation when you said there was no placebo trials, and now they're admitting in papers that, oh, we know there's no placebo trials, but we don't want to delay the advancement of vaccines. So now they're finally admitting it, and now they're standing, as they have from the beginning, most of them as shills for the pharmaceutical industry. That has to stop. We're in real danger here. We need to be protected from an industry that's caught lying about their products over and over again, spends billions of dollars paying out death and injury cases. There's nothing different with vaccines. This is not made by angels. It's the same pharmaceutical industry that's lied about drugs and gets themselves, whether it's Fen-Phen or Vioxx, same people making vaccines. It is time for this industry to be held accountable. It's time for all of media to hold them accountable, or we are going to be in grave danger. No one wants to see 5-day safety trials with no placebo for any pharmaceutical product in the world. That is not the world we want to live in. It certainly shouldn't be in the products given to our perfectly healthy children.
Hi. On placebo trials, not to keep going back to the point of the dialogue with the administration, but you've talked about this for a long time, and they said recently that they will require that in the future, placebo trials for vaccines. Just once again, since this looks a lot like what you guys have talked about, what dialogue you had with them, what guidance you gave to them on that. And then also you mentioned all mortality data. Just you personally, do you believe that COVID-19 vaccines harmed more people than they helped in this pandemic?
My personal opinion is that these vaccines have harmed more people than they helped. I can say that because nations that had fewer vaccines have a much lower death rate than we do. Africa did better. Nations that really have overall real health issues did better than we did. In fact, we have the most robust vaccine program. We warp speed on the market, and we had the highest death rate from COVID in the world. Someone needs to start asking some important questions. Placebo? Well, look, we're very happy that Dr. Marty McAfee is now saying that they are going to have placebo trials on future vaccines. I think that's a great step, but it still leaves a serious problem. We are giving about 16 vaccines and 72 or more of doses to all of our babies, including a hepatitis B vaccine on day 1 of life. I've personally been called by parents saying they're calling Child Protective Services on me. I'm in the hospital. I just want to leave with my baby. They know I'm hepatitis B negative. Why can't I leave with my baby? I send lawyers to that situation, oftentimes calling Aaron Siri, can you step in here? The fact that a mother, and this came up even in the hearings with Robert Kennedy Jr., and Rand Paul made this very clear point and said, hey, this is a sexually transmitted disease that you only come in contact with when you're sharing heroin needles or sleeping with prostitutes. If a mother is negative, she should be able to not get this vaccine. Yet we are seeing the opposite. We are seeing the force, of this product, threats of taking babies away in hospitals. This has got to stop right away. And when we look at these products, never been safety tested. You cannot say that any of the vaccines in the childhood schedule, scientifically, you can't say they're safe because none of them went through a safety trial, which can only be established against a placebo group. And since that hasn't happened, now you have a real problem. You have an ethical issue because you can't go back and do a placebo trial now that the product's on the market, because they say to deny a product that's already been accepted and approved for people, that you can't do that trial. So we're in a really sticky spot. What we now know is proper safety trials were never done. What we know when you watch this is the same thing you see in the childhood program. They just don't do the science at all. They've never looked at the DTaP, for instance, which since the 1986 Act was complained by most parents said they believed either DTaP caused their child's autism because it happened right after that vaccine, and then the MMR. Those are the two #1 complaints. To date, when the Institute of Medicine looked into it, they can't find a single study anywhere in the world looking at does DTaP cause autism. That's horrific. This is a major complaint by millions of parents across the world, and yet no institution has even gone far enough to do a study. We have Dr. Stanley Plotkin on our website, thehighwire.com, under oath in front of Aaron Siri, and he admits to this, that we've never done the study, and he says in that video, Aaron asked him very clearly, so can you say that the DTaP vaccine doesn't cause autism? He says, as a scientist and logistician, I cannot. But as a pediatrician, I say yes, it does not cause autism. And Aaron says, even when there's no science there to prove it, he says that's right. That is the position we're in. And then he has Catherine Edwards. Both are authors on the Vaccine Bible, Plotkin's Vaccine Bible, and she is on the stand. And another case that ICANN has funded, and in front of Aaron Siri admits to multiple vaccines when she's there to say vaccines don't cause autism, but when he asks for the studies on, 5 or 6 of the vaccines, go ahead.
Sure. So I think what Dell's talking about is the CDC claims on its website that vaccines do not cause autism. And so actually we, on behalf of ICANN, we FOIA'd the CDC for the studies that support each one of those vaccines given in the first 6 months of life. DTaP is given 3 times, Hib is given 3 times, meningococcal is given 3 times, IPV is given 3 times, Hep B is given 3 times. So it's 15 shots, 5 different vaccines, first 6 months of life. And when we FOIA'd the CDC for them, they didn't give us any studies. So we sued the CDC in federal court. And finally, the Department of Justice, to represent the CDC, provided a list of 20 studies. But before we signed that stipulated order, I called the DOJ attorney and I said, look, you sent me a list of 20 studies, but not one of them involves the vaccines given in the first 6 months of life. They're all for basically MMR vaccine, which is given after the first year of life. So they're comparing kids that got 15 vaccines with 16 vaccines. That's not really telling. That can't show you that vaccines don't cause autism, and not related to the ones we asked about, or they're related to Marisol, which has been taken out of vaccines over 20 years ago. And so that was entered into as a stipulation and signed by a federal judge as the list of studies that the CDC relies upon to claim that vaccines don't cause autism. And then later, I in a case involving vaccines and autism, I deposed Dr. Catherine Edwards, who is one of the 4 authors of the medical textbooks on vaccines called Plotkin's Vaccines, and she again reiterated and admitted that there are no studies for those first 4. So when Secretary Kennedy, for example, gets lampooned to say that, we haven't properly studied vaccines and autism, I can assure you he's factually correct when he says that. I have a federal court stipulated order signed by a judge. It's on ICANN's website where the CDC admits it doesn't have those studies. Dell was just referring to the Institute of Medicine. Back when the 1986 Act was passed, one of the conditions was only 11 that the Congress asked the HHS to review whether or not they're related to vaccination. One of those pertussis vaccine, and one of them was autism. All the way back in 1986. This is a decade before Wakefield, MMR, any of that stuff. Okay. The HHS commission, the IOM issued a report in 1991 and said we couldn't find any study, not one, that looked at whether or not DTaP, pertussis vaccine, causes autism. Fast forward to 2012, where the CDC and HRSA, another agency in HHS, again paid for and commissioned IOM to look at what they said were the most commonly claimed injuries from vaccines. Again, they asked to look at whether pertussis vaccine causes autism, and again, the IOM said they couldn't find any study to support that it doesn't cause autism, but they found one to say that it does. It was Geyer and Geyer study, but they said it's not reliable because it was based on VAERS data. So I think that's the context of what you're referring to in that regard. Now, one other thing is that Mr. Bigtree talked about hepatitis B vaccine. I encourage all the reporters here to just go to the FDA website. There's only 2 vaccines that are licensed to give into a baby on the first day of life: Recambavax HB and Engerix-B. Recambavax HB, a product licensed by Merck. Go to the FDA website, pull up the package insert, look at the underlying clinical documents. I implore you, look at them. You will see it was licensed based on a clinical trial that had only 147 children monitored safety for 5 days after review with no control. That sounds incredible, but it's literally on the FDA website. We've even FOIA'd the FDA. We have all the underlying clinical trial reports. Those are on ICANN's website. And for Engerix-B, it was 4 days of safety review, 4 days of safety monitoring after injection. And you can go and see that for yourself.
I want to thank everyone for coming today. Obviously, this was about Dr. Peter Marks and the COVID vaccine, and I want to thank Brianne Drest and all the work you're doing with React 19. We stand beside you. We will continue to bring lawsuits or whatever is necessary on the behalf of tens of thousands of people that have clearly been injured but not heard by our regulatory agencies. As I said today, we are launching at therealpetermarks.com a full layout of secret recordings, all along with timelines, what was being said in the public by Dr. Marks and what he was hearing behind the scenes. And amazingly, he talks about the data. I got to look at the data. And then at the end, in the last meeting, when you finally bring up the data showing what they're looking for, he says, no, I need to go with real world data. Now suddenly he wants to go. So it's a moving target. Obviously, it shows, as I think Aaron Siri pointed out, that he sees himself in partnership with the pharmaceutical industry. And that is the culture that needs to end inside of our regulatory agencies. We're very excited by the work that Robert Kennedy Jr. Is doing as HHS Secretary, and the incredible team around him, and Dr. Marty Macri, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and Jay Bhattacharya. But they need to move fast, and we believe that bringing pressure is important by the American public. This is a nation of, for, and by the people, which is why we're asking everyone to sign this petition right now. You can click on this QR code. The reporting is starting to shift. We are starting to see this conversation. It is clear that doctors were threatened if they talked about this, which was a huge issue that Brianne brought up. Doctors that want to be able to heal the injury, want to be able to talk about it, want to be able to confer about it, have conferences about it, still find themselves in some reticence that they don't want to be made public. They don't want their license taken away because they're discussing possible vaccine injury. This is something we've seen in the culture of this nation when it comes to doctors that are working on cures for autism. They are recovering children with autism, pulling them out of being severe, at least getting them to a place where some of them can go to college, yet they are threatened to talk about it. So we have driven all future science and work around injury underground. We cannot deal with this situation if we're going to continue to vaccinate. There are warnings all over these products, hundreds of warnings, including encephalitis, brain swelling, heart swelling. There has to be a whole industry of doctors that want to work on this. They should be able to proudly say, we work on vaccine injury, we are working on cures. Instead, their licenses are under review. That culture must change immediately, or as I've said, it's just one of the many reasons we are in grave danger now in this country. I want to thank everybody for taking the time today, and continue to watch the work that Informed Consent Action Network is doing, our weekly talk show, thehighwire.com, and Brianne Dressen at React 19. Go to, what's your website?
React19.org.
All right, there you go. We need a lot of help on this issue.
If you have any additional questions, certainly email me. I will get them forwarded to the right people. Additionally, we certainly have some time outside if you came up with a few more to ask.
Thank you.
really want to congratulate him. It was probably one of the greatest comebacks in the history of politics, maybe even greater than mine. But I want to just congratulate you. That was a great election, actually. We were watching it with interest, and I think Canada chose a very talented person, a very good person, because we spoke before the election quite a few times. And it's an honor to have you at the White House and the Oval Office. And you see the new and improved Oval Office as it becomes more and more beautiful with love. You know, we handle it with great love and 24-karat gold. That always helps too. Right? But it's been a lot of fun. We're going over some of the beautiful pictures that were stored in the vaults that were for many, many years, in some cases over 100 years. They were stored in vaults of the great presidents, or almost great presidents, all having a reason for being up, every one of them. So it's very interesting. But I just want to congratulate you, and ran a really great race. I watched the debate. I thought you were excellent, and I think we have a lot of things in common. We have some tough points to go over, and that'll be fine. We're going to also be discussing Ukraine, Russia, the war, because Mark wants it ended as quickly as I do. I think it has to end. We had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not, or they've announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight. And we will honor that, and we will stop the bombings. And they have capitulated, but more importantly, we will take their word. They say they will not be blowing up ships anymore. And that's what the purpose of what we were doing. So that's just news. We just found out about that. So I think it's very, very positive. They were knocking out a lot of ships going, as you know, sailing beautifully down the various seas. It wasn't just the canal. It was a lot of other places. And I will accept their word, and we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis. Effective immediately, and Marco, you'll let everybody know that, okay? Do you have something to say about that, by the way? It's a pretty big announcement.
Yeah, this was always a freedom of navigation mission. These are, a band of individuals with advanced weaponry that were threatening global shipping, and the job was to get that to stop. And if it's going to stop, then we can stop. And I think it's an important development.
And we'll have maybe before we're going to, as you know, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia. We're going to UAE and Qatar, and that'll be, I guess, Monday night. Some of you are coming with us. I think before then we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make, like as big as it gets, and I won't tell you on what, but it's going to, and it's very positive. I'd tell you if it was negative or positive. I can't keep that up. It is really, really positive. And that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave. But it'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject, very important subject. So you'll all be here. Mark, would you like to say a few words?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm on the edge of my seat, actually. But thank you for your hospitality and above all for your leadership. You're a transformational president, focus on the economy with a relentless focus on the American worker, securing your borders, ending the scourge of fentanyl and other opioids, and securing the world. And I've been elected with my colleagues here, with the help of my colleagues here. I'm going to spread the credit to transform Canada. With a similar focus on the economy, securing our borders, again on fentanyl, much greater focus on defense and security, securing the Arctic and developing the Arctic. And the history of Canada and the U.S. is we're stronger when we work together, and there's many opportunities to work together. And I look forward to, addressing some of those issues that we have, but also finding those areas of mutual cooperation so we can go forward.
That's great. Very nice. Thank you very much. It's a very nice statement.
Mr. President,
Anybody?
Is USMCA dead?
No, it was actually very effective, and it's still very effective, but people have to follow it. So, that's been a problem. People haven't followed it. But it was a transitional step a little bit, and as you know, it terminates fairly shortly. it gets renegotiated very shortly. But I thought it was a very positive step from NAFTA. NAFTA was the worst trade deal in the history of our country, probably in the history of the world. And this was a transitional deal, and we'll see what happens. You know, we're going to be starting to possibly renegotiate that if it's even necessary. I don't know that it's necessary anymore, but it served a very good purpose. And the biggest purpose it served is we got rid of NAFTA. NAFTA was a very unfair deal for the United States. A very, very terrible deal. It should have never been made. It was made many years ago, but it should have never been made.
Canada and the United States, would you like to see your first trade deal be with Canada, our neighbors in the world?
I would love that. Look, I have a lot of respect for this man, and I watched him come up, in a sense, through the ranks when he wasn't given much of a chance, and he ran a really great campaign. He did a really great debate. I think that debate was very helpful. I was going to raise my hand. You know, I don't know if that's good or bad. I shouldn't say that. That might hurt you. But no, he ran a really great election, I thought. And yeah, something could happen. Something could happen. Yeah, please.
What's the top concession you want out of Canada? The top concession you want out of Canada?
Concession?
Yes.
Friendship.
But that's not a concession.
No, we're going to be friends with Canada. Regardless of anything, we're going to be friends with Canada. Canada is a very special place to me. I know so many people that live in Canada. My parents had relatives that lived in Canada, my mother in particular. And I love Canada. I have a lot of respect for the Canadians. Wayne Gretzky, I mean, how good, the great one. You happen to have a very, very good hockey player right here on the Capitals, who I have a lot of respect. He is a big, tough cookie, too. He just broke the record. And he's a great guy, and we had the team here, and I got to know a lot of the players. But now Canada is a very special place. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, and Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to get your response to this too. But Mr. President, you have said that Canada should become the 51st state. Were you joking?
No. Well, I still believe that, but it takes two to tango, right? But no, I do. I mean, I believe it would be a massive tax cut for the Canadian citizens. You get free military, you get tremendous medical cares and other things. There would be a lot of advantages, but it would be a massive tax cut. And it's also a beautiful, as a real estate developer, I'm a real estate developer at heart. When you get rid of that artificially drawn line, somebody drew that line many years ago with like a ruler, just a straight line right across the top of the country. When you look at that beautiful formation when it's together, I'm a very artistic person, but when I looked at that beauty, I said that's the way it was meant to be. But I do feel it's much better for Canada, but we're not going to be discussing that unless somebody wants to discuss it. I think that there are tremendous benefits to the Canadian citizens, tremendously lower taxes, free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway because we're protecting Canada if you ever had a problem. But I think it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Well, if I may, as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace that you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. And we have done that in the past. And part of that, as the President just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security and our partnership. And I'll say this as well, that the President has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing our full weight in NATO, and that will be part of it.
And they have, I must say, Canada is stepping up the military participation because Mark knew, they were low and now they're stepping it up, and that's a very important thing. But never say never. Never say never.
Mr. President, what would it take to get the tariffs off of Canada?
Well, we'll be talking about different things. We want to protect our automobile business. and so does Mark. But we want to protect, we want to make the automobiles, and we want to, we have a tremendous abundance of energy, more than any country. We have, just in Alaska alone, Anwar's been reopened now. Anwar is probably the largest find anywhere in the world. They say it's larger than Saudi Arabia. I don't know, but it's a lot. But we have tremendous amounts of energy. Other countries don't. We're both lucky in that way. They have energy, we have energy. We have more than we can ever use and more than we could ever sell, actually, and you have the same thing. So we're two countries that are very lucky. If you look at China, they don't have that. It's a big disadvantage. Other countries, most countries don't have. Most countries don't have that. So Canada and us, we have a lot of advantages over other places.
Mr. President, when you consider what Mr. Carney just said, that Canada is not for sale, does this make the discussion a little more difficult to start on?
No, not at all. No, not at all. No, time will tell. It's only time. But I say never. I've had many things that were not doable, and they ended up being doable, and only doable in a very friendly way. But if it's to everybody's benefit, Canada loves us and we love Canada. That's, I think, the number one thing that's important. But we'll see. I mean, over time, we'll see what happens.
Mr. President,
China.
I was hoping you could clarify something. Earlier this morning on Capitol Hill, Secretary Bessent said that there had been no negotiations yet with China. You have said something different.
They want to meet, and they're doing no business right now. And those ships are turning around in the Pacific Ocean. Big turn. Those are big ships. Those ships take about 10 miles to turn. And, we lost $1 trillion to China on trade because of an incompetent president that we had who preceded me, grossly incompetent. You're finding it out more and more now. And by not trading, we're losing nothing. So we're saving $1 trillion. It's a lot. But they want to negotiate, and they want to have a meeting, and we'll be meeting with them at the right time.
But you haven't met with them yet.
I have not met with them, no, of course. You would know if I met. I'd tell you. They want to meet, but, we are right now. Look, they're suffering greatly. Their economy is suffering greatly because they're not doing trade with the U.S., and they made most of their money off the U.S. Don't kid yourself. They don't make the money off other countries like this. And they were making. We had a trade imbalance. We had a deficit, or they had a surplus. Another way of saying it, of more than $1 trillion. Think of it, more than $1 trillion. And because of 145%, that's the only reason, but because of they have now 145% tariff, there's no trading. You can't trade with 145%. We are, therefore, making, in a certain way, I guess, $1.1 trillion. In other words, we're not losing $1.1 trillion. Our deficit is much better. When I started, I say we were losing billions of dollars a day on trade. That's rapidly turning around. We looked at numbers this morning. So we were losing, the United States during Biden was losing more than, I won't even give you numbers because they're so embarrassing, but billions of dollars a day on trade. Those numbers are rapidly turning between the tariffs. Don't forget, we're now getting 25% on cars, 25% on aluminum, 25% on steel, and maybe more importantly, massive numbers of companies are moving into the United States. Honda, we have tremendous, the car companies are moving in at levels we've never seen before. The biggest investment ever made in the United States is being made right now. Trillions of dollars. I would say we could be at $9 trillion. You could go back to other presidents. They haven't had $1 trillion for their entire term. Look at Biden. He had bad numbers. People were leaving. They weren't coming in. They were leaving with Biden, and he didn't know the difference. The only thing he knew is people coming in. You know who they were? Illegal immigrants, okay, from prisons, from mental institutions, from all sorts of places that weren't good, from gangs, from Venezuela. They were coming in, and they were criminals and murderers. 11,888 people that murdered, and at least half of them murdered more than one person. This is what Biden led into our country. I'm bringing in big companies. We have Apple is investing $500 billion. We have Jensen, as you know, is
Good afternoon. Defense Subcommittee will come to order. The topic of today's hearing is oversight of the Department of the Air Force. We have three witnesses before us today: Acting Secretary of the Air Force, Gary Ashworth. And Gary, we all like you, but hopefully your replacement will be confirmed here shortly. General David Alvin, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, and General Chance Saltzman, Chief of Staff, Space Operations. Secretary Ashworth, welcome to the subcommittee. General Alvin, General Saltzman, welcome back. Obviously, we all know the administration released the skinny budget. The chairman here said it took him a whole 15 seconds to read it, so it was pretty skinny. So for the fiscal year 2026 last Friday, this request includes more than $1 trillion overall for the national defense. However, it does so by assuming $113 billion in funds through reconciliation. The reconciliation process is not a sustainable approach to resourcing defense. It's not a substitute for regular appropriations. We are awaiting full details behind the Pentagon's request, but I'm glad the administration has prioritized the significant funding for defense, especially to modernize the nation's nuclear deterrent and to support American space superiority. While we'll be limited in discussing specifics of the FY26 budget, I would like to hear about your priorities for next year. I'd like to hear about your approach to leading the Air Force and Space Force in an increasingly dynamic and complex world. From my perspective, you've got your work cut out for you, absolutely. The Air Force has had its share of challenges, including the Sentinel-Nunn-McCurdy breach, a number of cost overruns, schedule delays that have resulted in less Air Force, not more. I was pleased, however, the Air Force will be moving forward with the F-47, the next generation air dominance platform, which was unfortunately delayed at the direction of the former secretary. This craft, I think, will be critical in the future of air superiority. Given the priority of this program, I expect that it will be appropriately resourced in the President's budget submission. The program also needs to be rigorously managed to ensure that it remains on time and on budget. We can't have another repeat of the F-35 program. I've said it before, but quantity has a quality unto itself. The Air Force has been challenged in both procuring the air platforms it needs and adequately sustaining the air platforms it has. Turning to space, Space Force continues to have an acquisition challenge as well, such as the GPS OCX program, which is more than 7 years late. I'd like to get an update on Space Force's progress in fielding more resilient space systems. Our adversaries are rapidly expanding and enhancing their space capability to challenge the United States. I'd also like to understand more about the plans for the Golden Dome missile defense shield. This committee needs to have a clear understanding of the Golden Dome concept. Specifically, what is the Golden Dome? Is it technically feasible? How much will it cost? And who's in charge? Overall, I remain very concerned that the Department of Defense continues to struggle with delivering critical capability on time and on budget. To be blunt, I think the defense acquisition system is broken and an urgent action is needed to address these programs. So I'm pleased to see that the President signed an executive order earlier this month directing the Secretary of Defense to review the antiquated defense acquisition process, address burdensome regulations, make recommendations to incentivize the acquisition workforce, to utilize innovative acquisition authorities, and take measured and calculated risk. I would like to note that nearly 50 years ago, Admiral Hyman Rickover, father of the nuclear Navy, testified before this subcommittee about the core problems in managing complex development programs. It was right here in this very room. Rickover observed that the military rotation system, where the program managers are replaced every 2 or 3 years, was a major cause of problems. Rickover testified that due to the short of duration in the job, program managers, quote, have only the shallowest knowledge of the theory of the techniques they must deal with and little experience with the practical problems involved. And they are never kept long enough on the job to acquire such skill and knowledge. Before the results are in, the manager will have moved on, and a new manager, equally unqualified technically, will take his place. Rickover continued, "Naturally, the new manager will feel no responsibility for prior decisions and actions. His primary ambition will be to keep the program moving in the hope that it will not fail during his own tour. Thus, responsibility cannot be fixed, and there is no bound to the little continuity and technical direction for most of the defense developments underway today." I believe Rickover's assessment is as true today as it was then. So I hope senior leadership in the department takes Rickover's assessment to heart, because fixing acquisition will be critical for the department to deliver the weapon systems and capability the nation needs. Furthermore, you're keenly aware of my unwavering support for innovation. The department has made progress in this area through the Defense Innovation Community of entities, often referred to as DICE, which includes several of your organizations. The Defense Innovation Unit leads the DICE. It's my expectation that the services collaborate with DIU and optimize the rigor of mature program executive offices with DIU's flexibility and proximity to extraordinary technological hubs to partner on innovative solutions addressing combatant commanders' needs. And finally, it's worth noting that we are in the process of consultation direction by the full-year continuing resolution for defense. While we are all disappointed that we did not complete a regular defense appropriation bill for fiscal year 25, I'm interested in hearing how the Department of the Air Force will navigate the remainder of the year. We'll work closely with you throughout this budget process to find ways we can accelerate the fielding of the platforms needed by our warfighters today. With that, I'm happy to yield to my friend, the Ranking Member, Ms. McCollum, for any opening remarks she would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for extending me this courtesy. Good afternoon. I'd also like to welcome Acting Secretary Ashworth, Generals Saltzman and R-Minn. It's a distinguished panel that's here, but as the chair pointed out, we look forward to having a conversation with the upcoming Secretary of Air Force about the budget after confirmation. We know that the Senate has been having conversations, but our members too would like to understand the priorities that he's going to be putting forth. This is our first hearing with the administration's release of the skinny budget. I'd like to take a few minutes to acknowledge what the administration is proposing. For defense discretionary spending, President Trump is proposing $893 billion request, essentially what President Biden would have proposed. This is effectively a freeze from the current fiscal year. Any increases beyond that are assumed through the reconciliation process, which the authorizers control. No one will be shocked to learn that I don't think that reconciliation is a responsible way to appropriate defense dollars. The committee is constitutionally responsible for the allocation of DoD resources, and we should be controlling the process. Appropriating defense dollars through reconciliation undermines the authority and the jurisdiction of the Appropriations Committee. Now, the administration of both parties have tried before to move money from the discretionary budget into mandatory spending. This is not a new trick, but this is something normally done without any defense spending involved. And that's because reconciliation bill may not become the law. If it does not, the committee cannot guarantee that the DoD priorities will be backfilled through the appropriations process. Next, we know the programs for clean energy and climate resilience have been cut by the administration. As leaders of the Air Force and Space Force, you cannot afford to take your eyes off the cost of climate change. Islands in the Pacific are not easily places to get shipping materials to or to build and maintain infrastructure in. It's difficult to protect them from the impacts of climate disruption. Just look at the typhoon that hit Guam 2 years ago. $180 billion in additional funding was required to support the construction, planning, and design of facilities on Guam that were destroyed. The continuing resolution last December carried an additional $3.4 billion in repair costs for other catastrophic weather events. That's over $5 billion in taxpayers' money that they had to spend on the impacts of climate change within the Department of Defense. That's not waste, that's not fraud, that's not abuse, or any other kind of political spin. It is necessary to prepare, to protect and replace critical infrastructure that our war fighters depend upon. Climate disruption will not just go away by a wish and a prayer. It is something we have to plan for, deal with, and expect to happen into the future. Now, turning to major programs, Air Force and Space Force have big bills due right now. Sentinel program, as been mentioned, is ballooning $141 billion, and that's from an original estimate of $78 billion. The schedule is wildly off track from where it needs to be. Next Generation Air Dominance program is planned to exceed $23 billion, and the price per plane is a serious consideration. Next, Air Force One is behind schedule, and the Air Force has asked for more money to get that back on track. Progress has been made on the parked F-35s, and that's good news, although it was bad news for us to read recently in the paper. The world's top jet fighter is about to get more expensive because of the president's tariffs. But there's more to get those planes, more that needs to be done to get those planes delivered. And the capabilities that the service needs depends on those planes being delivered. And then, of course, there are new requirements, as the chair mentioned now. Golden Dome, a missile defense program that has yet to be fully articulated by the administration. These are problems that must be fixed through proper program management, planning, and resources, as the chairman pointed out. Finally, I want to comment on the administration's approach to personnel management. There is no question that there's a culture of fear developing across the federal government as this administration continues to demean and demoralize federal employees. I have spoken with far too many of them. People have been fired without cause. People have been asked to quit and, quote, find higher productive jobs in the private sector. I wish the Department of Defense had been immune to this, but it's not. I've had conversations with the services and especially Space Force about how do we build a first-class workforce. Secretary Hass's goal is to remove 60 to 70,000 civilians across DOD. Now, civilians are raising their hands not to serve, but they're raising their hands to leave. Who will be around to manage the contracting process if DOD needs to get major programs back on track? We are already living with the impacts of what happens when civilians take a buyout and stop working on contracts. The contract isn't signed, the mission doesn't get done, the programs fall behind, and it costs the taxpayers more. There will be real ramifications to our national security because of the administration's personnel policies. We need to do something, sure, but let's not take a chainsaw to it. Let's take a scalpel to what we need to do with our personnel policies. So, gentlemen, I want to thank you again for appearing here today. I want to thank you for your service, to the service of the airmen, guardians, and civilians serving alongside you. And Mr. Chair, once again, I thank you for the courtesy, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and now turn to my good friend from Oklahoma, Chairman Cole, for his remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McCollum. It's always great to be with both of you. I want to thank the witnesses, obviously, for being here with us today to discuss the current lay of the land for the Department of the Air Force. Acting Secretary Ashworth, welcome. To the Defense Subcommittee, Generals Alvin and Saltzman, nice to see you this afternoon. You're sitting here before us as the Air Force and the Space Force face a critical path ahead. The world continues to be a volatile place with malign actors challenging American interests near and far. Time is not on our side as our adversaries have been outpacing and outproducing us. We're at a pivotal moment where we need the Air Force and the Space Force that we have today to deter future conflict tomorrow. I'm concerned that it's been taking us too long to acquire new aircraft, weapon systems, and space capabilities. And I'm interested in hearing how the Department of the Air Force views managing risk as it pivots some missions from aircraft to space. For years, I've expressed serious concerns about capability gaps during transitions from one platform to the next. Given the challenges, geostrategic complexities present today, this is certainly not a time to impose additional budgetary, programmatic, and national security risks. The future of air power depends on multitasking. We need to modernize and move into the next generation of air superiority while simultaneously sustaining our inventory of aircraft. Unfortunately, over time, we've seen an erosion of some of the basics that are going to require your attention. One of these areas is manufacturing. Critical aspects of our industrial base have atrophied, and we need to rapidly address aging and obsolete parts across platforms. There's an opportunity to not just grow relevant technical skills, but to also have a modernized and agile approach moving forward. I'd like to hear your thoughts on advanced manufacturing capability in this country and the benefit it might have for the Air Force. Modern deterrence hinges on the success of our air and space forces. I look forward to being able to see where resources will be applied for these efforts in fiscal year 2026. I'm also encouraged to see the total amount in the defense submission will top $1 trillion. This top line demonstrates a strong commitment to national security, although I would also say I share the concerns the chairman and the ranking member have about proceeding by reconciliation instead of normal appropriations process. We're creating a cliff out there for somebody, whoever the next president's going to be, and that's a very dangerous thing to do. We also need the line-by-line budget details for the committee to get to work in earnest to uphold fiscal discipline and effective governance. The committee's prepared to do the hard work and produce appropriations bills by the end of the fiscal year, but we'll need the military to provide timely responses to inquiries after the budget is actually submitted in full. And we look forward to your cooperation on that. I know you'll do everything you can to get us the information we need. Again, I want to thank all of you for being here, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlemen, your full testimony will be placed in the record. Please give us a brief summary of statements, and start with you, Secretary Ashworth. You're recognized.
Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, and distinguished subcommittee members, General Alvin and General Saltzman and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Department of the Air Forces.
You might want to put the mic a little bit closer to you.
On behalf of the Department of the Air Force's FY26 budget request. The Department of the Air Force is at an inflection point. We are engaged in a fast-paced race for technological superiority against a well-resourced strategic opponent. However, we simultaneously face personnel and platform challenges affecting our immediate readiness. We must balance our requirement to generate readiness and project power today with the imperative to rebuild our military and develop capabilities so that we can continue deterring our adversaries tomorrow. Our fiscal priorities are focused on addressing the balance between these realities and supporting the United States national security objectives as outlined in the Interim National Defense Strategic Guidance. The scope and severity of the threats to our homeland and national interests are significant and increasing, and we now face one of the most dangerous security environments in our history. The Department of the Air Force has structured our long-term strategy around the belief that China is our pacing threat, and this reality directly influences the department's fiscal priorities. China's defense budget has nearly doubled during the past 11 years, growing 6% annually on average. U.S. defense spending has seen around a 3% growth over the same period, increasing below the rate of inflation over the last 5 years. And many of our allies and partners' defense spending rates are even lower. These limitations have allowed China to seize an advantage. We know that everyone on this committee recognizes the importance of timely and consistent funding for our military, and we truly thank you for your support. Defending the homeland is the Department of the Air Force's #1 priority. We will do so by continuing to modernize our nuclear forces, especially through the Sentinel, the B-21, and the long-range standoff programs, as well as nuclear command, control, and communication systems that support those. We are also eager to support the President's Golden Dome for America. While still in the conceptual stage, there is no question that the Department of the Air Force will have a significant role to play on that project. Our next priority is to deter China. We'll do this through investments in our people, our readiness, and our posture within the Indo-Pacific region. We believe that our people are and will continue to be one of our nation's key competitive advantages. We are working to train our airmen and guardians to confront the brutal challenges that warfare without sanctuary presents. We are emphasizing readiness standards by creating new inspections, assessments, and exercises geared towards preparing our personnel for that environment. And finally, we are strengthening our posture within the Indo-Pacific region, conducting high-level operational exercises that will test our ability to deploy and operate in those contested environments. Lastly, the Department of the Air Force is prepared to provide critical capabilities and forces to the joint warfighter in order to defeat our adversaries if our deterrence fails. We will concentrate our efforts in two areas. First, our ability to fight tonight, and second, our ability to fight in the future. Through our current and future investments, the Department aims to establish a balanced, high-low mix of combat capabilities optimized to project power both from within and outside of the adversary's threat environment. The Department of the Air Force is also looking to streamline our forces wherever possible. This includes finding creative ways to remove excess infrastructure and retire obsolete inventory. We also recognize our need and responsibility to pass an audit as soon as possible, and we are working to make that a reality. The Department of the Air Force is extremely proud. I'm extremely proud of all of our airmen, our guardians, defending our great nation and its interests every hour of every day. We commit to working with this committee to secure a timely enactment of the FY26 budget request, which will directly support our airmen and our guardians in their uncompromising mission. We thank you for your time today, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Now recognize General Alvin for your remarks.
Good afternoon, Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, and Chairman Cole, and all the distinguished members of this subcommittee. Today I'm proud to represent the 677,000 total force airmen serving our nation. I want to thank you for your support, not only for those airmen, but for their families as well. I'd like to open by expressing my immense pride in the exemplary performance of our airmen in securing a homeland and deployed worldwide. From the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East to our southern border, they are working around the clock to deliver air power anytime, anywhere to protect the U.S. The strategic landscape has shifted dramatically. We now operate in a world where the PRC is not only rapidly modernizing its military, but doing so with a clear intent to coerce its neighbors and reshape the international order. In parallel, we're seeing unprecedented threats to our homeland and a PRC nuclear breakout that demands unmatched nuclear deterrent capabilities. These converging pressures make one thing clear. The U.S. must maintain air power dominance if we are to safeguard our security, deter aggression, and prevail in conflict. This is not a future challenge. This is today's reality. To achieve peace through strength, we must adapt and evolve. Reinforced by our most recent interim National Defense Strategic Guidance, our Air Force has three enduring priorities. First, we must defend the homeland. Air and missile threats are evolving both in speed and sophistication. The ability to detect, track, and defeat those threats in real time is foundational to our national defense, and it's non-negotiable. Simultaneously, the U.S. Air Force provides a reliable and effective, safe two-thirds of the nuclear deterrent that is the backbone of strategic stability. These priorities are paramount, cannot fail, and must be given equal weight. Finally, we must project power globally, either independently or as part of the joint force, to rapidly respond anywhere and deter aggression and win. This is what makes our Air Force unique, and it is needed now more than ever. To achieve these priorities, we're asking for sustained support for our modernization and the development of our new capabilities. The upcoming FY26 budget request is designed to build a force aligned with today's operational realities as well as tomorrow's opportunities and threats. This means preserving current readiness and optimizing our force design tailored for contested environments, one that blends next-generation aircraft, autonomous systems, and resilient command and control. Our modernization efforts to rebuild our military include the continued development of the F-47 and the integration of collaborative combat aircraft to expand the combat mass at lower cost. We're also upgrading the F-35 and F-15 to keep pace with evolving threats. These platforms are critical not just to maintain parity, but to retain the edge our warfighters need. And at the same time, we are recapitalizing aging fleets essential to maintain power projection. Our investment in nuclear modernization remains a top priority, funding directed towards the Sentinel program, the B-21 radar, and the revitalized B-52 fleet. These systems will anchor our strategic deterrent for decades to come. Equally important is the investment in our airmen. We are enhancing recruiting, expanding training opportunities, and strengthening family support structures. We suffered a recruiting setback due to the year-long continuing resolution, and the subsequent reduction of nearly $500 million in our military personnel account. This will result in our inability to fund the recruitment of 3,000 Americans who want to join our Air Force. We've got to do a better job on this. We don't just need more Air Force, we need a more capable one. We need more tooth, less tail, a force that can deliver rapid, decisive blows and repositioning quickly for the next fight. That means divesting from aging systems and unused infrastructure while investing in platforms and people that enhance our warfighting capacity. More means more options for our nation, enhanced homeland defense, strengthened deterrence, and unmatched power projection. It means a force that is strategically postured to deny adversaries. No other service can match what the Air Force delivers. Effects anywhere on the globe at any scale on minimal notice. Our airmen are the best in the world, ready to win today and to build the enduring force for tomorrow. With your support, we can ensure the Air Force remains the cornerstone of American power through the 21st century. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General Alvin. Now recognize General Saltzman for your remarks.
Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for your continued support and the opportunity to testify on the Space Force's posture for FY26. Never before in our history has space been more critical to the future of our nation. Satellites underpin our economic prosperity, enabling everything from transportation and communication to agriculture and finance. Space has likewise become the backbone of our national security. Today's joint force is built around the assumption that space power will be there when needed. GPS allows our forces to mass and maneuver fires. Satellite communications ensure global C2 of our operations. Satellites offer constant vigilance on the battlefield, alerting America's forces of missile launches and adversary action. All of these effects and more are provided by your U.S. Space Force. With about 3% of the DoD budget and less than 1% of the personnel, the Space Force is a great value proposition for the department. For this tiny fraction of resources, you enable a service that has become indispensable for modern power projection. However, despite the dramatic rise in space threats and the increasing importance of space, over the last few budget cycles, the Space Force has experienced shrinking resources. This disconnect between value and investment creates risk for our nation. Further exacerbating the situation, the Space Force has been asked to accept new responsibilities and missions, forcing tough choices between delayed readiness, reduced capacity, or unaddressed vulnerabilities. To illustrate my point, in the past 3 years, the U.S. Space Force has been asked to take on new missions like ground and air moving target indicator, adding new space control capabilities and taking on additional responsibilities associated with modeling and simulation, force design analytics, and a threefold increase in launch tempo at our national spaceports, and new advanced training requirements. These requirements have driven the need for increases in in-strength, military construction projects, new education and training curriculum, and expanded information technology requirements. The most recent addition to our mission set is the space-based technology associated with the Golden Dome program, which will depend heavily on Space Force sensors, interceptors, data fusion, communication capabilities. These are not modernization efforts or shifts from legacy missions. They represent new and emerging requirements for missions that have never been accomplished by a military space organization. These new mission areas will require new and stable resources over time to deliver. In FY26, we will have developed the blueprints, laid the foundational groundwork to continue these efforts in earnest. If the resources are made available, the Space Force will be postured to use them effectively in pursuit of these critical priority missions. Space gives us an incredible strategic advantage, but any advantage can become a vulnerability when held at risk. In the future, defending the homeland will demand that we first defend the satellites that make that defense possible. To be successful in this effort, we must be able to control the space. Protecting our capabilities in space while denying an adversary the ability to use space against us. That, in essence, is why you have a Space Force. It is the job of a military service to achieve superiority in the domain, and that's what we do for space. But if we want a Space Force that can secure our nation's interests in, from, and to space, we must resource it accordingly. In pursuit of this mission imperative, my priorities have remained consistent. Build comprehensive domain awareness, deploy resilient mission architectures, and develop the capacity to hold an adversary space assets at risk. To enhance our situational awareness, we are investing in additional sensors, data fusion capabilities, and the networks to rapidly put this information into decision-makers' hands. To assure our missions are resilient to attack, we are investing in proliferated constellations, investing in launch infrastructure to ensure steady and cost-effective deployment of capabilities, and developing protective measures for our satellites and networks. And finally, to hold adversary space assets at risk, we are investing in counterspace systems designed to defeat any attempt to use space capabilities to target our forces or our homeland. Because of the work we have already done, additional resources given to the Space Force will enable accelerated delivery and expanded capacity in each of these areas. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Space Force's FY26 posture. Our Guardians stand at the forefront of the newest warfighting domain. With the support of this committee, I am confident the Space Force will hold the line and advance our national advantage in space. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now begin questions. Each member will be given 5 minutes to ask questions and answers. Your timer will turn yellow, 1 minute remaining. I'll recognize myself for the first round of questions. In my opening statement, I highlighted testimony that was given in this very room. I think it was 1977. With Admiral Rickover about his concerns about the rapid turnover in program management and lack of technical expertise that obviously wreaks havoc on complex technical problems. It might just, as a note, Admiral Rickover was given, I think, an order in 1950 to put a nuclear reactor on a submarine, the Nautilus. He did it in 3 years and launched the submarine. Things were done a little bit quicker in those days. Secretary Ashworth, to what extent do you believe Admiral Rickover is right that the churn in program management is a significant contributor to poor program performance?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. So coming from the background that I'm coming from, I've gotten to see this a lot over my time. I do feel it's very important that we have stability in program management, as well as the technical component of any program office as they're trying to deliver capability. Those are the two fundamentals that need to work hand in hand to be able to understand the engineering that's involved in a design, in developing a system, and understanding the risk that needs to be managed a lot of times in the technical area. So very important to try to have stability in those fundamental jobs. I do believe that the department has looked at this in the past. I do not know offhand, and I can get back to you on this, what our current policy is about trying to retain program managers for a length of time, especially on our major programs. That has been looked at, and it may actually, during this acquisition review that is coming up, may be one of the things that we should look at again.
Yeah, and the nuclear propulsion program, I believe the admiral in charge is given 8 years as a tenure for the propulsion program. I always thought the program managers for some of these highly technical programs should tie it to some kind of program milestone or deliverable rather than just a set period of years. Give them promotions, a regular career advancement, but it's important to keep these folks in place. And the reason why, and I want to ask this to General Alvin and General Saltzman, whatever rationale there is to rotating personnel in and out of these frequently results ultimately in depriving the warfighter of the program that we're trying to fund. We certainly saw that in the F-35. I was there in the beginning, and didn't quite work out the way we expected it to work out. And now that we're starting on down the road on the F-47 and obviously Golden Dome, two potentially very extremely technical and expensive programs, do you believe that we should change our attitude about program managers?
Mr. Chairman, I certainly do agree that we need to look at these things. What I would offer is first, I mean, obviously, Admiral Rickover, when you're talking about nuclear reactors, there are very few things that require more of a single depth of technical expertise. I think as we do this, we need to understand how to merge the different parts. So you need to have the technical expertise and understand what all goes into the acquisition. There's also a role for an operational relevance to be fed into this. Maybe not nuclear reactors, because that science is that science. But when we look at the F-47 specifically, I believe we partially cracked the code on this, not only in ensuring that we have more stability in the program, but we had operators in there from the beginning. And when you do that, then you understand the operational impact of potential acquisition or technical decisions you might make. So I think there's a blending there. And associated with that, rather than just say the acquisition professionals will stay there 10, 15, 20 years, you touched on it, Mr. Chairman. We have to understand how to promote and advance them in a way, and do it in an agile way to where maybe it's not the same as our operational expertise. So I think there's a way of blending those, but I wouldn't yield only to just having the technical expertise be preeminent without the operational impact and the operator in the technical mix from the beginning. And so I think there's a blend that has to happen there, to your point about not rotating through and having a continuity not only of the technical expertise, but also of the operational relevance.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily advocating to what Rick over. I think he was in charge of the nuclear propulsion program for over 30 years. But certainly what we're doing with some of these highly technical programs has not worked. And so we need to determine what we may do in the future. Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to lay out where we find ourselves with, as we wait for the full 2026 budget request. We didn't get out our fiscal year 2025 work done on time, and that was no fault of the chairman of our full appropriations committee. He was there till the bitter end. We should have negotiated those bills in December or this spring, but the Speaker of the House decided he had a different plan. So that left us with a full year continuing resolution. 52 days after the President signed the CR into law, DOD and Congress still have not agreed on a spend plan. We have 4 months to go before the end of this fiscal year, and as the chairman pointed out, all we have in front of us is a skinny budget for next year. So how do we plan for the future? We don't have the spend plan for the previous year, and we know the numbers in the skinny budget are based on what? Because of cuts and things that DOJ has done as well, too. We also hear rumors that the full budget request might not come until June. So how are we supposed to write and mark up bills under that timeline? Clearly, this budget process is a total mess right now. The administration's skinny budget shows a freeze in top-line discretionary spending for defense, as I mentioned, and the department wants to move. The department's asking us to move between $50 and $60 billion in funding around in the base budget. Just move it. Trust them. So, gentlemen, the time is short. We have very few details on your priorities for next year. So I'd like you to talk about some of these projects you're asking for. The nuclear modernization, Sentinel, which is 80% over budget, the Collaborative Combat Aircraft Program, Next Gen Air Dominance, Space Domain Dominance, and then Golden Dome. Now, General Saltzman, you just mentioned some things that you think Space Force is going to be working on that's new to me with some of the requirements that you might have. We're also going to assume a 3.8 pay raise for the troops will be requested, and we don't know if the administration will fully fund the junior enlisted pay an additional $3.3 billion. So Acting Secretary Ashworth, we need more details on the 2026 budget. Your posture statement talks about combating China, restoring the war ethos, but it lacks a plan for us to look at, to react to, and have hearings and discussion about. So it seems like, to me, the department wants to do everything all at once, and obviously that's not possible, and we don't know what the priorities for spending or the priorities for actually getting things done in what order. So my question to you is, because I don't know, I haven't seen everything, do you expect the Air Force to be a donor or a receiver in this budget? And just exactly what do you think the top 3 priorities we should be focused on that you're going to be focused on in FY26? General Saltzman, the same question for Air Force. What are your 3 have must priority programs? And I'm not trying to play stump the band. We just don't have any information, and we have to start having discussions amongst ourselves and then with our counterparts in the Senate. Gentlemen?
So thank you for the question, Ranking Member. So I'll start by saying the department is trying to finish up the relook on the PB26 and get over the request as soon as we can. We're going through the final stages of that right now. From an Air Force perspective, from a Department of the Air Force perspective, We've tried to do our best in this relook to make sure that we're aligned against the interim national strategic guidance. And so the big priorities that are laid out in that interim national defense strategic guidance are to start out with strategic deterrence, nuclear deterrence, homeland defense, all those coupled. And so if you unpack that a little bit, strategic deterrence, nuclear deterrence, B-21, Sentinel are going to be top on our list to be getting after and making sure that we're fully funding. If you take a look at the homeland defense side, you're going to be taking a look at the capabilities that we've already provide NORTHCOM to perform that mission. You're going to be taking a look at our operations on the southern border, and then you're going to be taking a look at Golden Dome. The department is working through the final stages of pulling together the concept and the final initial plan to take up to the Secretary of Defense on Golden Dome and then take over to the President for his chop. Once the President gives the thumbs up, we'll move into the more detailed planning stages. But you can think from that kind of a perspective that that Golden Dome is going to be a large systems of systems kind of a construct. It will have space sensing, space effectors. It will have air sensing, air effectors, as well as ground sensing and ground effectors. All has to be knitted together too by a C2 and a battle management type of a structure. So those are the big building blocks that the team is working with to try to construct, to present to the President and to get a thumbs up on that. And then the next layer down is deter China in the Indo-Pacific. And with that comes our entire force design mix in order to be able to counter that threat in that theater. And you'll hear things like NGAD, the next generation air dominance family of systems, which is comprised of the F-47, collaborative combat aircraft, and a government-owned reference architecture as we move forward.
Thank you.
Those are the big ticket items.
I did read your testimony. So, before the other generals respond, you know, I don't know how I budget on a concept. I don't do that in my personal life. I'm certainly not going to do it with the taxpayers' money. And I know you're trying to provide information, but you can see the quandary we are all in up here. And so you expect, from your list, you expect in the Department of Defense, then I would say, to be a receiver in this budget, especially with Golden Dome and it not a donor to the other services.
Yes, I can't say for sure at the end of the day who will be giving, who will be receiving, but we've laid out the priorities, and I think the Air Force is in a good position to receive the budget that we need.
Secretary covered it very well. So donor receiver, those will be final decisions. I think we've made a very broad case when we were directed to look at how we would prioritize some percentage of our budget to reprioritize to the President's priorities. We found that some of those priorities were very similar to things that we were already doing. So when we did those, our United States Air Force said three things, and the first two are tied for first: Homeland Defense and Homeland Defense, threats in and through the air, and 2/3 of the nuclear triad. So the Secretary said it. The things I would assume that we would get, these would be our priorities. This is going to be Sentinel once it's restructured, making sure that comes through, and all of the associated B-21, the B-52, those, the LRSO, those keep the nuclear returns. Second is Golden Dome. Whatever Golden Dome turns out to be, there are a few things we're pretty much sure we know. Part of that has to be defense of the homeland from air and cruise missiles. And so that will be something that not only works for us in the homeland, but the United States Air Force is going to need to scale that overseas. So those technologies, those capabilities are not just going to be boutique for one part of the national security apparatus. So I believe those are going to apply both in the home and expeditionary. So I would see the capabilities as well as the command and control, the architecture that puts it all together, that enables us to sense, make sense, and act. Those sort of things I think will be at the top of the priority list to enable those systems to work. And then in the power projection, Secretary Ashworth talked about it as well. This is F-47. This is collaborative combat aircraft. This is doing the counter-China strategy to be able to show that we can penetrate, clear the skies, and enable us to continue to project power into China. So those would be the priorities we're looking for. I believe that there's a good place for the Air Force to be a receiver rather than a donor, but I'm not going to get in front of the administration.
Thank you for the question. This is important. I agree with you. Accelerating proliferated constellations. This is what creates resiliency in our missile warning architecture and our data transport layer. It's critical to the joint fight. Right now, they can be easily held at risk by adversary action. The more we proliferate, the more that's a targeting problem. More money means I can deliver that proliferated constellation faster. Second is counter space capabilities. While we have invested in the technology associated with them, we haven't built them to the capacity where they can actually hold enough targets at risk. So not only do we have to invest in the system, but we have to increase the capacity to actually meet the O-plan requirements. So counter space capabilities, and I'm happy to follow up in a classified setting to give you more details on that. And then lastly is the test and training infrastructure. This is the simulators, the ranges, the digital environment that allows us to test our equipment, make sure the new systems we're bringing on are effective, that our tactics can be validated in a simulated environment, and we give our operators the training they need to be successful.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Cole, Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you. And once again, I find myself in broad agreement with my friend, the ranking member, in terms of the process. We did not get, honestly, a bill done in the late post-election period and then again in March, and I regret that. There's plenty of blame to go around on both sides. I also wish we were getting full budget faster. I certainly don't hold any of you gentlemen responsible for that, and I've had good talks, honestly, with the administration on, if you expect us to avoid this next year, speed would be helpful in just getting this committee the information it needs. We've had some good cooperation on that. Skinny budget's helpful. But obviously, particularly this committee of all of them, subcommittee, needs the information. The amount of responsibility on both sides of the aisle here for by far the biggest part of the budget is pretty awesome, and each and every one of these members needs the information to make constructive input and then tough decisions. I have a couple of specific questions. Retirement of the E-3 AWACS aircraft, I have Tinker Air Force Base in my district, so we've been following that very closely. I was very pleased to see the E-7 contract signed off in August. Since we don't have a full budget request yet, we don't know, exactly whether or not the 2026 expenditure on that will be adequate. I will tell you, I've been concerned, and again, I put the blame on Congress, not on the military, but we've done a lot of robbing Peter to pay Paul and come up short in mission capabilities, and this is one where, I don't have to tell any of you gentlemen how old those airframes are and how much this is needed. But we also have space assets that are projected to offer great capabilities to our warfighters. Some have been delivered, some, obviously in the process. We understand there's a lot of change there. So I want to ask, if I may, General Alvin, General Saltzman, I'm interested in hearing your thoughts more about how the Department of the Air Force is thinking about pivoting some missions from aircraft to space, and do you agree that we will still need to maintain air capability up to and perhaps even after space is fully online?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. And boy, you got that right about the E-3. We are using that, and it is continuously in demand. The ability to actually command and control and manage the battle in real time has never gone away. And so even though we may not be in a major conflict, the ability of the E-3, degrading as it is still under high demand. And so when we have a fleet of 16 aircraft left with a mission capable rate of about 37%, that is a dying platform that has diminishing manufacturing of supplies that just aren't going to come. So this is not something that we can maybe put the paddles to and resuscitate. To that point, the ability to sense, make sense, and act. There are great opportunities as we look into space for more opportunities of ubiquitous coverage and those sort of things the airborne layer is becoming more challenged to do because the adversary is pushing us further and further out. However, we have to do more than just sense. We have to sense, make sense, and act. And right now, the E-7 is the platform that delivers what the E-3 can with greater capability. So as the Department of Defense looks through this architecture, whether it be Golden Dome or the architecture in the contested environment, it's going to be very important that the migration from air to space covers all of those, the sensing and the making sense and the directing. And I will yield to my brother from space on the things that are available in the near term with respect to sensing from space. But I think we just need to ensure that we're adequately covering all parts of that as we do that migration before we just go from one domain to another specifically.
I think General Alvin said it great. I'd just add to it that, space offers a lot of advantages, particularly in a contested environment, but it isn't necessarily optimized for the full spectrum of operations that your military is going to be asked to do. And so I think you'll get unanimous consent by all the chiefs when they say a mix of capabilities to make sure that we can cover a full spectrum of operations and truly offer the Secretary of Defense and the President a full range of operations is the ideal situation. And so no one system is going to be perfectly optimized to take care of the full spectrum of ops. And so that's where I think you need a mix of systems.
So just to be very clear, as I understand it, you really think we need both and an overlap of those capabilities, at least for a time. Is that correct?
I certainly believe we need the capabilities from whatever domain or platform or system it comes. We need to ensure we have the resilience to do the sensing, making sense of that, and acting.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Ashworth, just a quick concern. I know this committee is very focused on, frankly, the atrophy of our industrial base, the challenges that that presents to the military. We're losing a lot of smaller manufacturers that made components for particularly some of our aging systems. I believe we have a lot of aging systems at Tinker Air Force Base, and those men and women do an unbelievable job keeping 50, 60, 70-year-old airplanes, combat ready and operational. But getting the parts to maintain that or having, frankly, any predictability when you tear one of those apart, what you're going to find. I mean, they're so far beyond any lifespan that was predicted and required. It's really, I mean, these people are much more artisans than they are, technicians and mechanics. Give us some idea of how you are looking at additive manufacturing, and other things that might produce and let us close some of the gap we have in some of our lost industrial capacity.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for that question. So appreciate it. So the previous administration had laid out a national defense industrial strategy on how to actually robust up our defense industrial base, and we're carrying that forward in implementation plans. I'm encouraged to see this administration has taken that up as well. You'll see that in one of the executive orders that are talking about acquisition reform, and that includes getting after our industrial base to try to create a more robust, resilient defense industrial base. When it comes to advanced manufacturing, additive manufacturing, we're looking at that across the board in the Department of the Air Force right now. Some of those areas that you're talking about, trying to get after spare parts, trying to take a look at diminishing manufacturing sources, those are key areas where we need to continue to mature how we're trying to use advanced manufacturing in those areas to get after those issues. But the list goes on and on and on, and we could share more offline with you.
I would appreciate that. I really do think, and I know Chairman Calvert spent a lot of time thinking and look at this. I think we have actually a couple of really unique openings where you might be able to leapfrog pretty quickly and bring down the cost of parts, bring down the cost of munitions, bring up the supply of both. So very much would appreciate the open dialogue and the input from the department on ways we can do that, because I don't think we can do business at normal as usual and get to where we need to be in a short period of time. So again, thank you for working on that. With that, Mr. Chairman, yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to remind members to please talk directly into the mic for our communication team can write down your testimony. Mr. Cuellar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member. Thank you all for being here. Want to talk a little bit about the southern border, if you don't mind. We just had the Secretary of Homeland and the men and women in blue and green do a great job, but they're limited, and I think you all can bring another asset. And again, without violating Mexico sovereignty, I know both presidents have been talking about that. There's a lot of things that I think you all can do without violating Mexico's sovereignty. Whether it's in ISR, communication, targeting capabilities, there's a lot of things that you can do. And I can go down a list of U.S. Air Force assets or Space Force assets. I'm not going to go into that, but I think you know which ones I'm referring to. But some of the things we're seeing is that you got the Mexican cartels that have a lot of money, and they don't have the same procurement rules that you have or Homeland has. They just, for example, they'll go to Best Buy and buy everything that's there and then just use that. And as an example how serious some of these things can be, we've been talking about drones, but just a couple of weeks ago, a Border Patrol drone in the Laredo sector, my area, was taken down by cartel operators. This means that the cartels now have technology that can take down law enforcement drones, which means that they have a continuous side of what Border Patrol's doing, when they change shifts, everything. They got all that. Well, we're trying to go through some procurement process. Again, you all have, and I'm looking at the list of assets that y'all can use, both from the U.S. Space Force assets and from the Air Force. Can you talk a little bit about that and what you can do? Because we're trying to help Border Patrol, and now that the president wants the military, and I think there's a limited role for the military, but there's an important role for you all to play, and I'll welcome you. Tell us how you can help secure the southern border.
Well, thank you, Congressman Quer. I'll speak very briefly from the Air Force side. You know, as the organized, train, and equip organization, we really yield to what the combatant commander, who has given the overall mission, looks to do. And so we answer really operationally through our AF North commander to General Guillot, Northcom commander. So they put together the plan, and they put together the objectives and all of the criteria, and then from them they solicit and they request forces. And so we respond to those demands. And so I really wouldn't want to get in front of the operational commander, who's General Guillot. However, as you mentioned, you have a pretty long list of the forces available. And we've made those available, and there's a force management process to which they're requested, and then we provide them. And to date, you know, this is Homeland Defense is number one, as I said. So we're certainly willing to provide what General Guillot needs. And so far, we've been able to support his requests, as well as the requests of the U.S. Transcom commander, if that actually becomes in the mobility portion of that. But to date, we've been able to support U.S. Northcom as well as the Transcom requirements with very minimal and mitigatable risk to the rest of the global mission for our Air Force.
I'll just add to that, you know, Space Force is still growing, still in establishment. We don't quite have service components in all the combatant commands. U.S. Northcom being responsible for the border, we do not have yet a service component in there. But with the critical capabilities that we can provide, I wanted to make sure that that was integrated into the planning. And so we realigned another one of our components to make sure that they were supporting U.S. Northern Command. So we have a 3-star command now that handles all the space activities, handles requests for intelligence information, and that staff has been provided directly to General Guillot. So he has direct access to all the capabilities that we have to offer.
And we've sat down already with General Guillot. I think he's going to be fantastic. As you know, we got Northcom, you got Southcom, and how it's divided. But again, from your experience, anything you can provide the General, we really appreciate, because everybody talks about the southern border, but we really have the assets. I mean, this thing about these drones, where now the cartels are knocking down our Border Patrol, and we still haven't reacted to it because we got to go. I mean, those are some of the, I can go into a lot more specific issues, but I just wanted to highlight that one out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Rogers, Sherman Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me follow up briefly with Chairman Cole's line of questions. Mr. Secretary, as China ramps up its aggression in the Indo-Pacific, many here are concerned about our ability to rapidly surge forces and material into that theater half a world away. Strategic airlift, the backbone of that capability, frankly, is showing some signs of strain. Today, our airlift fleet is half the size it was in the 1990s. Our C-5s and 17s aging, flying relentless tempos, and there's no production line to fall back on. What's the Air Force plan to preserve and modernize our strategic airlift fleet when the backbone of that capability is aging, shrinking, and out of production? Sir.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. So as we took a look at this, global mobility remains a core mission of the Air Force, and it will always be a core mission of the Air Force as we move forward. And it's an amazing capability that we provide through our DoD fleets, augmented by civilian fleets as well through the CRAF. And so what we're doing right now is we're following the normal process and trying to understand the future threat, trying to understand the demand, and then put it through a capabilities-based assessment that'll examine all of that and try to determine what exactly the capability gaps that we need, that we're going to need to close in the future. From that point, then we're going to follow on into an analysis of alternatives, which is then going to narrow it down for the acquisition world as to what we should really be pursuing as our next generation airlift.
General Alvin, does this year's budget meaningfully move the needle on maintaining global mobility and lift capacity? Or are we simply managing the decline of a critical capability?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I have to tell you, first of all, it hurt my heart a little bit when you talked about the C-17. I was one of the early test pilots on the C-17, so I wrote down that it's aging, shrinking, and less productive, and I thought, I wonder if that reflects on myself as well. But I love that aircraft, and it has been used quite a bit because it is an amazing platform, as are the airmen who operate it. So I've been in contact with Johnny LaMontagne, the Air Mobility Command Commander, talking specifically about this, because while it is getting older, it still has a lot of life left in it. But which means now is the time for us to work on it. So this idea of a next generation airlift, we have the opportunity to augment with commercial lift. But as the Secretary mentioned, it's the Civil Reserve Air Fleet. That can handle certain kinds of cargo, but there are certain kinds of cargo that only the C-17 can carry into certain kinds of environments into which it's the only one that can carry it. So looking at those environments into the future, I think your question about is it moving the needle, I think we're moving the intellectual needle right now, because in order to understand, to make the right investment, we need to understand what the options are for the future. And so I would say we are looking at it now, and it's not too early. And if I might, this is also one of the areas where there are also other foreign customers who very much like the C-17. So there may be lots of opportunities here for a platform to move forward that provides a capability not only for us, but for our allies and partners. And so once again, to answer your question, I think we are moving forward in the development of the conceptual, but we aren't breaking or bending metal right now and building new platforms.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Mr. Case.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary Ashworth, when we passed the FY 2025 continuing resolution for the rest of this year, Congress also provided funding tables to the Department of Defense. I'm sorry.
Ed, is your mic
Yeah.
on?
Congress also provided funding tables to the Department of Defense, setting forth our expectations and instructions on how to spend that money. Are you following those funding tables? Is there any exception to your following the funding tables?
I am aware that we provided the spend plans as requested and tried to make the best adjustments we could to make up for the difference between what we were expecting in a budget and a full appropriations compared to what we got through a full year continuing resolution, which was about $4.6 billion less. And so those are the issues that, as we were moving through this process, by the way, we appreciate the additional flexibility that this committee and Congress put into that continuing resolution that made it a little bit more flexible than a regular continuing resolution, but we still had significant issues on trying to reconcile that $4.6 billion. And so when we provided our spend plan, we tried to make the adjustments within appropriation that we could to try to get after those issues.
Okay, I think I'm going to take that as a good faith effort to follow the funding tables. I just wanted to know of any unknown, undisclosed deviations from the funding tables. None of those?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to follow up on Ms. McCollum's questions because I'm also trying to make some sense in anticipation of actually making decisions on this budget for FY 2026 of a lot of different things that are going on. So the first one is we started out at the beginning of this year with the instruction to all the services to at least come up with a scenario to reduce by 8%. Okay, and presumably all the services went through that scenario. Then what happened next is that you came out with a skinny budget, which was level funded, which would imply that nobody went through an 8% reduction, maybe internally. If I'm not mistaken, there's been no allocation of the skinny budget to any of the services. So presumably the decision as to actually where you are going to allocate that skinny budget is still outstanding, and that probably plays back into your evaluation of the 8%, I would assume. But you also have a reconciliation package, which significantly increases the budget over and above the regular appropriations process, and I'm not aware of that actually being broken out into services. I see that some of the services, for example, the Army, who's going to be here tomorrow, are acting on the assumption that they do not have an increase in that budget, and are actually issuing orders right now to the force to change various approaches to comply with that budget assumption. So I guess the question really is, in all of that fluidity, what's actually happening with your department, with the Space Force and the Air Force? Are you still very fluid as to what your final numbers are in FY 2026? Or have you narrowed it down? Are you starting to focus in on 8% savings possibilities, or is it going to be an up or what? Can you just get into a little bit more where you are right now?
So at this point in time, we've been continuing to work internal to the building on deliberations on exactly what you've been talking about. What is going to go into the final budget, and the budget, as I understand, is going to be two parts in our request. It's going to be a mandatory spending and discretionary spending. And so there will be an appropriations piece and a reconciliation piece as part of the request that we're making. And so we're going through...
Is there an allocation of the reconciliation as between the services?
I have not seen an allocation to us, but there is absolutely work going on within the building to allocate resources against one or the other as we move through this.
Okay, so if the reconciliation bill came before Congress tomorrow and had a request for that, what is it, 100 and some odd billion of extra money on the mandatory side through reconciliation, we would have trouble actually splitting that up right now. I mean, that's what I'm interpreting you saying. We don't.
My understanding, when you receive the budget from OMB and it comes through the department, is that it will be broken out for you as to what is in the appropriation and what is in the reconciliation part of those bills.
Okay, and can you say right now, and if you can't, that's fine, can you say what the net effect is for the Air Force? What kind of shooting target should we anticipating here?
I cannot say right now before the budget is released.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Womack.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to the gentlemen for being here today as witnesses, and I'm going to follow up on Mr. Case's remarks here in just a second. But General Loudon, thank you very much for your time the other day when we talked a little bit about a project in my district, the FMS mission for the F-35 and our allies and partners who are going to be rotating through Fort Smith, Arkansas to see our world-class facilities and our world-class airspace. We're excited to have Germany, Singapore, Poland, Finland, Switzerland, Greece, and the Czech Republic in the years to come. But in the meantime, Congress has to do its job. And our job, the job of this Appropriations Committee, is to, fund the discretionary side of government to include national defense. I'm a little skeptical about the fact that we've partnered the reconciliation with the base defense bill. That could be problematic. But I'm curious, from your standpoint, what capabilities are threatened by the inability of Congress to actually execute an FY26 appropriation bill on time? And how does this impact, the core mission of our of your Air Force and our ability to project power and demonstrate dominance as we often have?
Well, Congressman, thanks for the question, and also I really appreciate the dialogue. As you know, we have our first 2 graduates coming up this week from Ebbing, and if I could share with the committee that I talked to the Singapore Air Chief last week. He said we came looking for a place to train our F-35 pilots, and at Ebbing we found a home. So that speaks to the community. That speaks to a very capable installation, and we were looking for the success into the future. It is hard, Congressman, to nail down a specific program that may be impacted. It's the accumulation of all of it. It's the inability for predictability of the funding that enables us to have weapon system sustainment, that year over year we can have the workforce predictability that will enable us to understand we can ingest a certain number of aircraft into depot maintenance that will allow the long-term readiness. So it is the accumulation of the lack of flexibility in funding as part of it to be able to respond to the fact that we don't have a predictability. So if we don't have predictability through an appropriation, we would certainly be helped by having more flexibility as we adjust to whatever the new methodology is by which we get resources. So I think in general, the lack of a predictability makes it harder for others maybe to rely on us, for industry to rely on us as that reliable partner to generate the innovation that Chairman Calvert has talked about and ingest that into our force. So I think it's overall the lack of being a good, reliable partner. Now, we're not faultless in that either, but I think having the predictable appropriations to where outside industry, startups, innovative companies that want to come and be able to add to a new innovative Air Force that can adapt to disruptive technology and exploit that in the air domain, that I think is something that we're missing. It's an opportunity cost, I think, Congressman.
Speaking of opportunity cost, if I can piggyback on top of the budgeting issue, a recent article says that you're carrying about 20 to 30% excess infrastructure. Now, that, along with the maintenance of that infrastructure, help this committee understand what opportunity costs are not being met because of that excess infrastructure.
Thank you, Congressman. And I've mentioned it, and I just use this opportunity for clarifying. I am not. I appreciate that in the last NDAA, there's an interest in ensuring that we have the facilities and the places where airmen live and work be quality and safe. It is the fact that our Air Force has reduced by some 40–50% in the number of airmen and the number of platforms that we've lost over the last 30 years, but we've only lost 15% in number of installations. So we are carrying 23% excess, we call vertical infrastructure, buildings and structures where we don't need to have that workspace, and about 60% in some areas excess pavement and ramps. So all of that goes against a bill with which we need to keep it up and running that we're not using. And if we're going to have to spend twice as much on that, that's not helping airmen, that's too much tail and not enough tooth. So the opportunity cost is the ability to provide more actual combat capability. Now, I understand that it can be perceived as a BRAC is a terrible thing, and we'll all go to it does not have to be a BRAC. I would love to work with Congress to see if there are ways we can incentivize, rather than going piecemeal and having the wing commanders work with the local communities. Can we collectively incentivize opportunities for installations or things on federal property where maybe Congress can help others maybe use that infrastructure and get it off our books? Because then we can actually reapply those resources to actual combat capability.
Thank you. I yield back.
A point that Mr. Womack made, it was brought up, nobody likes continuing resolutions around here. But I was talking to the Secretary of the Army this morning, and obviously we've got to get these budget submissions in and as rapidly as possible. Mm-hmm. I think the chairman wants us to get some of these bills done by the end of June. It's the middle of May right now, folks, and so I would hope that we can get some information here as soon as possible. Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you all for being here. General Alvin, it was nice chatting with you last week. We took some time to talk about the quality of life issues about the airmen that they're confronting at Creech Air Force Base, which is only going to be compounded by the addition of the 500 plus service members, hopefully, as part of the collaborative combat aircraft coming to Creech. And I just wanted to confirm that I can receive your commitment to follow up with my team within the next 4 months on the status of putting together any necessary documentation. My understanding is we need 1391s, some unfunded requirement documents that would allow me to be advocate on behalf of Creech going forward.
Congresswoman, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, it's actually exciting what's going on at Creech, but your point is the right one. We need to make sure that while they're doing exciting work, these are airmen who are coming in a brand new experimental operations unit that are going to teach the rest of the Air Force how to operate, how to maintain, how to sustain our collaborative combat aircraft. So we need to make sure they're doing it in a great working environment. And so the environmental impact studies to ensure that we have the proper child care. We talked about the health care availability, those sort of things. That is all part of that basing process that we will ensure we have the clear requirements and understand what the demand signal will be for the quality of life to support their quality of work.
Thank you. Yeah, just, for the remainder of the committee, as we transition to unmanned aircraft being at the center of our defense, Creech is critical. Nevada is critical, but Creech in particular, and that base is really lacking in terms of support for airmen, and it really does take a toll on them having to travel for health care, child care, housing, et cetera. So thank you for that commitment. I have one more question. This is for Mr. Ashworth, the Secretary. The Department of Defense is stated to target to reduce the civilian population of our civilian employees, 60 to 70,000 or 50, somewhere in that range. To date, this has been via the hiring freeze. Can you explain what that impact has been, and do you believe that you have the excess manpower to withstand these cuts?
So thank you for the question, Congresswoman. So as we're going through the execution of the presidential actions, executive orders, we're trying to lean forward as much as we possibly can in implementing them, but we're trying to balance that along the way. Right. Some of these are providing good opportunities. The DRP, or Deferred Resignation Program, are providing opportunities for our folks to take advantage of it. But we're trying to be mindful of readiness and the mission as we go through those processes. So we have been given some tools along the way to make exemptions, and we're trying to make those smart exemptions to balance that equation. I don't have any target specifically on how many billets that we really need to remove at the end of the day. What we have initiated as well as a look at our entire structure, and go through a reorganization and an optimization of the structure. And what we plan to do is, as we work through these processes, is to reconcile both of those together, looking for efficiencies as we're going through the restructure, and marry those up to the processes that we're already following as we lose people through some of these efforts.
Yeah, I just honestly feel for you, because as the ranking member said, taking a hatchet versus a scalpel on top of our pressure for recruitment and retainment, on top of modernizing, it really seems almost like an impossible task. And I would like for you to expound on, is there anything this body can be doing to help you achieve the goals that you have?
No, I think we're in good shape right now to continue to work through these processes all the way through the end. We'll continue to maximize the use of exemptions to try to make sure that we're keeping our readiness and trying to keep our missions intact. But until I finish that exercise of trying to take a look at how we're going to optimize our organization, I won't have a clean picture as to where that leaves us in balancing those two variables together.
Thank you. I'll yield.
Thanks, gentlelady. Mr. Anderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of questions. General Saltzman, back in April of 23, U.S. Space Command outlined requirements for sustained space maneuver and dynamic space operations and set the target for an operational demonstration by 2026. Can you speak to as how the Space Force plans to meet the U.S. Space Command target for an operational demonstration of sustained space maneuver and dynamic space operations by that deadline?
Yes, sir. Thank you. We have on contract a demonstration of a refueling shuttle, a propellant depot, and satellites we call Tetra 5 satellites. Tetra meaning they have arms, they have refueling arms. That demo is scheduled to launch in 2026. We think that'll show a lot of positive results in terms of collecting the data on which of these types of capabilities, which of these types of technologies is most fruitful for the enduring mission. We think it'll be very positive. We're following that up with a second demo in 2027, which is actually 5 more different types of technologies associated with refueling on orbit. Again, the purpose is to collect the data, determine which ones are best, what standards we like, what interfaces are most productive so that we can continue to invest in that technology. So we're on track for 2026.
Okay, thanks. And with the certification of ULA's Vulcan rocket on March 26th, we now have multiple viable space options for the all-important National Security Space Launch mission. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of competition within space as a driver for both innovation and a source of resiliency?
Well, I think I'm preaching to the choir when I say competition is in the benefit of the government. It helps drive innovation, it helps drive costs down. But from my perspective, from my seat, it also creates resiliency in the architecture. It's my job to make sure we have assured access to space. If I have multiple companies that can help us deliver capabilities on orbit, I feel more comfortable that we have resilient architecture to put that in place. That's resiliency against any particular system that might have an anomaly where you would ground the system. We have alternates, we have backups. If a company has problems, we have alternates, we have backups. So the resiliency in the launch infrastructure is just as important as the competition driving the cost down is to me.
Thank you. Oh, and just let me, Secretary Ashworth, thank you for your service in this role as you, and we look forward to continue to work with you, but also ultimately with the Secretary once confirmed, or the next Secretary is confirmed. Given that this is an oversight hearing, I want to close by just bringing your attention to a persistent issue. And as you well know, the United States Space Command was established more than 6 years ago. And it's been basically homeless ever since, despite the Air Force has identified Redstone Arsenal in North Alabama as the preferred location back in January of 2021. And the service has yet to designate a permanent location, however. I look forward to working with you and the incoming Secretary to finalize the basing decision that was validated by the Inspector General. In a budget-constrained environment, it's clear that Alabama is more cost-effective, and we have the brain power and the robust defense industry that is able, that is willing, and is ready to support Space Command. And I look forward to working with this administration to bring us back on track and support our guardians and warfighters in this critical domain. And so I thank you for that. Look forward to working with you, and I yield back.
I already thought they made a decision to move to Alabama. Well, we're going to call it the Shelby Air Base. Yeah, Ms. Capter, you're recognized.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. General Alvin, I have 2 questions for you, one for Secretary Ashworth and one for General Saltzman. The 2 questions are for the General. Recently, we read about the press reports, the revolution on the battlefield when the Ukrainians took down a Russian Su-27 with a drone. I'm curious how you looked at that and if you agree it was a revolution and why. Secondly, I'm wondering if you can describe to me, recently the president made a trip to Michigan and announced that we were going to have a new F-15EX fighter installation there. How will that relate to Ohio and the 180th Fighter Wing that I represent at our National Guard? Is there any connection? That is an F-16 unit. We tried to get F-35s, but they said we weren't close enough to a training base, so those are two questions. And then for Secretary Ashworth, what are your thoughts? How do you think about the state of our defense industrial base in this country and your critical workforce and production shortages that you face? And finally, of General Saltzman, when can we expect to receive a detailed budget related to our committee that for 2026? You've got the issue with Space Force. I don't even know what Golden Dome is. Maybe you can explain that in a written reply. But when do you think that we would be able to get a budget through the department? So General Alvin first.
Thank you, Congressman. Congresswoman, so in the two questions, first of all, the drone shooting down an Su-27, I don't know that I would call it as much of a revolution as it's a wake-up call. We need to understand that there are different platforms on the battle space, and the manner in which we use the aircraft that we have, the manner in which we have our operational concepts for aerial warfare need to adapt to this new reality. So I think I wouldn't take it as that one thing changes everything, but it certainly reflects the disruptive technology that can find its way onto the battle space, and it requires our rapt attention to make sure that we're responding to it in all environments. To the second, on the F-15EX, that was a presidential decision, and that decision was in order to replace the fighter mission that was going away with the A-10. I do not see any impact on that with anything going on in Ohio in the 180th.
Thank you very much. Secretary Ashworth?
Okay, I think your question was around the defense industrial base.
How do you think about it?
Yeah, so it's constricted over time. Everybody knows that story for over the last decades. And so we need to continue to do what we can to continue to grow the defense industrial base, to try to make it more robust and resilient, because that effectively just is in our best interest, because we'll grow competition and we'll benefit from that in the government side. In addition to that, though, we've gotten brittle in certain parts of our defense industrial base, and we need to be very mindful of understanding what those supply chains look like, and so that we can target those areas that are truly national defense related, so that we can make sure that we have additional suppliers in those areas as we move forward.
And those would be domestic suppliers?
Preferably domestic suppliers, yes.
Yes, our region has suffered greatly from this, the industrial heartland of America, so I would urge you to look at the defense industrial provisions that are in the law right now and try to make them more robust as you move forward with your budget. Thank you very much. And just one answer from General Saltzman.
I wish I had the answer to when the budget was going to be available. I do not. I don't feel comfortable even saying, guessing at what the timeline might be. If it was based on the number of meetings that we're having to try to get the budget in order, I would think it would be imminent. We're having a lot of discussions on the budget itself, but there are several wickets outside the Department of Defense that would have to go through before it comes over. But with regards to Golden Dome, I would just add, think about it not as a single system, but a system of systems. And so you'll see several different contributing capabilities that under the umbrella of Golden Dome. So I think that's probably a better way to think about it as it comes over.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Carter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Alvin, pardon my voice, it's going away. The Air Force continues developing agile combat employment concepts for the INDOPACOM theater. I'd like to ask you about a specific investment and capability being prioritized to improve camouflage, concealment, and deception. And in particular, can you walk us through the strategic the strategies you are using to enhance multiple spectral signature management. This is a critical issue, especially when it comes to survivability from our expeditionary forces that will be in the Pacific. I've also heard about deployable hangars that can support multi-special signal management. Are those capabilities ready to be fielded? And do you think these resources are things you need to get deployed quickly?
Congressman, I can answer the last question first. Yes.
Yes.
These are things we definitely, as you mentioned, when people think historically of CC&D, camouflage, concealment, and deception, we think of, things shaped like hangars or things shaped like airplanes to fool the adversary. The point that you bring up is the important one. It's no longer just the physical deception and the physical camouflage and concealment. Across the electromagnetic spectrum, that's how more and more the adversaries are being able to identify our capabilities. So being able to manage our signals, confuse them with where they think it's something and it's actually something else, that is more critical. It is also very much more agile, too. So getting those fielded capabilities are absolutely critical. They are not the only solution. We still do have to have the ability to hide from sight. We do also have, under agile combat employment, we have to have the ability to have some point defense. So when the missiles come in, we got to be able to kill them with something. So all of those come together, but your point is the right one. This electromagnetic spectrum management has become more and more key to our ability to survive and operate in an agile way. We really look forward to, as they continue to mature, we also need to exercise them and test them, and that's what we're also doing, big exercise this summer. But I couldn't agree more that those are the types of capabilities that will enhance our survival and make this agile combat employment a real thing.
So basically, you're ready to do it as you get it put together.
Absolutely, but to say it's got to be part of a family of systems to protect, but it's a key part of that family.
Yeah, I was very impressed by what they can do. Also, I want to ask you about the fact that we're very aware of the fact that the reserve component is asked to do much more for our nation's defense. And with that said, we recently, with public comments by you and other Air Force leaders, stated we need to have a larger Air Force to defend our nation and execute the National Defense Strategy. How can the Air Force Reserve retain experienced pilots, maintainers, and combat support personnel to defend America, as well as meet the NSD requirements, unless the Congress and Pentagon leaders provide the necessary amount of equipment and aircraft? Is the Air Force exploring options to equip the operational fighter units with sunsetting missions like the A-10 and with other airframes?
So, Congressman, that goes back to I do believe that more Air Force is better. And so in order to be able to do that, we have to ensure that when we do that, we maintain the capability of having the deployability and the accessibility. I think what the Air Force Reserves and the Air National Guard offer is that experience, is that instant proficiency. And so making sure we equip all the Air Force with the modern capabilities that are required to deploy is going to be key. It really is about dollars. I would love to be able to have the active force and the reserve force because, as you mentioned, Congressman, this is not the reserves of 30 years ago. They're operating with us. They are actually looking to do the same sort of organizational unit of action construct model that we're going to, so they can deploy just as rapidly as the active force. It really just is about dollars to be able to ensure we outfit everybody with the most modern kit and make sure the opportunity costs don't come with regret.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Rowley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the ranking member for the hearing, and certainly thank you to our witnesses for your service. I want to begin, Secretary Ashworth and General Alvin, and take a moment to remember Major Terry Brayman from my district in Rochester, New York, who tragically lost his life in the CV-22 Osprey crash off the coast of Japan in November of 2023. I had the solemn honor of visiting Yokota Air Force Base and meeting with Colonel McClain 3 weeks ago where Major Brayman was stationed, and I saw firsthand the strength and professionalism of the airmen and from his unit who continue to serve and serve in his memory. The platform itself has had some troubling safety record, and I understand that work is ongoing, but after multiple fatal incidents, fair to ask what changes are being made to the platform. So I wonder what specific actions the Air Force has taken to address known mechanical and design concerns, and how you're working to maintain confidence with the crew and who fly these aircraft.
Well, Congressman, not only thank you for the question, but thank you for publicly calling out the family. It's easy for us to move on and we see a tragedy and off we go to the next thing, but it reminds us, though, while we're working on the next day's issue, those scars endure for the family and for the unit as well. So thank you for reminding us and being our conscience on that. With respect to the CV-22 itself, I have ultimate confidence in our Air Force Special Operations Command Commander, Lieutenant General Mike Conley, working with the Navy, the Nav Air Systems Command Commander, Admiral Chebby, to ensure that we're finding the right material solutions. And in the prop rotor gearbox issue, we are looking to purchase those and retrofit those on the platforms. But let's take it from Gundam 2-2 till now. The Air Force Special Operations Command went down to the bare bones and looked at from aircrew proficiency, because the Air Force uses the CV-22 differently than the Marine Corps and the Army and the Navy do. And so because they're used for more special operations, infill and exfil operations, they require really more specialized expertise on the crew and more attention paid to the maintenance. So we needed to make sure we were doing everything possible. So we have more confidence in our ability to deliberately account for everything that's going on in the maintenance and our crew proficiency. So it's part of that's just increasing confidence. On the material side, we're working with NavAir and getting those weapon systems back up to par so we can confidently use them in the way the special operations community needs them. So they continue to perform well, but this is it's an aircraft that has a unique capability in operating in dangerous environments.
Yeah. I don't know, Mr. Secretary, if you had anything to add to that.
No, just on that topic, the gearbox is effectively what the problem is and what the root cause of the situation is. And we're very close to working with the Navy of putting a contract in place that will start the removal and the replacement of those gearboxes. I think will actually happen this month or next. And then we'll be in a pace of being able to remove and replace about 3 of those a month as we move forward.
Well, I appreciate that very much. If I might, Secretary, Stratton Air National Guard Base, the home of the 109th Airlift Wing, the only unit in the United States military, I believe, flying the LC-130H ski birds, which are critical to our national security operations and scientific research, both in the Arctic and Antarctic. And the aircraft, I think, are over 5 decades old. I've had the chance to be on board one. Constant need of maintenance, risking mission readiness and aircrew safety. And given the strategic importance of the polar operations and operational limitations of the LC-130Hs, can you just share with me the Air Force's long-term plan to fully recapitalize the fleet and ensure uninterrupted U.S. leadership in the polar regions?
Yes, thank you, Congressman, for that question. So as I've taken a look at this, I'm not familiar with that mission, but I'd love to see it someday. As we take a look at those aircraft, they are aging, but as of right now in a fiscally constrained environment, we can't do too much for those aircrafts themselves right now. But we are actually initiating the beginnings of the acquisition process to do that capabilities-based assessment for that entire area, and that will then inform us as to what the true need is, what the gaps are, and then how we can initiate a replacement into the future.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'd love to continue to work with you and the department. I know they're cannibalizing parts, and it's really put a strain on their ability to be successful, and I know what is a strategically important part of the world, and they are unique in their ability to fly to it. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Just a point on that, Major Unrath came from Riverside, California, so right outside of my congressional district. He was flying that B-22, the Osprey. I'm just curious, since the issue's been brought up, obviously we've stopping production on the V-22, we're moving to the Army program, Flora. Do you envision the Air Force or other services buying into that program. Obviously, we're going to have to retire the Ospreys eventually. You believe you'll having modified versions going to the Air Force and Special Forces and Navy, Marines?
Chairman, that may be something we're going to need to work with SOCOM. It certainly isn't the higher priority in our force design, and in a budget-constrained environment where we're thinking about the...
I'm saying in long term. Do you think that would be the direction you might go?
I certainly think it's worth looking into. We don't have that on top of mind right now, but certainly it's something to look into.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for the question. Mr. Elsie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to start out by seconding Chairman Calvert's sentiments on the program managers needing long-term. That's the way to solve this problem, at least in the short term. But additionally, until we supersede Goldwater Nichols, until we scrub ITAR, and we fire a bunch of minions at the Pentagon, make the Pentagon a triangle, right now, the acquisitions process is like going on a cross country with your family. You're going from Galveston to Dallas, and you have to go through Houston. And you got yourself, unfortunately, a minivan. And you got your minivan, you have to stop through Houston, and every 5 minutes you have to stop for a minute at a stoplight. And at that stoplight, there's a patrolman, and he says, I need $100, and you need to take that passenger. So by the time you're out of Houston, you're overloaded, you're out of money, and you're broken. So you cancel the project. So we need a loop road around Houston. And in the near term, as we watch our budgets come down relative to actual spending, and until we get to 5% of GDP, we need the OSD, the COCOMs, and the chiefs of staff to be able to work together specifically on emerging technologies so that they can work faster on a block grant basis and get these emerging technologies out the door a heck of a lot faster. So I was noticing, thank you all for being here. Your CVs are outstanding. General Alvin, you're an astronautical engineer. That's from Air Force. I mean, you're the poster child. Poster boy, I guess I should say. Secretary Ashworth, you are an electrical engineer, and that's just incredible. And then somebody had fun at college, and it was you. And you went to study history at Boston. And had a good time, and so I just thought that was interesting that you're the Space Force commander and you studied history. But I also want to point out that you two were missileers, an incredibly hard job. I wouldn't want to do it. I couldn't be capable of doing it. So thank you for doing that. But I'd also like to point out, General Saltzman, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but your profile photo makes you look like Buzz Lightyear, and I think it's absolutely appropriate. General Alvin, thank you for taking the time to talk to me about the F-47 a while back and the need for future air superiority and for the joint force to have sixth-generation fighters. So I'm kind of a leading question, but would you say that the current mix of the fifth-gen F-35 across the Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps provides a needed capability and important options for our COCOMs?
Yes, it does. And of course, once we get to the Block 4 and all those capabilities that really unlock it into the future, it's going to be that much more capable. But we got to get through TR3 and Block 4 to really make it the platform it should be.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, can you think of any reason why we shouldn't have a similar cross-service capability, Gen 6 capability in the Navy?
I think to that there are different requirements that the Navy would use it for. So this is specific, and I'll say as much as I can at this classification level. But when you look at the outer mold line design, that is, even the F-35 has difference between A's, B's, and C's, and those that launch off carriers have to have, more sturdy landing gear structure so they can go off the CAT and come back to the carrier. So there are some design differences, and when that comes to the high-level sophistication of sixth generation, one needs to look at the outer mold design differences and what that might provide for divergence capabilities. Having said that, the secret sauce of what we're doing going forward, and Chairman Calvert sort of referenced the fact that maybe the F-35 wasn't the best way looking back on how we're doing things, but we put that together when we did. Now, we own the government reference architecture. We own the mission systems. There is so much tech that is shared. There are so many of the systems that are shared between the Air Force and the Navy program, both of them moving forward, that those will, I think, always be common, and those will allow us to accelerate both programs a lot better. And we were talking earlier about the defense industrial base, allowing more to play in that because we own the government reference architecture. When it comes to the outer mold line, that will be different because of the different environment in which they operate.
Got it. Okay. Well, I think for China, as we focus on China, we all have to recognize that the F-47 brings increased speed and increased range. It's going to get the Air Force in the fight in the Indo-PACOM. The V-22 puts the Marines in the fight in the Indo-PACOM region. FLRAA puts the Army in the fight, and without FLRAA, they are not in the fight in the Indo-PACOM. Likewise, no FAXX, the Navy's not in the fight because we have to outstick the enemy, and we do that with a Gen 6 fighter. And until we get an improved tanker, which we absolutely must have in the Indo-PACOM, we are limiting ourselves. And at no time in our nation's history have we ever gone an advanced generation with one service and not the other. So thank you for your answers. Thank you for being here, gentlemen. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Fleischman, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ashworth, General Alvin, and General Saltzman for taking the time to come before us today. I would like the entire subcommittee to know that General Saltzman was kind enough to visit my hometown of Chattanooga last week to be the Grand Marshal of the longest-running Armed Services Parade in the United States, 76 years running, and as a first, for the first time, as we honored the Space Force. So, General, you were a hit, and I thank you so much for that visit. I've got some questions. First of all, challenges to the Sentinel program, dealing with the cost projections and the timeline of that ICBM program. As most of you all know, I'm chairman of the Energy and Water Subcommittee of Appropriations, and NSA's Y-12 security complex is in my district, so I realize the highest priority of this program. We've seen major delays and setbacks, so I'm going to try to condense my questions. Acting Secretary Ashworth, can you provide this committee with an update on the program's current status and what changes are being implemented to get the program schedule back on track and even pulled back to the left? And as a follow-up, we are modernizing all three legs of the triad. As well as our NC3 and nuclear security enterprise. At the same time, the New START treaty is set to end next year. How is the Air Force ensuring that we do not have a gap in our coverage during the period of growing strategic risk?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. So I want to just first state by the Department stands behind the nuclear deterrence and our nuclear modernization programs. And so that remains a commitment and a strong commitment. The Sentinel program, non-McCurdy, it had a critical non-McCurdy breach last year. And so during that time, the department goes through a very thorough review process of the entire program to make sure that it's still a national security value. We assess the requirements on that program. We assess options that we might be able to follow in actually doing that in a different way. And then we also take a look at the root causes that actually manifested into the breach itself. We came out of that and then followed the law, and we pulled that program back into its previous acquisition phase. So that's where the program is right now. So what does the program do? First, it continues on with those elements in the design and development phase that will remain unaffected while we restructure the rest of the program to get after those root causes that caused the breach. And so think about that from the biggest piece of that as the missile itself will continue going through its design and development phase as we move forward. The main contributors to the cost breach itself were the command and launch segment. Think about those as the LFs that house the missile and the launch control centers that command the launch and have our missileers in them. It's the construction costs associated with those elements that really drove up the cost. And so the program right now is reaching out to industry to understand how we might better construct a program on how to get after that particular segment. They've reached out, collecting the information from industry, and by the end of the summer, they should have collected enough information, analyzed it, and put it back together to see if we're going to stay with the current acquisition strategy or significantly change it. I imagine we're significantly going to change it. Based upon that strategy, we're going to be trying to pull that schedule left as we continue to march forward on the program.
Thank you, sir. In my remaining minute, the
135 has been in service for about 60 years, sir. The Air Force is now transitioning to the KC-46, which also includes important decisions on new basing requirements. This deals with our tanker fleet. Since I don't believe the projected tanker fleet over the next decade is sufficient to sustain a major prolonged war in the Western Pacific, what would be the necessary number that we should be targeting, sir?
I would just say that that demand signal is derived through the Transcom commander, U.S. Transportation Commander, who looked to the Indo-PACOM war plan and looked at it. And so they have set up they have their MCS, which is their mobility capability study, and that drives the number of tankers and number of strategic airlift. And so they're currently in the broad number about 465. So they are between the KC-46 and the KC-135 recapitalization. We're still driving towards that Transcom-derived number. And as we look further into the buy of the recapitalization, this is where the next generation air refueling system study will tell us whether we need a new tanker altogether or tankers that have better survivability mechanisms on them. So it really drives from the U.S. Transportation Command requirement.
Thank you, sir. My time's expired. I'll yield back.
Since Mr. Fleischman brought up the KC-46, all the bugs have been worked out on the KC-46. It's working optimally?
Not optimally. We have 5 Cat 1 deficiency reports. 2 of them have to do with the remote visibility system. I was with the chairman of Boeing Defense a week ago to go over each one of them. One of them has to do with the mass strain. One of them has to do with the sort of the sticky, the stiff boom operator, or the boom, and one of them has to do with the environmental control system. I am very much sitting next to the Air Mobility Command Commander with the Boeing Defense CEO to go through each of those line by line. It is producing. It can refuel all receivers except for the A10 and the E7, because we just haven't tested against that. So it is capable. It's not optimal yet.
How long is that going to take before you get to where you need to be?
The latest estimate on the pacing item is the remote visualization system, which again, it's operating. It's just not operating as we would expect it to. We're probably looking at another 18 months.
Okie doke. Mr. Valdeo.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Ashworth, General Alvin, and General Saltzman for testifying before this committee today. Secretary Ashford and General Alvin, I want to raise urgent concerns about the F-15EX bed-down plan and the future of the 144th Fighter Wing in California. I know we've talked about this, and I know others are talking about it as well. But will the decision to base the F-15EX in Selfridge Air National Guard impact the Air National Guard's wings currently stated to receive new F-15EXs, including the 144th Fighter Wing?
Thank you for the question, Congressman, and thank you for the time yesterday. So the President has made the decision to buy additional F-15EXs and to outfit Selfridge Air National Guard with those EXs to continue the fighter mission at Selfridge. Our next step in that process is to do the detailed planning on the implementation and exactly how we're going to perform that. There will be a flow out. We will do a detailed flow out of where we're going to put F-15EXs after they're coming off the production line. And I can say to you right now that there is likely a downstream impact on some other Air National Guard units, including Fresno. But as we go through that process, I commit to you to say that we're going to mitigate, we're going to first of all reduce to the minimum amount of time that we possibly can what that delay in getting the EXs to Fresno would be, and then mitigate that as well as we try to make sure that we've got you the best 15 Cs and Ds to continue the mission.
Okay, and that was going to be my next one of my questions is if there's a change in delivery schedule, which sounds like there possibly could be, does the Air Force commit to requesting the O&M needed to keep the current aircraft operational? But it sounds like you might have something else in mind as well, or a possibility.
So we'll do everything that we can to make sure that the missions stay whole as we move forward.
All right, thank you. This one's on counter drones. How is the Air Force ensuring the funding for emerging technologies like drones and counter drone systems is prioritized, especially after incidents like the unknown drone flying over Langley Air Force Base and NAS Norfolk over the past few weeks?
So, Congressman, I understand that the Air Force has put together some rudimentary types of defensive capabilities, and we've initiated a program that will be moving out in 26 as we get those dollars to make a more modular, open, and expandable type of a capability, and we're going to start to outfit our installations with that capability as we go. You've probably heard from the previous administration, a Replicator 2 types of initiatives to get after counter-UAS. This administration maintains its concern with the counter-UAS capabilities that we need to put forward, and you'll see more and more of that as we get into the 26 budget. I presume when we deliver it that we're going to be trying to get after that threat.
Thank you. General Saltzman, China has continued to develop and refine claw-enabled satellites that could target our assets in GEO. What steps is the Space Force taking to advance technologies like rendezvous, proximity, operations, and docking, and on-orbit servicing to counter this? And where do you see the greatest need for investment to maintain our space superiority?
We've got real solid investment in the GSAP program, which is our current capability to do rendezvous, proximity ops, and GEO. We're expanding that to include other kinds of counter space activities. I'm happy to follow up in a classified environment with you if we can. But the most important thing that we need to add to it is the space domain awareness that enables the rendezvous proximity ops. Can we see the target satellite? Can we see where we are? Can we manage the distances between them? You're talking 23,000 miles away. We've got to make sure we have good, exquisite sensors that can detect that and give us situational awareness we need to be effective.
All right, thank you. Just a real quick question. Can you provide us with an update on Space Force's deployment efforts to improve resilient positioning, navigation, and timing?
Yeah, we're still working through we're shifting it from resilient GPS to resilient PNT. We're looking at all kinds of alternatives, and we have money in the budget for alt PNT programs and science and technology risk reduction.
All right, well, thank you, and my time's just about expired, so appreciate the time, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Joyce. You might want to bring your mic up, David. Okay, there you go.
Might want to turn it on too, huh? I'm really watching that technology, I'm telling you. Acting Secretary Ashworth, we are carefully monitoring investments that countries like China are making to boost their defense production capacity. There are concerns that our current defense industrial base cannot meet the surge demand and will likely need the support of manufacturers outside the existing defense industrial base in the future. Does the Air Force have a strategic plan to increase and retain the capabilities of non-traditional defense manufacturers to support the Air Force surge demand if needed? And would you require any additional resources or funding to develop those relationships and capabilities?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. So I think the Air Force is doing a great job in trying to expand the defense industrial base. One of the elements that I'll bring up is the Next Generation Air Dominance family of systems. And General Alvin's also already brought up that we already own a government reference architecture in that area. And that has really enabled us to grow the defense industrial base in that area. And you're seeing some of the non-traditionals that are starting to grow and become more of a traditionals enter into that competition for collaborative combat aircraft, for instance, right? And so I think we're doing the right thing. We're moving in the right direction. If we continue to follow the model that NGAD has set up for us, we need to try to replicate that into the future, and it's going to provide additional opportunities for those non-traditionals.
At the Youngstown base, unfortunately, we've watched C-130s having to be cannibalized to make out of, say, 8, 5 are operating and 3 are sitting there as pieces and parts. So I know that it's tough to keep a reserve of all the parts that are dependent upon making the mission work. General, I wanted to go back to you. How is the Space Force working to build our cyber resilience into satellite command and control systems as threats continue to evolve?
We're growing into that mission area pretty quickly. We've deployed 2 systems recently that allow us to monitor our networks, our mission networks. It takes a lot of time actually to map the cyber terrain and then telemeter it, put all of the right sensors in so that you can rapidly see if somebody's attacking the system. We've taken care of missile warning as a mission area already, and we're going towards the GPS constellation next. And so we're stepping it out as we can, but it takes a while just to map that terrain, but we're taking steps as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Most of the questions I had otherwise had already been asked. I realize it's late, Chairman Calvert, so I'll give you back the remaining time.
I thank the gentleman, and I appreciate your questions. Ms. McCollum, you have any closing comments?
Well, I just want to thank the gentleman for being here, and I want to thank the acting secretary for your professionalism, the courtesies you extended all of us, and everything like that. And I hope there's a role for you that continues in this administration, should you choose to accept it. Mr. Chair, I'm just going to list them really quick, some questions for the record, because a lot of it I just want to put them officially out there. I kind of had them in an opening statement. This one I did not. The president has now halted bombing actions towards the Houthis, but I'm going to be submitting a record to find out, what the cost of this was, both in material and personnel, what we've been spending. Workforce impacts, I think I touched on that, a little more detailed question. The tariff question that has to do with the most expensive aircraft in the world, the F-35. It looks like the administration is going to use something called a Chapter 98. I want to understand how that works better. Space launch availability. I know that that's a concern that Space Force has. As was pointed out, what is going on with safety measures with the Osprey, the Trainer 17. And then, Mr. Chair, I know you have lots of questions, as I do, on Sentinel, Golden Dome, and the timelines for Air Force One. So thank you, gentlemen, for being here. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Before we conclude, I want to thank all of you for your testimony and your answering our questions. There'll be a number of questions that we'll be submitting for the record. Obviously, you have a lot of challenges ahead of you. As the ranking member mentioned, the Sentinel program, obviously, we have to get that back on track. We're going to get a plan. Need a plan on Golden Dome. Understand what where we need to go, and this is going to be a large project. Seems every contractor in town seems they are looking to get a piece of the action. So we need to know where we're going with this thing before we lose control. And obviously, we have a number of challenges that we need to get through, and we'll be working with you through all of them. So with that, thank you, and we are adjourned.
Declare a recess at any time without objection, so ordered. As I said, Chairman Bergman is in the Veterans Affairs Committee. I am going to read his opening statement now, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Garamendi for any opening statements that he may have. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today to discuss the current state of our military readiness. Overall, the time is upon us to take credible steps in the Indo-PACOM area to deter future conflict. China's ever-expanding military efforts threaten the Indo-PACOM nations and destabilize the global norm. While I'm pleased that we took the first step toward addressing these Indo-PACOM threats in our reconciliation efforts last week, we need to be particularly critical of our existing forces and their troubling readiness levels. Aviation readiness, for example, has our aviation forces especially problematic. If we have 100 aircraft but half the inventory is not available because of lack of parts, maintenance, or personnel, we have really pushed forward in changing the overall readiness? We need to significantly reform our approach to ensure our forces are not only ready in the next decade, but more importantly, ready in the next year. As to the Army, I'm particularly concerned about their Indo-PACOM response. Efforts to reduce Army watercraft and lack of modernization of our ship-to-shore capabilities are specifically troubling. Additionally, the Army has significant Guard and Reserve mobilization concerns. We need to substantially improve manning, training, and material readiness of these forces and expand efforts to provide joint logistics to further deter future conflict. As to the Navy, we need to quickly reduce the 22,000 sailor shortage in our fleet, and we need to get our ships out of dry dock. Our inability to construct and maintain our submarine force is a national and international imperative. With our Air Force, it's hard to be a deterrent force when the overall aviation force structure will be diminished by almost 400 aircraft over the next 5 years. When this reduction is compounded with the reduced mission-capable rates endemic across the enterprise, we appear to be going in the wrong direction. As to the Space Force, we find that their mission effectiveness is especially sensitive to their infrastructure readiness, and their military manpower shortage puts significant strain on a small but motivated cadre of Guardians. We need to ensure infrastructure redundancy is available with the right Guardians to ensure mission success. And finally, my Marine Corps. At the heart of this amphibious ship conundrum is the Navy's inability to adequately support the amphibious force structure and their own assessment that 16 of the 32 amphibious ships are in unsatisfactory condition. Our amphibious forces are the bedrock of our 9/11 force and essential for the projection of power in the Indo-PACOM area. We need to realize the 80% surge-ready vision for the entire fleet, including our amphibious forces. To all of our witnesses, it is obvious that we all have much work to do. To all of our witnesses, it is obvious that we all have much work to do to credibly deter future conflict. I look forward to working with each of you to significantly improve the readiness of our military forces. I now yield to my good friend and ranking member, Mr. Garamendi, for any comments he may wish to offer.
Thank you. I know you're going to be shocked, but I do have a few things to say. First of all, I want to thank the gentlemen that are here that are testifying. Thank you for the briefings ahead of this meeting, and really thank you for your work. So I'm going to go ahead and read this because I think it's rather important. This hearing is one of the most important that this subcommittee holds each and every year. While it's preferable to have it after the budget is released, I'm confident that we can still have a robust conversation about the chronic readiness issues facing your departments. What is unique about this year is that the reconciliation bill we marked up last week, should it ever become law, the Department of Defense would have an unprecedented amount of money to spend in the vicinity of $1 trillion, perhaps even more, extra $150 billion over the next decade. Even correcting for inflation, that's a lot of money. And I will have no patience for a narrative that tells me that you simply don't have enough money to fund weapons maintenance, training, fuel, resiliency, housing, and infrastructure sustainment. No matter how much money you will get at the end of this process, there will never be enough to do everything. Certainly not the cost of the major weapons programs as they are currently in the pipeline and as they are currently expected to cost. But if we keep sacrificing sustainment on the altar of new and shiny, it's your and our service members who are going to pay the price. But this is a discussion for the next year at this time. I want to talk about readiness and what it means now. We're in a moment where each of you is being asked to balance our past, present, and future sustainment needs. These witnesses know more than most that we are sustaining buildings and weapons and platforms far beyond their service life. And we must ensure that we have the parts, the people, and the equipment to continue that sustainment. We do not have it now. Earlier in this year, we heard from the GAO that you are still struggling to meet your own sustainment goals in almost every platform, whether it's ground, air, or naval vessels. And we just heard from the chairman about naval vessels. When I travel abroad, I hear the challenges our warfighters have in getting the parts they need to keep these platforms flying. We euphemistically call these systems legacy systems. But these are the platforms our soldiers, our sailors, and airmen and Marines will use if we fight tonight. And it's our duty to ensure that we continue to sustain them while those platforms remain in service. We have not done a good job, neither us in Congress nor you and your departments. When we talk about sustainment in the present, I think about my favorite platform, the F-35. We as Congress need to work with you to ensure that we have the data rights, Anybody listening out there from the private sector? The parts and the infrastructure to allow your maintainers, or as it presently is for some, the contract maintainers, to fix this incredibly expensive and presently underperforming platform. We cannot afford to fall behind on holding the contractors accountable to this nation's national security needs just so they can have an extra pretty penny. And I challenge us, particularly those of us on this committee, that this is our problem as well as the gentleman before us. That brings me to the need to focus on sustainment in the future. The Army. Well, you made a big announcement this last week about your efforts to modernize and transform. I'm delighted that you're doing that. I'm delighted that you're taking the lessons of Ukraine and other lessons into account. Good. And while I'm sure that we're going to argue about the details, I applaud that effort to modernize, to innovate, and to free all of us from the burdensome procurement processes that too often are used to buy new weapon systems that are often too expensive, too hard to sustain, and late to need. As the Readiness Ranking Member, I would be remiss if I did not counsel you to not forget about the sustainment tail on each and every one of these systems. General Mingus, I'm talking to you specifically, but I know the other four of you are in the same process. And if you go forward without talking about sustainment, without building into the contracts, whatever that might be, and into your own programming, the necessity to sustain. We talked to the Air Force about you still have not built the sufficient depots for the F-35. And that program is more than 20 years old. I'm not finished. For too long, we've built the sustainment cost or plans into contracts with the big defense contractors, and it hasn't been done. In addition to incorporating additive manufacturing, data packaging for maintenance, and predictive maintenance into these contracts, I want to hear from you about how you are thinking about sustainability in the future in a contested environment and prior to a contested environment. While we are modernizing the way we fight, we must modernize how we think about sustainment and how to get parts, people, and the fuel to the point of need. My favorite members on the acquisition subcommittees, we need to whack them across the side of the head and say, guys, you buy it, we're left to see that it's sustained. Okay? I want to shift briefly to an issue that's on top of all of our minds, resiliency. This subcommittee, when I was chairman, and then later when Michael Walsh was chairman, we took resiliency seriously, and we had plenty of examples. Earthquake at China Lake, several $billion. Air Force bases on the coast in Florida, $5 billion. And the Air Force didn't want to listen, nor did my colleagues want to listen about, you're going to build right back where you had the previous hurricane? Are you betting on no hurricane for the next 50 years? Did I mention Camp Lejeune? I think I had. The Marine Corps. Resiliency becomes critically important. Anybody from Texas around here? Shall we talk about the big freeze? These are critical issues. And I know that the current administration has designated resiliency along with DEI. And if there's any mention of resiliency, it seems as though it's verboten and you're not supposed to talk it or do it and you're supposed to get rid of it. Stupid. Really stupid. So I want us to spend, and I hope we will, spend considerable time talking about resiliency in all of its various formats and in all of its various ways in which it affects readiness. Another area that's been corrupted by ideology is the operational energy. A whole lot of people think this is the greening of our military bases. Well, it is in part, and that's not a bad thing. It would be a good thing if we could do operational energy issues and reduce the cost of fuel by putting in some sort of a green energy system, or maybe it's a nuclear energy system. All of those things are possible. But this is more than greening. This is the ability of that base to continue to operate when the power is down. We don't have a massive nationwide shutdown of power yet, but we've had our regional shutdown. And each of your facilities, when that happens, has been affected. So how do you deal with that? Operational energy. We need to think about that. We need to make sure that that's part of what we're doing going forward. Advanced batteries, thermal energy, all kinds of ways it can be done. And each of you operate in different geographic and environmental areas, and the solution varies. But at least for me, and I hope for this committee, we continue to talk about operational energy in the sustainment, the readiness, the resiliency. There's many, many other things. I'm going to shut this down. Mr. Chairman, you've been generous. You guys have each of you have an extremely important task. And I know that you're thinking about all that you have to do, but ultimately it comes down to, is your organization ready to go tonight or tomorrow or in 2027? What do you need to do that? I will do everything, and I'm sure this committee will do everything it possibly can to encourage you to be ready in every way that that word applies. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time.
Yes, sir. General Mingus, 5 minutes. Keep it close, please, sir.
Representative Scott, Ranking Member Garamendi, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The Army stands ready to defend our nation. Right now, over 110,000 soldiers are deployed or forward stationed across 140 countries, executing missions that deter, defend, and provide immediate response options. However, being forward doesn't guarantee we're ahead. Our adversaries are adapting faster than our processes, and our Army cannot afford to treat readiness, modernization, and force structure as separate conversations. The Army is building a force that is leaner, more lethal, and equipped to operate in contested domains with speed and precision. Under Transformation in Contact, or TIC, we are enhancing our tactical networks, rapidly fielding UAS, counter-UAS, electronic warfare systems, increasing mobility across our formations. In the last 10 months, TIC delivered 11 new capabilities and technologies to warfighters across the 101st, 25th, 10th Mountain, and the 34th Infantry Division. In FY25 and 26, we'll expand this effort to entire divisions and beyond, i.e. TIC 2.0. The Army Transformation Initiative, or ATI, expands this transformation in contact. It allows us to restructure formations to dominate future battlefields, while also advancing the development and delivery of critical capabilities and end programs that no longer deliver value. Under ATI, we are accelerating the delivery of our new M1E3 tank, our next future vertical lift, the next generation command and control. We're closing the long-standing gaps in counter-UAS, expanding integrated air defense, and bringing long-range hypersonic capability this year. ATI also includes a plan for how we fund and field those systems with more agile and responsive funding tools to keep pace with operational demand and technological advancement. Lastly, we're expanding our magazine depth by continuing to modernize our organic industrial base to ensure the systems and munitions we produce are sustained at scale. However, weapons and equipment do not define readiness, soldiers do. And the Army is making targeted investments to ensure that they can focus on their mission. New barracks construction, modernization efforts are replacing outdated housing, dining facilities are being updated to provide more flexible, nutritious options, and holistic health and fitness program, or H2F, embeds directly into our units to ensure peak human performance. Recruiting, it remains a priority. The Army exceeded its goal in '24 with over 55,000, and it's targeted 61,000 this year. As of this morning, we were at 56,279 in the door. That's 92% of mission, and we still have 4 months to go, which means we're starting to build our DEP, our delayed entry program, already this year. And I'll end on budget. The Army is being asked to do more with less, and we've reached a point where it is no longer possible. With no budget increases to offset inflation and reduce buying power, the rising costs and pay and allowances consume our top line. What's left is no longer enough to modernize the force or sustain our infrastructure required at the pace. The Army essentially has 3 levers: end strength, readiness, and modernization. Over the past few years, the Army has had to cut billions from our modernization budget, and as a result, procurement is reduced to minimum sustainable rates. Delaying fielding of new material to formations and research and development is slowing down. The reality is the Army can afford a large, ready, or modern force, but with the current budget, it cannot afford all 3. Thus, Army Transformation Initiative. We are making difficult trades to preserve combat power and ensure we're ready to dominate the next fight. But we can't close the gaps just through ATI alone. So we are asking for the means to keep pace with the demands the nation places on us and the threats we know are coming. With the right budget and flexibility within that budget, we still have time to make the right investments. Ultimately, this is about what kind of Army we want to put in combat, along with our joint partners, one that is postured to win or one that is constantly closing the gaps. That decision is being made right now, and the consequences will last far beyond this year or next. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Admiral. Representative Scott, Ranking Member Garamendi, Subcommittee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the readiness of the United States Navy. A ready Navy promotes the national security and prosperity of the United States. Your oversight and funding ensure that we are ready when the nation calls. In the past year alone, our sailors have defeated hundreds of drones and missiles and executed dozens of strikes in the Red Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean. They have strengthened alliances and deterred Chinese aggression in the Western Pacific, and they have supported operations on the southern border. And they have maintained an unbroken strategic deterrent with our ballistic missile submarines. In short, the Navy, alongside and integrated with the Joint Force, remains postured and ready to fight and win. But our adversaries are not resting, and neither will we. We must improve with urgency. I've spoken to several of you about a sustained focus on adapting the mindset, skill set, and tool set to drive meaningful process improvement. Regarding our budget, consistent and predictable funding is foundational to our improvement efforts. At the time when we need to move faster to counter China and global instability, we are fiscally moving slower. Our priority remains our readiness accounts, which are most vulnerable under a full-year CR. We are hopeful OSD contingency funds will mitigate the Navy's most acute readiness needs. Despite these challenges, our Navy will maintain ready platforms, people, and infrastructure. We set an ambitious goal to make 80% of our ships, submarines, and aircraft combat surge ready by January 1st, 2027. To do that, we are reducing maintenance delays and improving manning, training, modernization, and sustainment. We are seeing progress. In the last year, we increased surface ship depot maintenance from 41% on-time completion to 68%. Unfortunately, this progress is not consistent across all platforms. I am not satisfied with amphibious ship maintenance. Our Navy and Marine Corps operate as a lethal integrated force, and we have work to do here. Our second goal is recruiting and retaining talent. The Navy is committed to attracting and developing Americans who can innovate, solve hard problems, and dominate in combat.
Thanks to process improvements and targeted investment, we contracted over 40,000 sailors last year, the most since 2003, and we are currently on pace to exceed our recruiting goals for FY25. We are also committed to improving quality of service. We have reduced wait lists at our child development centers from 3,400 at the start of FY24 to 3,100 as of March of 2025. We reduced the pool of unaccompanied housing rooms rated as poor from 25% last year to 21%, and will reduce it further through focused investments and divestitures. We are focusing investment on critical infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific, targeting it where it has the most impact on our warfighters. The Shipyard Infrastructure Optimization Program is a once-in-a-century opportunity to improve effectiveness in our public yards. In closing, I am proud of the Navy's accomplishments in the past year, and I'm excited about the shift of thinking and propelling our nation's maritime rejuvenation. This whole-of-government and whole-of-nation effort is essential to our nation's security and prosperity. We have work to do to ensure we will remain the world's premier maritime force for another 250 years. Your leadership and support are critical in that imperative. On behalf of the sailors, civilians, and families around the world, I thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
General Mahoney.
Good afternoon, Rep. Scott, and thank you, and Ranking Member Garamendi and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thanks for this opportunity to come and address you on Marine Corps readiness. I'm honored to represent the Marine Corps and have a discussion about a lot of the issues that were brought out in the opening statements. Since my testimony last year, your Marine Corps has continued to progress and refine our force design plan, which is 7 budget cycles deep, and we've refined that plan with our campaign of learning. Our air-ground task force remained the centerpiece of our crisis response capabilities right on through conflict. We're modernizing our force to meet the challenges of the modern battlefield. As directed by our Commandant, we have balanced our modernization capabilities with our ability to respond in the here and now, their ability to respond to crisis and conflict tonight. This balance ensures that the over 30,000 Marines forward postured and forward deployed, the vast majority of them in the Indo-PACOM region, are trained and ready to support the combatant commanders' competition campaign, as well as deter and deny global threats, and when necessary, fight our nation's battles. Whether acting as the forward eyes and ears, as the joint force, standing in the first island chain, or operating with our newest allies in the high north, or securing our southern border, your Marines are ready to operate, as the song says, in any climate and place to protect our nation's interest, integrated with the fleet and the joint force. But there remain challenges to our warfighting readiness, the most acute detractors, one of which is the absence of predictable funding. For 14 out of the last 15 years, as everybody here knows, we have operated under continuing resolution for some part of the year, and this year for an entire year. As CRs have persisted through each year, the lack of on-time and predictable funding has hampered our ability to carry out a business plan, and has constrained our ability to balance that readiness with modernization. The next is a lack of amphibious ship availability, which has already been discussed. As well, we have a late-to-need absence of organic littoral mobility, which prevents the movement, maneuver, and sustainment of our stand-in forces at the point of contest, at the point of friction, and inhibits the flexibility to sustain those forces. These last two capability gaps elevate risk and degrade force readiness across the conflict continuum. We are working closely with our shipmates in the Navy and across the Department of the Navy to address the shortfalls with amphibs and littoral mobility. And we appreciate, in particular, this subcommittee's continued support in reinvigorating the maritime industrial base and working towards on-time and predictable funding to support these efforts. Despite these challenges, your Marine Corps remains ready. Our personnel, maintenance, supply, training readiness remains strong, just as you might expect. In both recruiting and retention, the Marine Corps has made mission and exceeded expectations in '24, and you heard it here first. We'll do it again this year. I cannot say enough about the excellence and discipline of our recruiting force, who continue to do what others say may not be possible, and that is making mission year after year and never compromising standards, which is something we will never do. That discipline, together with consistent funding, remain the key ingredients of our high state of readiness. Our unprecedented second unmodified audit opinion is evidence of this discipline. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, this was no small undertaking. And you also heard it here first. We'll get the hat trick this year in a clean opinion. With your support for resources, we will work to restore the state of our barracks to a state that our Marines and sailors deserve. The Marine Corps is appreciative of the continued congressional assistance and support of the Commandant's priorities, which are creating an enduring total force readiness. With your advocacy, we'll sustain our current and future readiness to maintain the honor of being first to fight. I appreciate your attention. I'm happy to answer your questions.
General Spain.
Representative Scott, Ranking Member Garamendi, and members of the subcommittee, like the others, I thank you for the opportunity this hearing provides to talk about the elements of readiness for the Air Force. The four primary pillars being parts and supply, people, flying and training, and current infrastructure. To these, I would add elements for future readiness, rebuilding via acquisitions, long-term sustainment, and recruiting and retention at a relevant pace and scale, all in a way that reflects our shared purpose. I can confidently state that America's Air Force stands ready and able to defend the homeland, ensure a robust nuclear deterrent via our two legs of the nuclear triad, and project power around the world to deter and win as the nation requires. It's our solemn duty, and your airmen are ready. It is also a fact that today's airmen will do so with the oldest airplanes, the smallest force, and with fewer monthly flying hours than at any point in our history. Airmen have and always will get the job done, but today they do so at elevated risk. Meanwhile, China's military forces are expanding and modernizing. Their nuclear modernization, long-range missile proliferation, and recent test flights of 2 sixth-gen aircraft is simply further evidence of the elevated threat in this strategic environment. Conflict is certainly not desirable, nor is it inevitable, but it is our responsibility to be prepared should diplomacy or deterrence fail. Often, we have focused on the individual elements of readiness and not how they must be synchronized to create a warfighting capability over time. Even in this hearing, we will likely talk about individual programs and individual projects, all of which are very important. But the previous strategic environment, mostly permissive and without a significant challenger, allowed us the luxury of segmented attention, priority, and risk. Today's strategic environment does not. Today's readiness requires a synchronized approach, the right parts and the right maintainers and the right support infrastructure and the right qualified air crew, and all in the right balance, and not or. A shortfall in any of these accounts can negate investments in the others. Many of our past decisions were appropriate given the previous strategic environment and associated budgets, but no longer. So within the Air Force, we've taken deliberate steps to see this for what it is and do something about it. We've specifically prioritized parts and supply in the flying hour program. We have also reconnected our manpower and infrastructure priorities directly to core readiness outcomes in both our processes and our data. It's our intent to maintain focus and priority on these pillars to strengthen our readiness and improve our lethality, and we're moving out. I'm grateful for this committee and the broader Congress's support. I look forward to your questions and to working with you to deliberately improve our current and future readiness posture and undeniably retain our position as the world's greatest Air Force. Thank you.
General Goodline.
Thank you, Representative Scott, Ranking Member Garamendi, and all the distinguished members of this subcommittee for allowing me the opportunity to discuss the United States Space Force with you and with the American people today. The Space Force underpins our nation's capabilities within the joint force, within our economy, and within society as a whole. In our first 5 years of existence, we have validated the importance of the Space Force as a service and made remarkable progress in building an agile, mission-focused organization that grasps the magnitude of the threat. We have established our identity, developed doctrine, and taken significant steps to integrate space power into joint operations. As a result, our military is faster, better connected, more informed, precise, and lethal because of our ability to harness space. The world's use of space is growing at an accelerating rate, and as access to and use of space grows, the strategic landscape in space is becoming increasingly complex and perilous, even compared to our other warfighting domains. Our competitors are jamming GPS signals, spoofing and disrupting satellite communications, and developing advanced anti-satellite weapons. Unfortunately, these unsafe and unprofessional behaviors have become the norm rather than the exception. They create an increasingly hostile environment for the space domain capabilities essential to our security and prosperity, and put at risk the continued freedoms to which we have become accustomed. To meet these challenges, the Space Force is accelerating our transformation as a warfighting service through our theory of success, competitive endurance. Competitive endurance is the bedrock of our ability to deter and, if necessary, defeat our adversaries. This approach ensures we avoid operational surprise, deny first mover advantage, and engage in responsible counterspace campaigning, all of which result in bolstering the deterrence of attacks against U.S. interests. An essential requirement supporting competitive endurance is Guardian development. We are focused on purpose-built training to meet the unique needs of the United States Space Force. Our Guardians are dedicated professionals, and we must ensure they have the necessary training, the resources, and unwavering commitment to continue to serve and face these threats head-on. At only 3% of the budget and 1% of the personnel, the Space Force offers an immense value proposition for our nation. However, it is woefully under-resourced to meet the demands for space capabilities placed on it by our combatant commanders and by the nation. We must increase investments to deter the threat and, if necessary, decisively defeat challenges to U.S. superiority. The strategic choices we make today will determine whether space remains a domain for peace and progress or becomes a contested battleground for future conflict. Achieving this vision requires a shared commitment to providing the Space Force with the resources, the authorities, and the support necessary to meet the growing challenges of the space warfighting domain. On behalf of all Guardians and their families, thank you for your support and resolute commitment to ensuring the Space Force remains a cornerstone of joint force lethality and protecting the American way of life. I look forward to working with all of you, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're now going to move to questions. I'm going to stay on the clock. The ranking member has agreed to stay on the clock, and we're going to keep others on the clock as well so that we can get to everybody's questions. I'm going to start with you, General Mingus. In the U.S. Army 18X, I don't need a long statement on this, but obviously this is a great way to get the right people, both high school and college athletes who typically have better grades or are in better shape than average, into our pipeline. You've heard my concerns in that if you're an athlete, especially if you're a D1 athlete, you've probably got some injuries in your past, and my concern is the Genesis program disqualifying people from service under the 18X program. Can you speak to how we would improve the MEPS review process to enable more of these athletes with minor recoverable injuries into the 18X program?
Yes, sir. First of all, we're exceeding expectations this year for the 18X rate for the first time in several years. Second is talking to Lieutenant General Johnny Davis. He personally looks at every one of those that comes in through if it requires a waiver. And so it has his personal attention to make sure that, because I've heard the horror stories too. My son just went through it going into the Coast Guard for a rowing injury. And so we are very cognizant of the fact that we've got some great athletes out there that may have had a bump or a bruise growing up that we need to take a hard look. So he is personally looking at every single one of those.
Great. General Spain, General Gutlein, I want to come to spectrum. We talk about space a lot, but spectrum is something that we don't talk about that much. We cannot win the future wars without both the space capabilities and access to spectrum. Can you describe the operational impact to the Air Force of sharing or even potentially losing the spectrum in the 3.1 to 3.45 gigahertz range?
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question, and appreciate the opportunity to talk on the spectrum issue. I think it's important to understand that virtually all of our radars exist in one of the necessary ranges of the spectrum that are critical for warfighting capability, whether that's sensing, sense-making, or target tracking. They exist in our airborne platforms and our ground-based radar platforms. We understand the demand from industry, and we understand the draw to those bands from industry and the profit potential there. But we need to study the impacts to warfighting readiness and training ability and our ability to test against advanced threats within those domains as well.
Representative, the electromagnetic spectrum superiority is foundational to the way we achieve military superiority. We have spent decades building capabilities in those spectrums that you've talked about, whether that be our radars, our deep space radars, our strategic communications, et cetera. They would take decades, if not longer, and billions of dollars to replace those national capabilities that we rely on vitally every single day.
General Goodline, when we talk about readiness in space, it's not just availability of a platform, but also taskability of that system. For space-based ISR platforms spanning national, commercial, and now service-specific ownership, how are you integrating and deconflicting the tasks across those platforms to meet the military intelligence and national intelligence priorities?
Representative, thank you for that question. And I would say it varies across sensor platform. If you look at our legacy systems, we deconflict those by different domains and different weapon systems. As we move into the more modern systems, our commercial systems are deconflicted by what we call a joint commercial operations cell, where we bring all the providers together to make sure we deconflict the taskings and we don't duplicate effort. If you come forward into the new generation resilient radar system that we're building with the National Reconnaissance Office, we're starting to do deconfliction through artificial intelligence and machine learning. If you look at the systems that we're going to field within the next 5 years, they're all going to be based on artificial intelligence, machine learning. We will deconflict automatically in a machine-to-machine type manner.
Okay. General Spain, just very briefly in the last 40 seconds, just a couple of tangible ways that we could help the Air Force recover readiness at a faster pace than we currently are.
Yes, sir. Understanding the time restriction, the biggest thing is in sustainment, which was mentioned in some of the opening comments. Infusion into sustainment is going to pay the most immediate dividends for the services in our older and aging weapon systems. We appreciate any help on that front, and certainly a right to repair and the ability to fix our own airplanes as they get older would be very helpful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Garamendi, 5 minutes.
I'd like to follow up on all of what you said. I'm curious about deconfliction until the shit hits the fan. Then what happens? Is it really going to get deconflicted? A big issue, and yeah, I'd like to have a little faster service on my iPhone here, but I think there's something far more important that you're doing that we need to pay attention to. So for the commercial folks, you're not going to get sympathy here. Navy, amphibs, raised earlier. 80% of your ships are going to be available to go to sea. Really? How are you going to get that done? What money do you need to do that? What facilities do you need? And finally, there was a little program here that on predictive maintenance, there was a contract to gather the information. Apparently, it was terminated. So I think there's 3 things out there. What do you need to get to 80%? And specifically, the gentleman next to you is concerned about amphibs. So how are you going to make those available? That was raised by the chairman a moment ago. A little more detail on it, please. Thank you.
Ranking Member Garamendi, thanks for that question. A couple things. One, I'll have to look into that contract cancellation. That was not my understanding, so I'll take that for the record. A correction on 80% available ships. 80% combat surge ready ships that are not in a depot availability. So those ships that are in a depot availability don't count, or aircraft or subs. Of those ships, we need to do a much better job on amphibious ships. There's a couple of causal factors. I'll try to be brief. One, we need to be strict and rigid in our planning. 120 days before that availability starts, we need to lock it down so we can buy the long lead material and do the work that needs to be done. In order to lock that package down correctly, we need to do our open and inspects early enough to inform that package. USS America had 190 open and inspects, and our normal run of show would be to do those in the first 20% of the availability. We pulled that all left. So we understand the condition of those tanks and voids and uptakes so we can better inform the package. So I think that's a main effort. We're going to do 2 signature avails. And the signature avail is locking down the package for a big deck amphib on the east and west coast a year in advance. So because those ships are so complex and because they're steam-driven, the LHDs, we're going to pull that left to make sure we have the artisans available to do that work and get it done. One final thing, we're trying to do our diesel work, diesel overhauls, out of the avail to allow work around those availabilities to be conducted uninterrupted. So we're having great success there. So the bottom line is we need to improve And those methods I described are the ways we're going to get to 80% combat
I suppose
certainty.
this is a yes or no. We've been talking predictive maintenance here for a long time. Are you doing it? Are you forcing it onto the captains and the executive officers and others on those ships so that they are required to know what is happening with regard to the ship so that predictive maintenance can actually be real?
Yes, sir. Great question. You know from our time alone, I'm a fan of predictive maintenance, but I can't commit to you that it's universal across our fleet. You do have my commitment, though, that I will work that.
And you're in a position to make it universal? Yes, you are. I would suggest that you push forward to get it done. Otherwise, I'm going to have another discussion with you. And this committee's been working on that for a long, long time. Amphibs, put that at the top of your list. General Mahoney has all been out of shape about not having enough amphibs, as he should be. B-21's coming online. I think that's an Air Force issue. Do you have a sustainment plan for the B-21?
Yes, Member Garamendi, we do have a sustainment plan for the B-21. As you know, the B-21 program is one of our programs that is actually meeting its milestones on time, and the program's working very well.
Thank
but
you.
yes.
I have not seen it. I don't believe this committee has seen the sustainment plan for the B-21. Please deliver it to us ASAP. We want to deal with that this year. We think that when you get a new platform, there better be a sustainment plan for that. General Mingus, you got a whole new set of platforms that you're buying. Do you have a sustainment plan for each and every one of those?
Yes, sir, we do. Every time we bring in a new program, what we do is
Please share that with the committee.
yes, sir, we'll do.
I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, it's so inspiring and humbling to be here with joint service with all of you. And really, I give credit to my wife. We're a joint service family. I served 31 years in the Army Guard, domestic service, and it meant so much to me. And then I'm really grateful. My oldest son, Alan, served for a year, field artillery in Iraq. And now he's JAG officer still and Attorney General of South Carolina, thanks to Guard. And then I'm really grateful that my third son served, Julian, and as signal in Egypt and also on the southern border, Sinai. And then my fourth son was an engineer in Afghanistan, and I'm just grateful for that. And then we're joint service Navy. My number two son's a boat school graduate, 01, and served in Baghdad and also in Naples. And then I'm grateful our family previously represented Paris Island, so I feel like I adopted quite a few people. But my late father-in-law received the Navy Cross as Marine service at Okinawa, so over and over. And then Air Force, I'll claim you. My dad served in the Flying Tigers and to liberate China. And I'm just grateful for his service. And I've got a nephew who is serving in the Air Force currently at the Pentagon, Allen Heritage. So over and over. And one day we'll claim Space Force. But again, just looking at you, just again, thank you for your service for American families. And I believe, sadly, we're in a conflict that we didn't choose between democracies with rule of law and dictators with rule of gun. The strength of our military and posture around the world is so important to be a deterrence and keep American families safe while supporting our allies. America must support and ensure President Trump's direction to promote peace through strength around the world to counter the ambitions of war criminal Putin, who began this war, and the Chinese Communist Party, along with the developing nuclear threat of Iran. General Mingus, in March 2025, the Army issued a stop work order on all assure preposition stocks, maintenance, and outfitting, and permanent downloading and decommissioning of the Army's only preposition stocks is pending decision by the Secretary of Defense. In your written statement, you said that, quote, preposition stock provide a strategic advantage in rapid response, end of quote. If the decommissioning of the Army preposition stocks, what is the Army doing to ensure we don't have a gap in the contingency response assets for our combatant commanders?
Sir, we are doing a worldwide review of all of our preposition stock. As you know, with this administration, they're reviewing all the major O plans, which those pre-positioned stocks are inextricably tied to. The only one that, and this may be where the mix-up may have been, APS-3, which is our afloat stock. We are going to bring that ashore, refurb it, and actually put it into the theater where it is most needed in Indo-PACOM. And so we will go back. So it was not a stop. We continue to move our APS forward.
Hey, I'm glad you even mentioned Indo-PACOM. It used to be PACOM. But I want to give President Donald Trump credit for actually promoting Indo-PACOM, how important it is that we work with India as the world's largest democracy. So I'm glad you referenced that. And Joe Mingus, in your testimony, you mentioned the Army increased the production capacity for the precision strike missile with plans to procure 400 missiles in FY 2025. To maintain the strong deterrence, do you believe that this number is sufficient?
We would like to get to 500 per year, and we have asked for that, but 400 per year is better than the 300 we were last year. And so we're rapidly increasing our annual production rate for PRISM Inc. 1, and as PRISM Inc. 2 and Inc. 4 come online in a couple of years, we want to increase those production rates as well.
And a concern that we all have is as we support the people of Ukraine, as we support the people of Israel, as we face the issues that we have in this global war we didn't choose, there's a concern that we're actually shifting our equipment to other countries that are in general weakening our capability. What is your view about that?
We've been able to take the replenishment dollars that you gave us, thanks to this body, that were tied to those presidential drawdown authorities. And so every 113 we gave away to Ukraine, we bought an AMP-V. And for every ATACMS missile we bought, we were able to buy a PRISM missile. For every old Gimler's missile we gave, we were able to buy a Gimler's ER. However, there still is a bit of an imbalance in terms of what the authority for replenishment versus what it costs to buy that new equipment. It was about a 3-to-1.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Ms. Strickland, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Bergman and Ranking Member Garamendi. I represent Joint Base Lewis-McChord, home to tens of thousands of active duty members and their families, and it's also the military's primary power projection platform into the Indo-Pacific. The base hosts 1/3 of the strategic C-17 airlift fleet and critical Army warfighting units, including First Corps, Rangers, Special Forces, and multi-domain task forces. The Army's recently unveiled transformation initiative directs the elimination, consolidation, and divestment of equipment and entire units. For example, combat aviation brigades are projected to each lose an air cavalry squadron. General Mingus, I want to learn more about how the Army's transformation initiative will affect Joint Base Lewis-McChord and the critical capabilities the base provides. What units stationed at JBLM are slated to be cut? What's the time horizon to begin implementation? And what benefits will this bring to warfighting capabilities in the Indo-Pacific?
So the state-by-state details, we are still working through that, but your point about the aviation brigades, in our modeling and simulation, even against the worst O plan, we have enough Apaches in our attack squadrons minus the cavalry squadrons to execute those plans. Our master plan, because we have multiple variants of the Apache, both the Delta and the Echo model, we want a pure fleet to the Echo model of the Apaches, which this transformation initiative allows us to do. Costs twice as much to fly a Delta as it does an Echo, and we will repurpose those cavalry squadrons to do other type unmanned activities, which are going to be much more survivable in the next fight.
Thank you, General. I want to switch to another topic. So government efficiency is a good thing, one done thoughtfully and with a focus on service members and outcomes. The Army's transformation plan, which has been in the works since well before this administration started, shows promise. What I'm concerned about, however, is that eliminating general and flag officer positions across the DoD based on a percentage quota, as announced by Secretary Hegseth, may inflict our uniformed services with the same Elon Musk-led chaos unfolding across the federal workforce. Under President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, we've already seen the dismissal of an eminently qualified chairman of the Joint Chiefs, reportedly because he publicly shared his experiences facing discrimination as a black man in the military. Also dismissed was a disproportionate number of female senior officers. However, we really don't know because under this secretary, the DoD refuses to comment about why it's firing so many leaders. So I'll start with you, General Mingus. How will the Army implement general officer reduction without further politicizing the service and avoiding inadvertent discrimination?
Going back to our Army Transformation Initiative, to preserve combat power, the last thing we wanted to do is take away maneuver formations. We knew we were overstructured. We had too many headquarters, so the consolidation of, the reducing of, all those things were part of it so that we could preserve combat formation. As the chief says, people that wear helmets. So we began a geo reduction inside the Army several months ago, before this was ever announced. In terms of the announcement that came out yesterday or the day before yesterday, I think it's probably a little too early to tell in terms of what the overall impacts are going to be.
Thank you. General Spain, how will the Air Force handle this?
Thanks for the question, Representative Strickland. I think to General Mingus's point, there's the Air Force has always had an opportunity with the department to articulate readiness concerns. It's too soon to say what the exact impact to the Air Force specifically will be with the reductions, but we look forward to seeing the exact language following the announcement, and I have every confidence that we'll be able to work with the department to minimize any particular mission or readiness impacts of the decisions.
Great, thank you. While I have time, Admiral Kilby, how will the Navy implement this?
Thanks for the question, Rep. Strickland. I agree with my counterparts. It's too early to tell exactly how this will manifest itself, but we're committed to making sure that our Navy is globally deployable, and we believe in the National Defense Strategy, and I believe in a date, 1 January 2027, to be ready to sail if called against an adversary, and that is China.
And were any of you aware of this potential cut before it was announced by the Secretary of Defense?
Yes, ma'am, we were.
Okay, thank you. All right, General Mahoney.
To clarify, though, ma'am, we did not know the exact but we knew it was under review.
Okay, they asked for an opinion, but you didn't know the specific percentage.
That's correct.
General Mahoney?
Ma'am, our ratio of Marines to general officers is the highest in the DoD. We're 2,700 Marines for every general officer. We have only 2 4-stars in the entire force, 64 total in-force general officer inventory by statute. So any cut, we're going to have to look very, very closely at and make sure that the fallout organization maximizes readiness as we go forward. But we will follow, and we're committed to follow orders as they're given to us.
Thank you to our witnesses. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Strickland, I too want to say I think C.Q. Brown is just a fine individual and a very capable individual, and we're privileged to have had his service to our country. Congressman Jimenez.
Thank you. And I need to note that during World War II, where we fought the largest conflict in human history, we had 1 general for every 6,000 GIs. We now have 1 general for every 1,400. So I think that we can probably do a lot better with our staffing. I think we're a little bit overstaffed, to be honest with you. As far as readiness is concerned, I have no problem in rebuilding in Florida because we have hurricanes, but as long as it's rebuilding it resilient to the threat, just like in California, and especially Northern California, where they have earthquakes and they're actually overdue for an earthquake. I hope they build earthquake-resistant structures for the military. Admiral Kilby, how big is our Navy? How many ships does it have?
293 ships in commission, sir.
Do you have crews for every one of those?
We have crews for our ships, but we have 23,000 gaps at sea. So we manage where our personnel go in our readiness cycle to develop ships and send them so they're fully manned, or they're manned to the extent that they can execute every mission when deployed.
Of the 293 ships, how many are combat ready to sail at a moment's notice?
Roughly a third of our ships are in maintenance, a third of our ships are working up, and a third of our ships are deployed at any given time. That's just a rough math.
And the maintenance cycle, how long does that take?
It can be extended. Sometimes it can take years if it's a modernization effort. Sometimes it can be as short as 6 months. So it
And
depends
do you
on the
have
ship.
crews for those ships that are in extended maintenance?
Those ships are crewed. They may have a smaller percentage because of the work being done, and we'll use those other sailors to those ships that are working up in advanced workups or on deployment.
So could we have if we have a conflict and we put out all the ships that we can, there may be warfighters that don't have a platform to get on?
There will likely be ships in maintenance that are lesser manned than those ships that are forward deployed.
Which means that there are warfighters that don't have a platform to get to go to the front.
Well, I consider being in maintenance a war-fighting platform. I need my sailors on ships in maintenance to take care of that ship while that work is being done, so I don't consider that a waste of time, sir. Perhaps I don't understand your question.
The question is, look, when, maybe I'll refer to this. I mean, when I was a fire chief for the city of Miami, right? And so I had X number of firefighters. I had X number of fire trucks. When a fire truck went to maintenance, I didn't say, well, that's it. You guys have nothing to do, all right? There's another truck over there you get on, and you're going to go back to work. Does the Navy have something like that or not?
We do not. Our sailors stay with the ships when they go into maintenance because we take care of the ship. There's work we can do that's not in the work package to make sure that ship is being taken care of. Plus, they go to schools and they prepare for their next assignment. So just because ships go into maintenance, we don't take the crew off that ship.
Okay. General Spain, we've had a reduction, or we're looking at a reduction of how many fighter aircraft in the Air Force in the next 5-10 years? General?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how many?
That is correct. So there are roughly 400, a little over 400 that we're planning to divest. As was mentioned in the opening statements, these are decisions to get rid of aging aircraft, as I talked about in my opening comments, in order to try to invest in newer aircraft with increased capability going forward.
Is there any plan to replace them, or are we just going to have 400 fewer fighters and aircraft in the Air Force?
Yes, sir. The strategy of divest to invest, as I've mentioned to many of you, is very easy to plan for divestitures. It's very difficult to plan for procurement. We do have plans to procure advanced capabilities in smaller numbers than the divestitures. Some of these aircraft are just aging and voting with their structures and the cost of maintaining the structures. And so the sooner we get the older aircraft off of our books and off our flight lines and into new capability, the better off for the Air Force.
No, I agree with that assessment, but however, I'm concerned at reducing the number of fighters and aircraft in our inventory at a time when we're looking at increased threat. And I know that it's increased maintenance, but I'm not crazy about reducing our capability. So with that, my time is up, and I yield back.
Mr. Kuda is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Admiral Kilby, your written testimony discussed the importance of the submarine industrial base and the Navy's significant investments to add capability, capacity, and resiliency to the supply chain. You also noted the results at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard and its success in completing maintenance work on both the USS Hawaii and the USS Minnesota, which I visited last year. I believe that what makes Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard so successful is its workforce, the hard-working civilian employees who do the work necessary to maintain, repair, and sustain these ships. Admiral Kilby, would you agree with that assessment?
Rep. Takuda, thanks for that question. I would. I had personal experience in Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard in 2004 when I took command of a destroyer, and it was not the same shipyard as it is today. So there's a leadership thing happening at Pearl Harbor, an ownership of the task, an alignment from the top of the shipyard commander down to the workforce that I've not seen before, that I applaud.
Thank you. Well, success is what we are committed to right now. And I'm sure you know that Secretary Hegseth provided critical exemptions for shipyard employees from some of this administration's policy on federal civilian employees, including the hiring freeze. At the same time, we have also heard that shipyards are having trouble onboarding new hires due to software issues, and new guidance is making it harder for shipyards to sustain the workforce that they need. More broadly, the challenging environment for federal civilian employees, including the rescission of collective bargaining protections is also spreading fear and forcing shipyard workers to make tough choices about their futures. Admiral, the Navy has identified workforce development as a key line of effort for our submarine industrial base. What is the Navy doing now to help ensure that our shipyards like Pearl Harbor can continue to recruit and retain the workforce that they need?
Rep. Takuda, you've hit it exactly. The shipyards are an area of focus in the Navy right now. There are 4 big shipyards, as you know: Norfolk Naval Shipyard, Portsmouth, Puget Sound, and Hawaii. We've had roughly 1,900 plus folks that have chosen to leave that service under the DRP program, and we're in the process now of analyzing whether direct or indirect labor, what trades those were affected by that, so we can rebalance and make sure the work continues. We do prize those workers. We do want them to feel valued, and we want them to stay on the job.
Absolutely. Well, I hope you'll join us in fighting for their protection so they can keep doing the good work that they do at Pearl Harbor and other areas. We expect 3 DDG-1000s to be home ported in Hawaii over the next 3 years, and there have been questions about whether the Navy's current approach to fleet maintenance contracting is sufficient in supporting these vessels. The Navy has used alternative contracting strategies before in high op-tempo environments, including to support forward deployed ballistic missile defense, DDGs and ROTA. Those strategies often included a single maintenance provider strategy targeted at a small number of platforms with significant requirements. Admiral, as the Navy works to home port these DDG-1000s in Honolulu, has the Navy considered alternative contracting strategies, including with a single maintenance provider, to ensure that these critical vessels are adequately prioritized and supported?
Representative Takuda, I'm going to take that question for the record. I do not know the specific answer to that question. What we are committed to doing is taking care of those ships and making sure they're maintained, and when they sail, they're ready to go for that mission. So that will be a different structure for us, because those ships won't deploy with strike groups because there's only 3 of them, but we're committed to the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 mix of maintenance, training, and deployment that I described earlier.
All right, thank you, Admiral. I just have one quick question for General Mingus. As you know, on Friday, Hawaii's Board of Land and Natural Resources is voting on the final EIS for Pohakaloa training area, which is a critical area for training for all of the service branches. We have been hearing throughout the community some serious concerns. We do not know what's going to happen on Friday, but how committed is the Army to successfully looking at renegotiations for this area coming up in 2029, and what potential next steps is the Army looking at to meet the community halfway?
Yes, ma'am. As you and I have talked a couple times on this, we're absolutely committed, and 29 is going to be here before tomorrow. The first environmental impact study is done. We're waiting on the second one that will be done for the Oahu later this summer. We are open to swaps, other means, and so as I've shown you the maps, that we're open to other negotiation tactics on this if this does not go the right way later this week.
Thank you, General. As I've mentioned, a whole-of-government approach in terms of how we provide services back to the community in terms of benefits is something we need to be discussing. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Moreland, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we assess the Indo-Pacific readiness and posture, we must remember that Guam and the U.S. territories are not just strategic assets. They are American communities being frontline risk with limited local resources. The ability to protect and sustain combat power west of the international date line depends on Guam's resilience, infrastructure, and logistics capacity, areas where federal investment must catch up for the operation resilience. First question is for Admiral Kilby. Now, Guam is asked to shoulder national security burdens far beyond its economic capacity. The Department of Defense has historically pursued policies which support the island community. During my time in office, this has included about $2.7 million, a grant to Guam Memorial Hospital, the reconstruction of the glass breakwater, which is really important for us, and the historic investment into the island roadways. So how can the Department of Defense continue to support in future planning and make the patchwork of authorities easier to navigate?
Sir, we're focused on Guam. I agree with you. It is a key component of our national defense strategy here, especially focusing to the Pacific. I think we need to look at the sequence of work. All services are interested in Guam, not just the Navy. I do appreciate the support for the glass breakwater. I think that was money well spent to prevent something worse from happening in the future, and we support future investments there in the Navy because we will rely on it.
Okay, thank you. Another question for you as well. How can Congress support the expansion of the innovative readiness training in the Western Pacific, particularly those that enhance both military readiness and local infrastructure resilience?
Well, I think it is a great program. I need to take the question for the record and get specifics back to you, but as I understand it, being able to have our medical service member flow into local hospitals benefits both the community and the training for those doctors and nurses. So I support those efforts, and I'll get you a more fulsome answer, sir.
Thank you. You also talked about in the Western Pacific focus on the maintenance of your ships. What's your feelings of an SRF dry dock in Guam?
Hey, sir, we need to expand the areas where we can do maintenance on our ships in the entire Western Pacific. So if we can do that structural work and it makes sense to us, we'll certainly consider that investment. Multiple places is what we're about and not centralizing. So I look forward to working with you on that, sir.
Thank you. This question next is for Admiral Lieu again, and also General Spain. Guam is consistently described as the tip of the spear in the Indo-Pacific. What specific investments are being prioritized to harden and expand Guam's role as logistics, command, and sustainment hub?
Well, I'll start first. We're looking at, we have made investments in the local APRA harbor, and we'll continue to do that. I think those are key investments. One of the 7 targets for the Navy is infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific. So there's a resiliency component to that, realizing that we could get in a fight. So the hardening of our systems, that includes the electrical grid and all the supporting structures, which will benefit not only Guam but the base because we're interdependent on each other. So we will continue to work on those things. I appreciate, again, the support from MAWAR for the helicopter hangar reconstruction as well as the breakwater. All those things are important to keep Guam doing what it needs to do, and I expect increased usage of Guam from the Navy in the foreseeable future.
General Spain.
Moylan, thanks for the question. Obviously, we're working with PACAF and INDOPACOM within their sustainment and set the theater strategy to reinforce and ensure the resilience of Guam and Anderson. We thank the Congress for the $1.6 billion supplemental. We're continuing to make progress on those initiatives, and certainly we'll continue to work with you on the additional requirements.
Thank you. Just really quick, General Mahoney. How's our Marines coming along? Are they on their way?
Sir, the Marines are on their way, and I was just in Guam last week. Not only is it a beautiful island, but when you go up to Camp Blas, there is a significant amount of construction going on compared to just a couple of years ago, and it's really quite impressive. I was made to understand that there are over 5,000 workers day-to-day aboard Blas building that out, and like my compatriot here, I can see no condition of future where that would not be fully subscribed. Camp Blas and the other places aboard Guam.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to our chairman and our ranking member. You haven't seen beauty until you've been to the banks of the Mississippi River in Rock Island, Illinois, I'll say. But I've yet to get to Guam. Good afternoon. Welcome to our witnesses, General Mingus, Admiral Kilby, General Mahoney, Lieutenant General Spain, and General Gutlein. You know, I first want to thank you all for your many years of dedicated service to our country and everything that you do to keep our troops and our nation safe. I'll begin with General Mingus. Could you talk a little bit about the organic industrial base's importance to our nation's readiness?
So important, sir, and thank you for that. $18 billion over 15 years we're going to invest in the organic industrial base to modernize and automate. Example of just with a lot of this was driven by Ukraine. Our 155 production went from 14,000 rounds a month to 40,000 plus now, and by the end of this year, first part of next year, we will be at 100,000 rounds a month. The key in all this, though, is not just the modernization, but the automation of this, because once we get production rates and we build up our magazine depth, we will get to a stockpile level that we're all comfortable with, but in a conflict, we have to be able to then very rapidly accelerate to mass levels of production, and that can only be done through robotics and automation.
When Senator Tammy Duckworth and I have visited the Rock Island Arsenal together, I hear from folks there that say, we can't build from zero and ramp up to 10,000 of anything, but we can build 3 and get to 10,000 very quickly. At the Rock Island Arsenal, a 946-acre island in the Mississippi River, but on my side of the Illinois-Iowa border, the Rock Island Arsenal is the largest government-owned and operated arsenal. We cannot, would you agree, General, we cannot ensure our troops have what they need without the Rock Island Arsenal?
I think it's critical to the broader architecture of the 23 organic industrial bases that we have. Yes, sir.
And I agree with you. And I'm incredibly concerned about what Secretary Hegset's Army Transformation Initiative, what that means for Rock Island and the entirety of our organic industrial base. The Army Transformation Initiative mentions the integration of the Joint Munitions Command and the Army Sustainment Command. While we all agree that we should bolster our munitions production, I can't for the life of me understand why this administration believes it makes sense to cut the experts who know how to properly scale our munitions production, should we need them at a moment's notice. Joint Munitions Command has done an essential job, and in an efficient way, making sure that we meet the Army's needs around the world. Slashing our own workforce at the same time where we have adversaries around the world making investments to support their industrial base workforce. I don't know of anybody who could tell us, why on earth we would be doing this. We need to be making sure that we move forward and we continue to do the work so that we're efficient and we're responsible to support the warfighter, as well as the civilian workforce, so our nation can remain ready. This is not just bipartisan, but this makes common sense, and I urge the Secretary to make this a priority. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Higgins, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you all for being here. I'm an Army veteran. I was enlisted back in the 80s and the 90s. My father was a Navy pilot in World War II. And I'm just honored. I share the sentiments, I echo the sentiments of my colleague earlier that spoke. Just honored to address you and speak to the future of our beloved military and the protection of not just our republic, but freedom across the world. The sun does not set on the work that you gentlemen represent, the men and women in uniform that you represent here today. They're close to our heart. This committee is determined to do the right thing in every circumstance to support our war fighters. So I just want to say thank you for your stellar representation of all that is right and good, not just for our country, but for the world, each of you. Now, General Mingus, I got a bone to pick. Not really. We just have to make sure that our billeting is proper for our soldiers moving through Joint Readiness Training Center in Fort Johnson. You had stated in your testimony, right, every active component brigade combat team in the Army, except 3 infantry BCTs supporting the immediate response force, is scheduled to deploy in support of combatant command requirements. That was from your statements, General. Do these units all go through the Joint Readiness Training Center at Fort Johnson?
So we have 4 national training centers. One is the National Training Center at Fort Irwin, California, the one you referenced, the Joint Readiness Training Center in Louisiana, the Joint Pacific Multinational Training Center in Hawaii and in Alaska.
Yes, sir.
And then the one in Europe.
So
those brigade combat teams will go to all of those as a culminating event over time. That is correct.
Yes, sir. And thank you for that answer. My office has been boots on the ground at Fort Johnson, and amazing chain of command, very responsive, super squared away. I commend them all. Is Army leadership aware of the condition of billeting for the troops that are moving through?
Yes, sir, we are. And I personally stayed in the, as we call it, the Ruba.
You're right. Yeah, that's it, Ruba.
But when I went to Ranger School in 1984, Colonel Tex Turner was the commander of that unit, and he used to talk about when he would sit and feel sorry for himself in the rice paddies of Vietnam, he would say, this isn't as hard as Ranger School. We want our Crucible training event to be harder than combat, and so we got to make sure we don't gold plate as well.
Yes, sir. No, I understand. And our soldiers are tough and by nature, so they can deal with it. But we have to work together to make sure we have proper billeting, because readiness is what we're discussing in this hearing today, and that's an important part. So thank you for your response to that, and I stand prepared to assist in any way with that endeavor to improve our billeting. Admiral Kilby, regarding the intersection of the United States Navy and smaller shipbuilders and the issues that we've had in the last few years regarding regular payment schedules, even for shipbuilders that are on schedule delivering vessels. Has the Navy taken a hard look at that since the change in chain of command over the last 6 months?
Yes, sir. We have taken, we continue to take a look on shipbuilding. We're not doing what we need to do there. And I think there's opportunity at smaller yards to do different things. So as an example, we need to expand our shipbuilding capacity. I'm excited about the interest at the highest levels at Congress in the Department of Defense to get after that. So I think there's opportunity, and there's also the ability to get at what you talk about, which is what are those red tape delays? What is causing that? How can we get after that and make that more efficient?
Right, yes, sir, and I would encourage you to particularly look at payment schedules, contractual payment schedule for your smaller shipyards, because they can lose their workforce if there's a gap running right there. I thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. And Congresswoman McElfrith, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the ranking member and our witnesses for your being here today and your steadfast service to this nation. I do want to follow up on some of the opening remarks from the ranking member and focus my questions on increased rates of flooding, risks of severe storms, and frankly, the fragility of our energy grids as it all relates to security and readiness at our installations. I'm not here to talk about climate change, Mr. Chair, but I do want to focus on the very real reality that these events are occurring more frequently. They're costing the DoD billions of dollars. On a separate but related note, we have 50 states and a handful of regional governing bodies dictating a patchwork of energy policies, and aging grids and unprecedented demands, frankly, place our civilian energy infrastructure at risk and thus your installations at risk. It's imperative that we have a degree of energy independence in order to literally keep the lights on and be ready to face any risks ahead. So I'm going to start with Admiral Kilby. Specific to the Navy, obviously sea level rise is a concern. Can you speak to how the Navy is working to mitigate the effects of these events, and then also what you need from this committee to prepare for what's ahead?
Thank you for that question, Rep. Ellsworth. I'll just talk where, as I understand it, you're a member of the Naval Academy Board of Visitors. I was struck the last time I went there about the work that's being done around the crew house to make sure that water level rise doesn't keep doing what it's doing and impacting the columbarium and everything there. So I know the USNA specifically has a plan. Mm-hmm. We need to have the same plan at all our bases and do so at areas like Hampton Roads. So support for those efforts moving forward is important for us.
Very succinct. I appreciate that. General Mahoney and General Mingus, in recent years, we've seen extreme weather or poor planning shut down different states' energy grids, including in 2021 with the Texas power crisis, resulting in the tragic loss of hundreds of lives. Our military bases, again, rely on these state energy grids to power critical systems. Base grids, such as the one at Joint Base Lewis McChord and Marine Corps Air Station Miramar, have been identified as at risk to cyber attacks or insufficient to handle future demands. Generals, what's the Army and Marine Corps doing to address microgrid deficiencies on its bases? And how can, again, this committee be a part of the solution so that we can achieve some degree of energy independence for the sake of readiness?
Ma'am, thanks. And you hit it right on the head with Miramar. I will say this, having been the commanding general there, that the microgrid is independent. It causes us to be able to separate from the SDG&E grid and provide our own power. In fact, it powered my flight line for tactical flight operations. So as much as it might be an environmental impact effort, it is also of high military value. Not only at Miramar, but we have microgrids at Yuma, at Parris Island, and at Camp Lejeune. As far as cyber hardening goes, I stood in the control room of Miramar, and they talked about how they are putting those protections back into the SCADA system so that the capability that you have is therefore protected. And we'll work that through the other microgrids that we have as well. And I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the zero emissions base down at Albany, Georgia, that is also not only an environmental gesture, but a military gesture to safeguard our energy resources.
And ma'am, the only thing I'd add is, in addition to what Mo just said, is the redundancy associated with it, multiple paths, multiple means to include. And I think a lot of us are looking very seriously at the emerging technologies that relates to these micronuclear reactors, especially when you look at isolated places like Kwajalein, Fairbanks, Alaska, that are 100% reliant on very fragile energy infrastructures.
Can I take this further? I think because we have, again, certain bases and certain installations are doing it really well, but then we have others that are generating but not storing. What are some low-hanging fruit, or what lessons have you all learned from executing it right in certain places that this committee should reflect on as we move forward with the NDAA and budget?
Beyond energy, every location is different. Colorado Springs, Fort Custer, Colorado, we've lost a good chunk of our combat aviation brigade there because of the microbursts and the hail that they have. Other places, going back to Fairbanks, the cold, it's so every installation is a little unique in terms of not just the energy, but other things that you have to do to protect the force.
And the only thing I would add to that in every case, you have to have a positive relationship between the folks inside the gate, immediately outside the gate, and at the state and federal levels due to regulations, due to other encumbrances that might be upon you. That is key, or you won't get anywhere.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to working with all of you on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Mesmer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for yielding and for all the witnesses who have been here today. General Mingus, last week the Secretary of Defense signed a memo on the Army Transformation Initiative that specifically called for the elimination of ineffective or redundant programs such as manned aircraft and excess ground vehicles such as Humvees and Joint Light Tactical Vehicles. Can you please describe what is meant by that?
I'll use JLTVs. We have bought to date about 20,000, and there's several more that we have paid for that are going to come off the line. We have enough joint tactical vehicles to outfit all our heavy formations. Our striker formations don't need that particular platform, and for our light formations, we are moving in the direction of the infantry squad vehicle, which is part of this transformation. By recouping and ceasing further procurement of the JLTV, we'll be able to take that and reinvest it and more rapidly modernize our light formations, as an example.
Okay. If the Army's planning to shut down Humvee and JLTV production, is there a plan to sustain those vehicles' readiness, and for how long? There
is a sustainment for both. We have over 100,000 Humvees in our formation. They are not going to go away overnight. They will divest over time. And it's not terminate either. It's cease, from an Army's perspective, future procurement. So the Marine Corps may elect to continue to buy the JLTV. There may be FMS foreign partners that may elect to buy it. But for us, to your specific question, we'll keep that sustainment and maintenance tail open.
Would you think that foreign sales might be negatively impacted by the Army's decision to not use those vehicles in the future?
We still think there's a lot of interested companies, so it's too early to tell what the impact would be to them.
Okay. What are the armor capabilities of the ISVs, and how is the Army planning on keeping soldiers using ISVs safe in hostile environments, especially with increased use of drones in modern conflicts?
When we rate a platform mobility, firepower, protection, and leadership, this was not designed to be a protected platform. I grew up in the days when I had to walk 12 miles and then hit an objective. Our future light formations are going to ride for 10 and walk for 2. It was not designed to be a fighting platform. It's a better boot, for lack of better terms, to give our light formations the agility and not move at 2.5 miles an hour.
Okay. What would be the downward secondary effects on the defense industrial base if the production lines for Humvees and JLTVs were shut down without a comprehensive replacement? How would this affect second and third order supply base? And can you guarantee this will not have adverse effects on other critical programs?
Like I said, the Humvee is a legacy platform that has been around for almost as long as I have been in the Army. We do not want to buy. We are going to cease procurement of Humvee. That does not preclude others from do that. Same thing with the JLTV. We have enough to sustain the heavy formations that it's needed in. As to other partners that want to continue and invest there, that is up to them.
Okay. Have you considered how canceling these programs would affect National Guard units?
That has been factored in, yes, sir.
Okay. Also, General Mingus, my district holds a Crane Army ammunition activity, which holds about 25% of the DoD's conventional munitions. We've heard concerns about issues within the storage munitions and the poor handling of these storage units, leading to munition damage. Has there been any efforts to modernize at Army munition depots, and what are the current readiness requirement levels for Army munitions?
Yes, sir. As we were talking earlier, I mean, there's a significant investment across our industrial base. I can't speak to the specifics of that location. I'd like to take that for the record and come back to you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Admiral Kilby, you testified that the Navy's goal is to have 80% combat surge readiness by 2027. If the Navy achieves this goal, will it have enough magazine depth to fill VLS cells with required munitions?
Sir, we are challenged in munitions. We certainly need more. We're ramping up production. Of course, we've used a ton of munitions in the last 19 months that we didn't predict we'd use, so we've got to replenish those as well. So for a long time, the Navy procured at minimum sustaining rate, and we've changed that to, we need to look at it, what's the maximum rate or what's the most effective rate we need to produce those weapons. We've made investments in Standard Missile 6, as an example, to go from 125 rounds to 300. That's a good investment. We need to stay on it. So just like we want to get our ships up more available, we want more available munitions for those ships.
Okay. You also testified that if you were required to surge tomorrow, you could get 68% of the surface ships to sea. If you had to do that, would those ships have the magazine depth required to meet the O-plan requirements?
That would be a challenge in our preferred munitions. So we have to replenish those stocks, and that's the first part of the answer. So SM-6, SM-2, Tomahawk, Maritime Strike Tomahawk in the future for aircraft, LRASM, those are all the munitions we need to pursue for a threat against China.
Okay, thank you. Yield back my time.
Thank you. Mr. Vasquez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for your service and for your time this afternoon. I have the privilege of representing New Mexico's 2nd District, home to White Sands Missile Range and Homeland Air Force Base. Both bases face a unique set of challenges, particularly around the availability of quality housing for service members and their families. Homeland Air Force Base is currently at 99% capacity, probably about 100% by now, for on-base housing, forcing service members and their families to live off base in a rural community where options are limited and more expensive, if they even exist at all. And so even on base, the housing isn't much better. It's outdated, it's deteriorating, and it fails to meet the standards of what we owe our airmen and women and our service members. Lieutenant General Spain, the department's status quo for housing has been insufficient. Beyond simply updating aging units, what steps is the Air Force taking in fiscal year 26 to meet the housing demands at rural installations like Homeland? Thanks, Representative Vasquez. Appreciate your time and the question and the opportunity to talk about Homeland. Number one, for Homeland specifically, we just initiated a housing requirements analysis effort that's ongoing that should complete this summer, and that'll give us specific recommendations to work with the community to adjust our capacity at that location. And that's typically how we do that, and how we intend to move out in other rural locations, is a housing analysis, assess the capacity, and then what way we can work with the community directly to improve that circumstance.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. I appreciate that, and I know our airmen and women and some of their families, as well as the unaccompanied service members, really appreciate that, especially being home to the MQ-9 Reaper program and the pilot trainers who are so critical to our defense here. At White Sands Missile Range, much of the housing on base also dates back to post-World War II era, and it's seen minimal upgrades in the decades since. General Mingus, last summer, White Sands Missile Range and Fort Bliss were supposed to receive roughly $7 million from the Army's Installation Management Command to improve legacy housing. That funding never materialized. Could you explain why those funds were not distributed, when White Sands can expect to receive those funds, and what the Army is doing in fiscal year 26 to improve housing quality in rural bases?
Yes, sir. Start off, to echo your point, WSMR is incredibly important to us. That's where our Army Test and Evaluation Command does the vast majority of our high-end missile tests, and anything that requires range and quality of life there. We've also designated that recently as a remote and isolated place, which helps with a lot of the things you're talking about. That $7 million is still earmarked against that improvements. That proposal is about ready to go out, so I think you'll see some movement on that here shortly, sir.
Thank you so much. I thank you and the community of Las Cruces and Alamogordo and the folks at White Sands Missile Range. Thank you for that. Last week, I voted in this committee to provide this department with an additional $9 billion for quality of life improvements, including housing, because I firmly believe we owe it to our service members. But I also don't want to see that money wasted. General Mingus and Lieutenant General Spain, how will you ensure that this additional funding is a good use of taxpayer dollars to provide adequate housing and additional quality of life services for members in rural districts like mine?
Specific to the reconciliation bill, sir?
That's correct.
Yeah. We expect, and I think it'll be about equal across the services, so I think we'll see about $2 billion. If you remember from our testimony last year, both the Secretary and the Chief, we were able to take our 255 barracks that needed renovation. We were able to deal with almost all of those minus 55, which this $2 billion is already earmarked against those 55 that still need to be moved from Q3 to Q4 up to Q1, Q2.
Thanks again. So for the Air Force, I think we're going to be able to, well, once we see what the details are of the language and of the legislation, we'll know exactly what is coming to the Air Force and what we'll be able to accomplish. We certainly have a significant deferred maintenance package in this space across the Air Force, and a long list of things that we'll need to complete based on the additional funding if it comes to fruition. But certainly housing, family housing and unaccompanied housing are top on the list for the Air Force. We have a long list of projects that we can complete if we are granted the authority.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. Thank you, General, for your answers. Housing is one of the biggest challenges that we face, especially in places like Alamogordo, New Mexico, Las Cruces, New Mexico. And if folks don't have a safe, affordable place to live, it impacts not only their well-being, but their ability to do their jobs, and that affects our readiness as a nation. Readiness equals national security, and so investing in housing, infrastructure, and quality of life pays dividends down the line. Thank you all for your time and for your service to our country. I yield back the remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank each of our witnesses for their service and their leadership. We are all very grateful for your commitment to this country and for the dedication that you provided over many, many years in service. Thanks, each of you. General Mingus, I represent some significant Army assets in Kansas, and I have a handful of questions I'd like to ask of you related to that. Like all of my colleagues, I read with interest the reports of the Army Transformation Initiative, and we're all beginning to sort through what that may mean long-term in terms of our strategic thinking and the role of our various ground forces. Can you talk a bit about, as we look forward in light of the initiative, how we should be thinking about the role of heavy ground forces, particularly heavy infantry divisions, in America's defense going forward? Where do they fit in what appears to be an increasingly mobile and agile thinking?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we still, as an Army, believe that there is a role, and the reason and what sets us apart from any other Army in the world is the combination of our light, striker, and heavy formations. Even though the acute threat and what we are all focused on is in Indo-PACOM and China, we're an Army that has to be prepared to go anywhere around the world. A lot of people like to look at some of the lessons learned coming out of Ukraine and say that the tank isn't going to survive. Heavy formations are not going to survive on the modern battlefield. No singular platform is designed to survive by itself. It's the combination of infantry, artillery, armor, engineers, and the sustainment that goes with that in a joint environment in a combined arms fashion that allows us to win in the future battlefields that are out there. So we think our heavy formations absolutely have a role to play in the future.
Thank you, sir. And in light of that, how should we be thinking, for example, obviously I have the 1st Infantry Division at Fort Riley. How should we be thinking in terms of our ability to rapidly deploy anywhere in the world, both our equipment and our personnel, when the 911 call comes in, so to speak? How should we be shaping our thinking on that going forward?
Any activation of an O plan that requires the mobilization of and the movement of large formations is a huge undertaking. Our Forces Command at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, does a tabletop every year to make sure that those mass mobilization capabilities across our active Guard and Reserve are there. The other, you can call it a benefit, or the thing that we have reaped the results of, having had 2 heavy brigade combat teams rotating back and forth to Europe for the last 3 years, has exercised those muscles on a pretty grand scale that we have not seen in a while.
Thank you. And on a related note, again, thinking about the 1st Infantry, although this question is applicable obviously much more broadly to our ground forces in the continental United States, as we take in lessons learned, not only from what we've observed in Ukraine, but particularly there, as well as others, the increasing role of small, relatively inexpensive unmanned aerial systems and the need to integrate those with our ground operations going forward, both in our planning and in our training. How should we be thinking about that sort of interactive training of small UASs and our existing heavy ground forces in the continental United States?
So the Germans took the tank, the plane, and the radio and put it together in a meaningful way between 1938 and 39 and changed how the world fights in the land force. If you take robotics, autonomy, AI, fully autonomous, fully robotic, I mean, all the things that are being put into our formations today, we are rapidly trying to take a look at what happened in Ukraine, what happened in Gaza, what happened other places around the world to make sure that as this technology comes in, it's not just the tech itself, but how do you put it together so that we can still dominate in the future?
And sir, last question. Am I correct then in concluding that as we do that, as we go through this process, this learning, this preparing, this integrating, that it's going to require us to have an emphasis on both the thinking process and the executing process? That is to say that there's a role for what is now TRADOC and thinking through how we do this, but there's also a role for big spaces where we can move heavy equipment in cooperation with airspaces where we can operate small vehicles.
Absolutely, sir. And so the Chief started our initiative that I mentioned in my opening comments called the Transformation in Contact, where we infused this high tech across multiple platforms that are out there in volumes and numbers that we probably would exceed in a normal environment, because we wanted to learn from those formations. At what point do you have too many unmanned systems before you can't employ them, or you are overwhelmed by the sensors that are out there? And we have been doing this now through train-ups and our combat training centers, so it's bottom-up. We're learning from them exactly how many UAVs do you put in a brigade formation, how many robots do you put in a formation, how many people do you need to analyze the information that's coming from those sensors that are out there. And it's easy in the Pentagon to look under white lights and we think it's 200, but it's much more impactful when you're hearing that from the troops on the ground.
Thank you, General. Thanks to each of the witnesses. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Trahan, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, and to all our witnesses. Thank you so much for being here and for your service to this great country. General Mingus, my first question pertains to the pending decision to offload Army prepositioned stocks afloat in favor of a land-based location in the Indo-Pacific Theater. This decision marks a significant shift in our logistical posture and raises questions about the reliability of host nation support in a future contingency, especially given recent geopolitical developments. As you may be aware, Vietnam celebrated the fall of Saigon last week during a parade which featured Chinese PLA soldiers marching alongside their Vietnamese counterparts for the first time ever, a stark and symbolic signal for growing ideological and strategic alignment between the Socialist Republic of Vietnam and the People's Republic of China. In evaluating potential land-based alternatives to APS-3, how is the Army accounting for the political risks of stationing stocks in countries like Vietnam, particularly given its one-party communist system, geographic proximity to China, and the uncertainty of access rights in a conflict scenario?
Sir, we have not considered Vietnam. Right now, Australia and Philippines are the two principal locations. But when we began this journey, it started with those 7, 8 ships that we had for APS-3 were costing us in excess of $300 million a year. They were not loaded, combat configured, and so the offload time would have been when wherever they showed up, they would not have been ready to fight. It has also been my experience that unless an afloat APS is in the exact right spot when a crisis occurs, which we have a hard time predicting, you're generally not going to be in the right spot. And so we felt it much more effective, the acute threat, the #1 priority for our nation, that being China, that we download that, reset it, and put it aground in a place where it can be used effectively in a future fight.
Thank you. Appreciate that answer, General. My district is home to the Joint Forces Training Base Los Alamitos, which is strategically located in Southern California and well situated for joint training exercise by having significant aviation, logistics, and training infrastructure. Given current readiness challenges, including pilot shortages, logistics constraints, and budgetary pressures to maximize resources, I am concerned that the Joint Forces Training Base Los Al remains underutilized by active components in a tightening environment. Question for all the services. Understanding that JFTB Los Al falls under the California National Guard, are there any policy or procedural reasons that prevent your active components from incorporating this base into your logistics of training strategies under the current readiness strains? And if not, what are the specific reasons joint training bases like JFTB Los Al have not been more fully incorporated into planning frameworks?
So no policy issues that I'm aware of, but I will go back and find out just to make sure. And we do, from a whole Army concept, Guard, active, reserve, the vast majority of our logistics are in our reserve component. And so it's natural, and we do maximize the use of our reserve centers and our reserve mobilization centers, but I'll get a better answer for you after this.
Thank you, General. And the offer to train there goes to the other branches as well. I appreciate you all so much, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, and Mr. Carbajal, welcome back to HASC. Your presence and unique perspective has been sorely missed, so you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Bergman and Ranking Member Garamendi, for the opportunity to join your subcommittee today. You know, Mr. Wilson was bragging about multi-service family that he was, and I'm proud that I'm a single service family, all Marines, and equally proud. And also as an enlisted Marine, I must say, I used to hate hurry up and wait in the Marine Corps. So I'm extremely pleased to see a bunch of officers here doing a little bit of hurry up and wait as well. So just thought I'd share that with you. General Gutlein, I'm not normally on this readiness subcommittee, but I felt compelled to attend today and ask you about the ramifications of civilian workforce cuts on Space Force. As you are aware, I represent Vandenberg Space Force Base, an important location that supports key missions of the Space Force. I'm quite concerned about the impact of the executive orders, recent executive orders, to reduce the civilian workforce on Space Force readiness. Space Force is the connective fabric behind the joint force, and without dominance in space, there is no conflict we can win. Space Force's force structure is very different from other services. in that you rely heavily on civilian personnel to carry out the mission. Often these are top performing and highly specialized individuals who could easily get hired in the private sector. I was alarmed to hear about the disproportionate impact the reductions will have on Space Force, with projections that you will lose over 13% of your civilian workforce. General Gutlein, can you briefly share with us how many civilians you employ and how many you have lost to each round of the deferred resignation program? And did you indeed lose 13% of your workforce?
Congressman, thank you for that question. As you know, the Space Force is the smallest force with the smallest budget with the largest AOR. So any personnel reductions in the United States Space Force hurt, especially these. We currently have 5,674 civilians. They make up about 1/3 of our entire total force. Of the deferred reduction programs, 223 took it in round one. Another 448 have taken it in round two, for a total of 671. When you combine those DRPs with the hiring freeze, the United States Space Force is down 13.7% in our civilian population.
Say that percentage again.
13.7.
Thank you. Why have so many civilians elected to leave the Space Force?
Congressman, some of them were to early retirement, as well as you called it out that the Space Force by its nature is a high-tech force, and these civilians can get jobs elsewhere. You couple that with the return to work and the quality of life. We tend to be in high density areas like Los Angeles, and the quality of life means that these individuals are driving long distances, and they have chosen to take alternatives, alternative career paths going forward.
What are some concrete examples of risks you are taking by losing hundreds of employees in a matter of months, especially considering there is a hiring freeze and you cannot backfill these positions?
Congressman, I think we have done pretty good at covering down on the risk, moving the forces around, working to become more efficient and more effective. We are seeing challenges in hiring in areas like child care and base operating support. And as you know, the Space Force employees in place, so we are heavily dependent on those core functions on our bases, and that is really where we are taking the risk, is in the infrastructure and the daily operations of our bases.
Thank you. And with my remaining time, I just wanted to congratulate you, General Mahoney, on being the only service, let me repeat that, the only service that has obtained a clean audit, which I hope the rest of the services can actually accomplish in the near future. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carbajal. That, with the exception of my questions, will complete the first round. So I think Congressman Garamendi and I have agreed that we are both going to ask more questions in a second round. Congressman Schmidt, you good? Okay, General Gutlein. I'm familiar with the Space Force's new resilient GPS program, and I know Space Force understands its importance given how reliant our military is on space-based capabilities and the growing vulnerability of these systems to threats. The program is also a marquee example of how Space Force can work with new commercial space companies to deploy new capabilities faster and at lower cost. Can you tell me, how Space Force is working in this private sector, if you will, meld with military R&D? How is Space Force working with this new commercial space with these companies to rapidly counter the evolving threats posed by our adversaries?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. We are seeing more threat activity in space than we have seen before. It is becoming extremely contested. What is more troublesome is the behaviors that we are seeing from our adversaries are becoming the norms. We're seeing GPS spoofing, GPS jamming. We're seeing lasing of our ISR satellites. We're seeing shadowing of our national assets in space in a cat and mouse game. So it's become a very dangerous area. You couple that with the fact that we are the smallest service with the largest AOR, which means I cannot cover down with military capabilities across my entire domain. I have to partner. I have to partner with international. I have to partner with commercial and what we call hybrid architectures, which is the full integration and networking of commercial, allied, and DoD capabilities simultaneously. By building hybrid architectures, we're building out resilience through excess capacity, redundancy, and proliferation. We are drastically expanding our attack surface because they can no longer take out one of us, they have to take out all of us. So in that pursuit for resiliency and hybrid architectures, we are partnering with industry in ways we've never partnered before across any other domain. We are becoming fully interdependent upon each other in a very risk-based decision-making fashion. How much capability and capacity can I accept from commercial, and how much do I need to keep in reserve in our DoD? We're having those conscious conversations on a day-to-day basis. The really bright part of this future, though, is there's more innovation coming out of commercial than there ever has been in the past. So we are able to leapfrog our capabilities rapidly through these partnerships.
So what I heard you say was that compared to the other services, and you're the newest warfighter, if you will, as a service component. As you're establishing your capabilities to counter a truly rapidly changing, evolving threat, you have greater need for that involvement with the civilian sector now, as opposed to, let's say, if we're building a new airplane or a tank or whatever it happens to be, we have prototypes to work from, and we're going to change some things based on technology, based on the mission. But I hear you say you need to accomplish your mission. And if I'm misstating this, correct me, please. But you need that involvement of those outside the DoD resources, all the R&D that's happening within the civilian community, if you will, the space.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I know, Admiral Kilby, we talked a little bit about amphibs. And I think in your, last week, I think we talked, thought I heard you say the Navy owes a 3-ship ARG amphibious ready group. I'll stay out of my old acronyms. That's ready to embark Marines and conduct a training cycle and deploy on schedule. How are we going to get there? And how are we going to get there where actually we're meeting the mission of the 3.0, whatever you want to call it, but we need those deployed Navy amphibious vessels with our Marines and sailors on board to be all over the world tomorrow. I mean, we need them there today, but we definitely need them there tomorrow. Any thoughts on the plan here?
Yeah, a couple things, sir. I made that comment specifically because I just want to step into the breach here and say we cannot have what happened on Boxer and Wasp happen again. Right, those two big amphibs for different reasons were delayed, and in one case we sent a disaggregated ARG forward. That does a disservice to the MU. It does a disservice to the Marine Corps and the combatant commander who wants to use that asset. So that's really the genesis of why I said that, because I want to be just public about that. What we're doing about it is specifically looking within the surface domain. Each one of those, as you and I talked about at breakfast, submarine, surface, air, 80% combat surge ready. Within the surface domain, I want to look at this subset of amphibious ships because I want to make sure good performance at crew des level isn't washing out bad performance at the amphibious level. But we have to do a couple things. One, we have to be disciplined in our execution of planning and lock down that availability earlier. You weren't here, but I talked about doing open-ended specs earlier to inform the package to make sure I know what maintenance I need to do so I can buy that long lead material. I need to do some things differently. I need to do diesel maintenance in our CMAVs, which is outside of a major avail, so I can free up space, real estate on that ship to do maintenance around it. So I just need to be more creative and focus on the output here, which is making sure those ships are available to do that work. So we are at 61% combat surge ready across all ships today. That's not 80%, and I need to bring that water up to maintain both creweds and amphibs in a more effective manner. So I'm committed to do that.
Okay. I'm going to stop my first round right now and turn it over to Congressman Garamendi, and then I'll close it up when you're done, John.
Mr. Chairman, you were on a roll. I kind of hate to interrupt you. If you want to continue, I'm perfectly.
No, I needed a breath.
Well, I went and got coffee when you started, so I'm good to go. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. This is extremely important issues that we're dealing with here. I was listening to my colleagues, and they reminded me that all politics are local. I have no idea what's going on in the upper reaches of Michigan, but I do know that Travis Air Force Base, oh yes, there we are, General Spain, operates at about 60% of its potential capacity for lack of a taxiway. The county has made the property available to expand the taxiway. It could be done. It's not in the FIDEP. Why isn't it in the FIDEP? As near as I can tell, some of the munitions that were headed to Ukraine, as authorized by the White House and then stopped by the Secretary of Defense, were on planes that originated at Travis, stopped at Dover, where I think they're probably sitting now. But in any case, your attention to the taxiway issue. Want to get it in the FIDEP, want to get that done so that the full capacity with the two runways that are going to be completed in the next couple of years, so we can do that. General Kilby, you and I have talked about the oldest Navy base on the west coast of America, Mare Island, shut down in BRAC. It is now operating, handling a few naval vessels, non-combat vessels, all to the good. It can be upgraded. There are 4 dry docks there. They can handle the DDG. I'm not going to take one of your aircraft carriers, but it is there. You talked about the repair problems in the Pacific and using our allies. That's good to a point. At some point, they have to come home, or they should come home. And so I'd like to talk to you about Mare Island and the Navy's short-term and then long-term use of the 4 dry docks at Mare Island, which I believe are the 4 plus 1. I think there's a floating dry dock in San Diego that's about to come online. So we'll talk about that. Now, having taken time to get to what's really important, my district, let's move on to some of these other things. General Mingus, you talked about combined forces, and I suppose that you were referring to your own forces and the various parts and pieces of that. I would expect that it also includes one or another of your colleagues at the table. Could you go into that a little bit more about the combined forces, and then if you'll pick up the Space Force issue as you talk about that?
Yes, sir. I mean, inside the Army, we have a term called combined arms maneuver, which takes all our warfighting functions and puts them together in a meaningful way, and you synchronize operations over time. It's fires and intel and protection and sustainment, and that's what we call. But when you go to joint combined arms maneuver, that's when we put the joint force together, and there's very little that any of us can do without the help of each other. I can't get anywhere without the Air Force or the Navy. As we think about the first and second island chain, there's going to, given the advent of some of our new long-range precision munitions we're going to be able to hold maritime targets at risk to help my shipmate here be able to get the fleet back in the first, second island chain. The Marines and us have to work together. They may have the initial punch, but there's this sustainment stuff that the Marines may look to us. And like I said, we can't get anywhere without the Air Force. And so the space is intertwined with all of that. We have a ton of ground control stations that we interoperate. Every one of our vehicles, every one of our humans, every one of our soldiers, they carry some kind of a location device that is reliant on space or communicate through space. And so position, navigation, and timing, communications, it goes on and on. There's nothing that the land force can't do without a space component that goes with it. So that's the power of the joint force.
Maybe one addition, to a greater extent than ever before that I remember, we are relying on each other to service each other's munitions. That's the Air Force and Space Force in particular, but Airborne Moving Target Indicator to take weapons that have flown out of the custody of my sensors is a place we're going to be more and more. So we've got to be able to work and train and execute together in a manner that that is going to be completely reliant on the joint force.
I thought that you might go in that direction. And ultimately, none of it works if space doesn't work. So, and we need to have a long conversation about that, and I'm sure the other subcommittees are also, how that interaction. As you were talking about weapons, I was just looking at the early bird briefing, and the Ukrainians took a Sidewinder missile, put it on I don't know, some floating drone, and shot down. I see some smiles. Now, how the hell they do that? That's the kind of innovation that I hope we're seeing in all of your work. I won't ask you. That's probably over a cup of coffee in the morning to talk about how they did that. I'm curious. Now, all of you are also developing your own space assets. How does that integrate with Space Force's assets? And the ultimate question, why are you doing that, and why are you not depending on Space Force?
Staying at the classification levels that we need.
Well, then let's not go there. Just let that question hang there, and I'll catch you down the road a piece.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
And I think that applies to, I think it applies to all of you. And so the integration of these systems and Space Force. We'll let it stop right there. Where do I want to go next? Did you get your deep breath? You got your breath back? I'm ready. Take a run at it, and I'll come back at it.
Now, I say this seriously and with great respect for my colleague. You know, he is, John, you are a few months older than I am. And we're the two old dogs up here. So that's what you get when you have people who have been around a long time and served in many different capacities. So I appreciate you bearing with us, as sometimes we'll ask questions that may not seem on point, but we talk a lot outside of the hearing room and are mutually locked at the hip when it comes to, number one, be ready to fight, but also be ready to win. Readiness, I would suggest to you, also means that you all, each service, have some level of prioritized surge capability in a non-classified scenario. And if we need to take this classified at a future date to really get into it, what are the current major inhibitors to each of your services' ability to surge? If you needed to fly things, float things, drive things, whatever it is tonight, are there anything that you would want us to know that are inhibitors, again, in an unclassified way? You could say very simply, people, I don't have enough sailors to man my ships. I don't have enough, maintainers to maintain the tanks, whatever it is. General Mingus, you want to enlighten us a little bit what you think?
We are moving in the right direction here, but the principal driver of readiness across the Army for the last year to two has been the people. Our structure, in other words, the number of flags that we have across the Army would call for an end strength of about 473,000. Our end strength today is 449,000. We will end the year, I think, at about 452,000, and we are on a path to continue to grow that in the next couple of years. So that, as I talked about in the beginning, do we change our structure or do we continue to grow our end strength? But very closely behind that, though, is our equipment readiness, which we saw a bit of a bathtub over the last year. And a couple of things that culminated. One was the cascading of some of our heavy formations from the active to the guard, which created some turbulence in the supply chain. And then the platforms that we gave to Ukraine and the resupply parts that we were pushing over there did dry up some of our supply chain and supply parts that were out there. Our Army Material Command and our sustainment enterprise has completely flipped that on its head. And I'd love to come and have them brief you on what we call Weapons 360. The complete automation using large language models and advanced artificial intelligence tools that's able to now look at the last 5 to 10 years worth of demand history across every one of those supply chains and much more precisely and accurately figure out what we need to sustain 2 armor brigade combat teams in Europe for the next 9 months, to be able to have that stuff pre-ordered ahead of time, to be able to anticipate and be ahead of the game in terms of what those are. So I guess that's the other piece. Even after we fix the problem, we're going to have to fix the supply chain side of things as well.
Thank you. Admiral Kilby?
Hey, a couple things, sir. One, maintenance completion on time. That's why we have an 80% combat surge ready goal. So if we can get our maintenance on time, we'll have more ships available. Manning's a piece of this too. So like everyone has testified, we're all working hard on recruiting. I'm going to exceed my goal this year, but I need to do that for a couple of years to buy down on the 23,000 gaps at sea. It takes 9 months to get a sailor from boot camp to the ship. So I've got to continue on that path to get my ships manned at where they need to be. Spare parts. I need to continue to buy OPN-8 and APN-6 parts for my aircraft and ships so I don't cannibalize from other ships to get a ship underway, and that just creates a problem for me. So I need the right amount of spares so I can get that done. I need to continue to invest in things like additive manufacturing that make a part in 19 days instead of 40 weeks so I can unleash the burden of our ships. And finally, one investment which is a little bit hidden is this thing called live virtual constructive training. So the ability to do training at sea at numbers that I think the adversary is going to throw at me is super important for tactics, techniques, and procedures, proficiency, and currency maintenance. So that's an investment I appreciate your continued support on.
General Mahoney.
Sir, thanks. And I think and this is not a cop-out answer, it would depend on the duration, the capabilities required to surge. If it is a system-heavy surge, we're going to run out of components for that system, the system itself, and spare parts for the system. Let me give you an example. If we had to surge aviation right now, as you know, the F-35 is not where we need it to go. We would run out of machines before we ran out of ordnance and people to man those machines. Conversely, if it was a more manpower-intensive requirement, if it was an infantry unit, we are likely to run out of the people to surge over time than we do with the equipment that they require in all cases. I think if surge connotes expending ordnance, ordnance systems, we will run out of those in all cases. So if the bumper sticker is depth of magazine equals people, equals systems, equals ordnance and ordnance systems. You can't just take one or the other. Depth of magazine is defined by all of that.
Thank you. General Spain.
Sir, thanks. Nothing really new to add. The sustainment tail for us is critical. If you get into a protracted conflict, the ability to get parts, supplies, support equipment at the numbers required to sustain a fight over time, as at the scale that we've seen in Europe, we would be stressed to make that happen, no doubt. Eventually, people could be a problem, but that's not the critical problem from our warfighting units at this point. And then generically, procurement of critical munitions at the scale required is also a shortfall that we would continue to ask for help on from the Congress.
Thank you. General Gutlein.
So, Mr. Chairman, we have a completely different problem. We're your newest service, we are your leanest service, and we are in a build-up phase. So when you ask me, what do I need to surge? I need everything. I need people, I need equipment, I need it all. We are 9,500 strong. We've got to at least double that to meet the demand of our nation and our warfighters today. Going forward, we need more counter space kit, which is the ability to protect blue and deny red. How do I deny our adversaries' use of space and adversaries' ability to counter us? I need more space domain awareness, which means I need to understand what's going on in the space domain. I need to understand what our adversaries are up to and what their intent is. And finally, I need more C2 and more communications to round out and use the capabilities that we need. So we are building up from scratch, and we don't have a lot of surge capability. If we went to war today, we would do it on the backs of our people, and our Guardians are absolutely dedicated to doing the mission.
Thank you. And I want to just, again, because I asked you the question before about your interaction with those civilian companies that are in this new space. Is there, are we optimally engaging with them, or, and not, I don't want you to dime out any entities in the Pentagon, but are there any bureaucratic obstacles to you getting the access to the interaction with those companies? Are you being, do you have free access to go out and talk to people?
Chairman, we have had more dialogue and more access to commercial at any time in my 34 years in the United States Air Force and the United States Space Force. The dialogue we are having is more robust than ever. We are having reverse industry days, which means I have industry come hear what my problems are in a non-threatening environment where I protect their IP, and they pitch back to me what they think they can do to help me solve my problems in an open dialogue manner. We published our commercial space strategy last April that talks about how we're going to partner with industry going forward. And this year we started putting on our commercially augmented space reserve contracts to buy us capacity during times of crisis or conflict that we can't necessarily afford during times of peace. So it has been a very robust conversation. The challenges that you're talking about, there are some legal challenges they're working on. We're going against some policy challenges, and we're especially going against cultural challenges.
Let's have a future one thing is policy, because you got law and you got policy. Law, you either pass a law or, rescind it. Policy is, good policy gives you on-ramps and off-ramps. So let's talk more about the policies that will enable Space Force, but all of you, but especially Space Force, because you're still, if you will, you're right in your future here, having not had to necessarily deploy it yet and see how it works.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Davis, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being with us today. Let me be clear, bases like Seymour Johnson Air Force Base located in my district have been, in my opinion, neglected despite hosting 2 F-15E combat squadrons to deploy and do some really important work to secure the Middle East as well as the American people. To ensure Strike Eagles, which provide the most avionics and payload capabilities of any fighter, remain ready, there are many opportunities to decouple flying hours from maintenance dollars. But what I would like to do is, if we could, General Spain, would like to understand the commitment of the Air Force. Is the plan still with the F-15Es and Lake and Heath? Where are those to go? My understanding was Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, and I just want to reaffirm that that's the case.
Thanks, Representative Davis. Appreciate that question. The current plan has not changed for the Air Force. Certainly, we intend to continue to prioritize Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, and we intend to comply fully with the NDA language that keeps the older F-15E with 220 engines around based on that language. The discussion about where the Lake and Heath aircraft go, some of them certainly were intended to go to Seymour Johnson, and there's still discussions about the distribution, the full distribution, based on now retaining the 220 F-15Es that we already have at Seymour Johnson.
Are there, or have there been any conversations to your knowledge not to send any of those aircraft to Seymour Johnson Air Force Base?
No, sir. The dialogues continued about the distribution based on retaining F-15Es at Seymour that originally we had discussed divesting. And so we're continuing to have that dialogue internally, and we'll certainly continue to have that with the Congress.
And General Spain, as we look at the reconciliation package that went through armed services, $127 million in particular allocated for maintenance and upgrade for F-15E retirements to prevent the retirements. Are you aware of those dollars going to any other locations or any other locations that would secure those dollars other than Seymour Johnson Air Force Base?
Not specifically, sir. I'll take that question for the record on the details of exactly where those dollars are going, but undoubtedly, if they're earmarked for F-15Es, then some portion of that will go to Seymour Johnson.
Thank you. General, you also mentioned the importance of remaining in compliance with the NDAA language. My understanding, the language that we approved basically solidified the strategic basing plan. What are your thoughts then of the recent decision to announce F-15EXs at Selfridge? Is that consistent with the strategic basing plan?
Well, sir, as you know, that's a presidential action and order to move F-15EXs to Selfridge. So that's outside of the Department of the Air Force's strategic basing plan. We intend to continue to work the strategic basing plan for internal decisions, but we also fully intend to comply with the order that was given.
What is the impact then when such decisions are made outside of the strategic basing plan? How does it impact the work that you're doing in the Air Force?
It depends on the details of the actual order, which we're waiting on in this case. But for now, we don't really know the exact impacts while we're waiting on the specific language.
So we don't know the exact impact, but if I then reach out and I could, by way of this question right now, ask the President, the Commander-in-Chief, if he can make an announcement for Seymour Johnson. Then if other members begin to do the same thing, do you believe there would eventually be an impact?
Any decision made at that level can certainly have impacts, if not associated with the corresponding funds to execute the decision, and could potentially disrupt previous plans. In this case, we just simply don't know the details of that decision.
And my last question in the 7 seconds here, what's the implications of the cost to now retrofit Selfridge to accommodate this platform, the F-15EX?
We're still working through the cost. Certainly, there will be MILCON associated with the move from A-10s to F-15EXs as a very different platform going into that base. So there will be additional costs, and we'll certainly get the specific number back to you.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Garamendi, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you correctly instructed me that these gentlemen have been very generous with their time and their work, and therefore I will only ask them about an hour and a half of questions. No, I'll try to keep it much shorter than that. Mr. Chairman, you raised the issue of surge. There's a very, very real problem surging in the Pacific, and that's transport across the Pacific. It has not yet been dealt with. We've been wrestling with this on this committee and in the larger committee for a better part of at least 7 or 8 years. I want to bring to your attention a couple of opportunities that do exist. First of all, in the SHIPS Act, which was introduced last week, and it would create the opportunity to build transport vessels of many different kinds in the United States, as well as enhance and improve our non-government naval bases, non-Navy. So I draw that to your attention. I would appreciate your comments. I can somehow weave this into space, and I'm sure I can weave it into the Air Force, but the other three of you, it's most definitely your turf in addressing the issue of surge capacity. Essentially, the SHIPS Act is designed to rebuild our merchant marine, both in terms of personnel and capability of building ships. I will not go in great detail, although I've got about 20 specific questions for each of you on it, which I will ask later after you have a chance to review it. I think you'll find it to be solutions for some of the issues that you're facing. The second area, I'll make this also short, really has to do with the research agenda. The research agenda across the government is being significantly reduced by the administration. And there's reason to believe that it is being reduced in the Department of Defense also. And I suspect the research agenda is on virtually everything we've talked about here and some things we've not yet talked about. So as you go back, I would appreciate hearing from you about critical research that enables you to carry out your your plans for the future. And I would suggest that you will find support for those research programs here. And I can probably come up with a list of half a dozen without too much trouble, and you could probably expand on tripling that. So please take a look at those research dollars that you've been depending on. We want to make sure that they're still there. And I'm sure it goes everything from healthcare to PTSD and all the electrical systems that you deal with. I want to also put on the agenda, I've taken too many notes for a moment. Oh, no longer in my district, General Spain, is Beale Air Force Base. A decision was made that the CCA, Collaborative Combat Airframes, would be at least partially or perhaps even more so at Beale Air Force Base. It's a good choice. Having represented that for the previous 10 years, they continue to bang on my door. And not the Air Force, the support people, civilian support. And I would like to have some more detail about what and how much. Okay, you were talking about that a moment ago. Let's see here. Can I shuffle through the notes? Guam, dry docks on the West Coast. With regard to the Navy, using our allies' maritime facilities, dry docks, et cetera, is all good. But nonetheless, there's a balance here about bringing it home and doing some of the heavy work, the long-term work here. Otherwise, you're going to have your personnel sitting on some dock someplace, wondering what are they going to do there for the next year, whatever that availability is going to be. So a little thought about that and how you would use the West Coast facilities. Did I mention Mare Island? I think I did earlier. Space capabilities, we'll deal with that later. The training issues. I was talking to one of our colleagues offline here a moment ago. The training facilities that you have available, particularly the Army and the Air Force, and I think similarly the Marine Corps, perhaps a little less, is now, General, I want to get General Mingus the right word here, combined arms in which basically all of you are involved at those training facilities. I'm not sure how the Navy fits into this, but I suspect it does in some way. How we maintain and protect those training facilities becomes an important part of this committee's work. We've been dealing with this in great detail, basically in Nevada. But there's much more, and there are many other places also. We talked a little bit about Hawaii here a few moments ago. We will need more specificity on how your, General Mingus, specifically for you, and I guess this will go to Air Force and Space Force also, how the combined work that you will have to do to carry out your new ATI, how that fits, and the training facilities that you need and where you're going to use them. I'm thinking specifically about the Air Force and the Navy in Nevada. Will you be using those in some way, and if so, how? And similarly, insofar as this is applicable to the Marine Corps, I would like to see us get a pretty good fix on what is going to be needed, as really all of you are transitioning to a different modality of dealing with the issues that you have. What do you need for your training facilities? Where? What needs to be protected? What is at risk? So that we can go round and round on this as we did in the previous couple of years, specifically in Nevada. Let's see, I keep finding this Traverse and Mare Island at the top of my list. I'll put it at the bottom. The issue of continuing resolutions. The appropriations for the current year are not over. We saw some of that in the reconciliation issue. I just know we're going to see more of it in the days and months ahead. We're going to need to understand how you are maneuvering. I would be shocked to find that you're not, so I assume that you are maneuvering to deal with the absolutely must-do, cannot survive without. It would be helpful to us to have some specificity as we look at the remaining, what it would be Christmas before we actually finish the NDAA and maybe even the appropriations. So over the next 6 months or so, this issue is going to come back to us. And to the extent that we have some heads up, and it's really critical, can't survive without this or that, money for this or that, it would be helpful to know ahead of time. I think I'm going to go back to where I started. General Mingus, this is specifically for you. I asked this question, and it really applies across to all of you, and that is you are changing. And General Mingus, you have the biggest, at least currently known change. I suspect the others of you are similarly looking at significant change. I want to know a sustainment plan for each and every piece of that change. I don't want to sit here another 10 years, which I probably won't be able to do anyway, but I'm good for the next 6 years. You can count on that. And I want to know in your change, General Mingus, I'll just use you as an example. I know the others are doing some things similarly in big time changes. I want to know your sustainment plan. I don't want to ever get caught up as we did with the F-35, and it's 20 years later, and oh my, where's the depot? And I can go into the Navy and shipyards and so on and so forth. I won't. But the sustainment issue is incredibly important. And I want to finally compliment, I'm trying to figure out which one of you said resiliency 5 times over. I hope you don't get in trouble. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And number one, thank you to all of you for your preparation for this hearing. Because it can be broad-ranging, I would suggest to you that the next time we get together it will be classified. Probably not too in the distant future, so we'll shape this up because we'll talk about the readiness in that classified setting, and it'll probably be sooner rather than later. There is no better deterrent than readiness, because if we're ready to fight, our adversaries will know that, and it will deter them. But we have to be prepared to fight, and fight in depth. And I guess as Congressman Garamendi said, and I would echo this, as you're changing, whatever it is you're changing, that sustainment plan for that change as you implement. It's almost the difference between transition between legacy and next gen of whatever it is you're doing, and stopping where you need to stop and sustaining the future. And I think might help. Well, we're not going to, this is not going to be a mission that's assigned today, But we as the United States government, especially the Department of Defense, and this is not service specific, we need to be able to pass an audit, okay? It doesn't have to be tomorrow, but we do have to pass it because that drives, in the end, the readiness in so many ways that we're still doing things that we need to stop doing, but we have not figured out how to stop doing them and account for that and then redirect those resources elsewhere. That's change management. So, you guys got a lot on your plate and you got partners over here. So with that, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your patience and all your preparation, and this hearing is adjourned.